came on one of the last slave ships. That's what my grandfather told me.
Okay, and you do realize that the importation of slaves stopped in 1806 to the Americas?
I don't even know none of that.
Okay, the only reason why I'm saying it is if you take a look at my tree, this is your family tree. So what everybody's been saying, what you should be doing is figuring out all your folks
But
on
what do you?
Ancestry.com.
Oh, you went to Ancestry.com.
Yeah, you can either use Ancestry.com or Family Search, but this would be where you would want to go because even if you don't you don't know none of these folks. Like I ain't never talked to none of these folks personally, but their paperwork still is around. So some of your folks' paperwork should send you back to where you can figure out who these folks is.
Did you have to take one of those blood tests to get that?
Nah, you just sit here and start going. So basically, it starts with me, and I look at my documents, and then I put in really put in your mom and your grandparents' names, your mom, your dad's, your grandparents' names, and then once you get about putting your grandparents' names and date of birth, if you can find their parents, that'll help. But once you start putting in all your grandparents, it'll start automatically finding records based upon those people. So it'll figure out, okay, Jerlene Prince's parents are these two people based upon census records. So if you go in here real quick, I'll show you. It'll show you that, okay, there's some documents from these people because all people who are deceased, their documents are public. So all these documents, and so what you got to do is you'll open up one of these documents. There's marriage for, like marriage things, census forms or whatever, but you'll open up one of these and then you can zoom in and you can be like, oh shit, there goes, it really highlights it for you. So I can go here, right here. And for instance, I would say, okay, my bad, this thing is sensitive. This is Clarence Overstreet. Who did Clarence Overstreet have in his house back in the day? Annie Mae, Peaches or whatever, Geraldine, Beatrice, and Tommy. And so from that point, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, it matches up. So then I go to the next person on the tree. Whatever documents they found, I try to make sure they all match up. After a while, you'll end up with a long tree and you'll be able to figure out who they are. You'll find some amazing stories. You might find some paperwork of Indians. You may not. There's reasons for that. That doesn't mean that they're slaves, but I ain't gonna get into all that. But you may find the paperwork. I'm from Oklahoma, so a lot of my Indians have paperwork because if you chose to go to Oklahoma, you would get paperwork saying that you was an Indian. Some
Man,
of
you
them were
need to
listed
do a
free.
video on this, man. That's at
Follow me,
Ancestry.com.
Ron. I was gonna say yeah.
Yeah, they're Darvin, way on top of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, follow. Yeah,
But yeah, I just wanted to show you that this is what everybody's talking about. What you need to do, so that way you can figure out and find who your folks are. Because even if you find, I ain't found an African yet. I found a lot of Indians, but no Africans, and a lot of people they go back to Mississippi. But even if I found one, if I can find one, if I do find one out of any of these legs, then okay, maybe there's one, and there's some of their descendants that come down that line, and I'll claim that. But out of 190 people so far, I found about 30, or not 30, about like 18, 19 Indians with paperwork, like all these folks, chiefs, and all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, just go look up your folks.
for sure. Yeah.
Ancestry.
Yeah, Ancestry. Yeah. Since
Sorry, can you repeat that website again?
Ancestry.com. Since as Sam showed his, I'll show mine. For sure. I'll show my tree real quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ancestry.com. Wrong thing. I gotta flip the camera. Don't tell me I forgot how to use TikTok. Oh, flip camera. There we go. No, this ain't my tree. Wrong tree. Yeah, right here. My folks in Maryland. You see right here, St. Mary's County, Maryland. This is my second great grandma in Maryland. And we go up here, as we go along up here, we got John Mason. This is my fifth great grandfather right here. Now, that being said, this is his court record in the 1800s, I think, or the 1700s. One of these, yeah. This is his court record, 1780. It says he was born 1783. It goes into his complexion, where he was born, certificate of freedom in St. Mary's County. It didn't matter if they were free from slavery or not, or if they were already free. They had to register for a free Negro and a free Negro registration. So as you can see right here, his complexion is copper. And if you know the definition of American in 1828, that's describing the indigenous or Aboriginal people in America. And things like that. And his hair was short and woolly, and he was born free. So that's a fifth great grandfather of mine. Butlers and the Proctors. I descend from the Butlers and Proctors in Southern Maryland. They teach them in history class. They're progenitor. This is the progenitor of the Piscataway Elizabeth Proctor. She's also we also share the last name. Me and the Chief Turkey Teok descend from this woman in Charles County, Maryland. She's the progenitor of this Piscataway tribe. Also, this side, he is a mulatto. I'm still trying to figure out what his mom was. He is a mulatto. His dad was a European. He was a European, so that this line is European. The Harrisons, these are free people of color. He's a free person of color. Joseph Harrison, Parham, they're free people of color. Shepherd, he was classified as a mulatto. She was a European woman. And she lied about having a child with an Indian named Edmund. But if you look into history a little further, mulatto meant Indian in Virginia, or like white mixed with Indian in Virginia. So, Petaway, not Petaway family, they're European. This line goes back to the Mohawk Mohawk, Sally Hurdle of the Turtle Clan Mohawk Vaughn family. Descent from Carters, they're from Monkey. Tied back to the Monkey, Lightfoot. These are free people of color. The Nash, my Nash family is free people of color. You got the Barbers, they're free people of color. She descends from a European woman. For Tertinians claiming, ain't nobody claiming shit. You see the tree. You see the tree right here. Smiths, out of Virginia, free people of color. Like, bro, we ain't lying about being free people of color. Brown, look, the Brown family, this tied back to Pocahontas. I ain't even gonna give y'all the sauce on that. Just know it tied back to Pocahontas right here. I ain't even gonna give you the sauce on that. So yeah, because we got intruders in here. My Booker family, Europeans and stuff like that. I'm actually, as you can see, I'm a descendant of Captain John Knowles, related to Beyonce. Anderson, my Andersons go back to the Powhatan, along with the Crawfords. They go back to the Powhatan. Croshaw, White, the Croshaw, the White family, the West family, all intermarried with each other. What's up, Los? Same with this Anderson. I also relate to the Bass on the European side. Those who know the Bass, who the Bass family are. Vaughn, I already showed this before, but I got another Vaughn line that goes back to the Mohawk. And she's Okanichi. Sarah Pearson is Okanichi. I got the Chappelle family and things like that. Giles, my Giles family, they're European. Frank, how far can you trace your family back? All right, Ferguson. Jeffro Ferguson right here. He came off Israel Hill. He is from Israel Hill. So you got the Ferguson family. These are Israelites from Scotland. Israelites that came from Scotland, and they married into the Potomac family, who are Potomac Indians. This is where the name Womack comes from, Potomac. He came from England. There's an Israelite from England. Also have Accomack, descendant of King Thomas Smith, who was an Accomack Indian. The Pugh family, got the Pugh family. They descend from the Womacs or the Potomac Indians, right? There's Elizabeth Ross. I'm related to John Rolfe. Also, I'm related to John Rolfe. This is John Rolfe's daughter, Elizabeth Rolfe. I got Santee. Me and KJ are cousins. Got Santee right here. They came from Switzerland and they married the Santee Indians. That's where this line comes from. Burgess, descendant of the Burgesses, if you know who the House of Burgess is. They came from Ireland and stuff like that. Johnsons, they go back to North Carolina and Virginia. This my dad's side. And then we go to my mom's side. Cherokee, the Haynes of Cherokee. Cherokee out of Tennessee. God damn, Ancestry is fucking freezing, dude. Like, come on. Yeah, Haynes of Cherokee out of and that came from Scotland and stuff like that. You got the Greers. They're your Hagler. I'm related to the Hagler family, Catawba, King Hagler. I'm related to King Hagler of the Catawba. Easleys are Huguenots. My Easleys are Huguenots. I got you through your Mitchells. Yeah. Oh shit. If you got Mitchell, I think Mitchell's as a pony. I think the Mitchell's as a pony. Yo, yeah, Ancestry's tweaking right now. But just know I got what I got. Yeah, that's my mom's side. Yeah.
Man, hey, thank you guys, man. Because I'm on there right now.
For sure.
Because it found my mom and it found my dad. That says continue building your tree. Do you guys pay for this? Because it says it started free trial.
You can start a free trial. If you have a student account, you can get a discount on Ancestry. Huh? What you say, Keo? You're in the matrix.
You can go to familysearch.org, y'all. You do know every record that's on Ancestry is the same record on Family Search. Okay?
Yeah, you can use that Family Search as well.
Family Search, they have the exact same records as Ancestry.
And you got to pay for that?
Later. And I had
No,
already
Family
paid
Search
for
is
it.
free. Family Search. So Family Search, you put yourself in there, you come back next week, they probably done did your tree for you. That's how they work over there on Family Search. And you be like, oh, well, damn, where did all these people come from? Yeah, they would have added you to a whole tree, to your tree. Once you submit yourself to the tree, that is the tree of life. That is the Family Search. The whole thing is a one big old tree, right? And once you submit yourself to the tree, they will open you up to all kind of grandparents, right? All kind of grandparents. Okay. So this right here with me, this is just a rundown of my daddy's, oh, come on, man, of my daddy's family, my daddy's side. That's my dad, his two sisters, my granddad, my grandma Ola, my granddaddy Royale, my grandmama Mary, she born in Bullet Creek, South Carolina, and her husband, my grandfather Maritta Head, he was born in Baton Rouge, South Carolina. He a Waxhaw Indian, she Cherokee Seneca Indian. Let's go over to my grandfather Royale's family. They're from Keith Crofton, Talbot, Maryland. They keep calling the Indians. They're from Talbot, Maryland. But then my grandfather, well, you can't see him up here because this is just a screenshot. I don't have two phones. I just got my screenshots. So on the Thomas side, I got a grandfather named Robert Thomas, who is from Keith Crofton, who fought in the French Indian scrimmage, right? And they gave him 1,200 acres in Chirau County, South Carolina, in the Marlborough County, down there with the Chirau Indians. His wife His wife came from the Massachusetts Bay Colony. On that side, they 100% American. They don't have no European that I have located in them. Now, today, there's some Europeans saying that they are the Thomas family, and they're not, because they came in through the way of my grandfather, Isaac Thomas, by the so-called Civil War, right? He has 2 war cards. One of his war cards, he's a brown man, and then the other one, they got him listed as Caucasian. And the rest of the whole family is dark skinned. And my well, I know my granddad Royale. The only thing you can see on him was his eyeballs and the white teeth. Okay, he had white teeth and white eyeballs, and everything else was midnight. Okay, and he married my little high yellow grandmama right there, Ola, Royale and Ola. I just gave y'all a quick rundown of their tree. I have 950 grandparents that I have documented. You know, them right here just a couple.
Y'all doing genealogy. Y'all don't have the blood. How don't we have the blood? Do y'all know us? How do y'all know we don't have the blood?
So I did it. So let me talk to you, Suge. Let me put my face on the camera. Let me skip this thing around. Hold on one second. Don't move me.
Yeah. Man, y'all goofy as hell.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It's funny.
So
how
let me tell you
people
something.
Literally
Suge.
don't have no claim to it.
Who talking?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, Shan. Hold on, baby. Look, let me tell you something, honey bun. I did a DNA test. One, I'm 50 years old. Okay, so I'm going to 75. I'm on my 50 right now. I did a DNA test, and everybody, all of these relatives right here that have other grandchildren that took a DNA test, I matched all of these people. Okay, my grandmama, Mary Head. Her name is Mary Smart. She was born on Bullets Creek. That is a unincorporated community in Cherokee County, South Carolina. Okay. Her sister and them lived in the Seneca in Ohio, off the Ohio River, right? Her sister and them. Okay, Andrew F. Black family is from Ireland. He got Irie. Okay, he was pale looking, so I'm gonna look more into him because wasn't no pales in Ireland as an Irie. So where he from? Okay, I'm gonna figure that out. But he was born 1862. I believe it say 1862. That gentleman got here, Mr. Andrew F. Black, and then his wife Sally. Right. You do. I did my I got way more genealogy than that. How about let me show y'all this one right here? Don't move me, darker. Let me show y'all this one right here. I've done so much genealogy that I found out that my husband, me and him share Chief Powhatan. His grandmama last name is Cumbo, and my grandmama name is Fanny Montauk. Mm-hmm. Yep. Y'all hear my baby. Me, and then we share a grandparents named Robert Woodson and Elizabeth Ferris. You see this right here, my husband. I've done so much genealogy that I found my husband that I've been married. Today is my anniversary, by the way. We've been married 15 years.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. And see here, my 11th cousin. See, Woodson and Ferris. And we are first cousins, unremoved, all the way down. We come from mama, son, daddy, daughter, mama, son, cheering. Okay, we come from these two people cheering all the way down. No moved over to the side, no removed. We might be kind of big. No, we're actually cousins. That's how much genealogy I've done. I know for a fact my husband is my 11th generation cousin. Wow. Okay then. And y'all hear Sugar Mama singing her song.
For sure. But all right, we got someone new. We got A No Worry on the stage. Yeah, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, not much. Hey, I'm new to the channel. I probably came about 2 weeks ago, and I ain't gonna lie, this Indian stuff is 2 years new to me, and I got to thank Mike TV. He challenged me. I took the challenge. I did the genealogy. I didn't find not one person that was considered African. I found European royalty, and I found Indians. And the thing is, if you want to know where you come from, do your genealogy. That's all I'm going to tell you.
What site do you go on? Because I'm on the familysearch.org right now.
All right, so I
it's
use Family Search, I use Ancestry, and I use Genie.com. I use 3 different sources to confirm and make sure I did my genealogy correct. And on top of that, most of us come from famous Indians. There's going to be books written about your families.
Genie.com.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that and WikiTree as well.
Thank you.
Books also.
And now I'm going to point out a lot of us, especially if you're from the Mississippi area, definitely look into Hickory Groundtown. I know I had typed that into the chat a while ago, but Hickory Groundtown was known as the Chickasaw Choctaw town. There was no Africans or slaves living there. It was all Indians. I found several of my ancestors on Hickory Groundtown consensus. As of currently, Hickory Groundtown is a Muskogee Nation historical town. So there's not going to be any non-Indians living there.
So,
And my question is for David. David,
Darvid.
by chance, are you related to Nancy Ward? Or Darvid, I'm sorry. Darvid, are you by chance related to Nancy Ward?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to find more people that are related to the Oconstanansta or Nancy Ward family. I'm just trying to find out what really happened other than what the books are telling us.
So why don't you have the features? Like, why do y'all think people all look the same on a continent, dude? Why do y'all think
It's the
everybody look
mixing
the
of the
same?
tribes.
Right. Why do people think everybody look the same on a continent? There's over 1,000 tribes in the North America alone, right? Why do y'all think they all look alike?
Yeah. It's because our tribes were mixing along with the Europeans and some, like less than 1%, as we know today, Africans. We've been mixing Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not even all the YT people in all the countries in Europe look alike.
No, they don't. But only in America do we consider us looking like Africans. I personally met Africans fresh off the boat coming to America, and they'll tell me flat to my face, I am not African. I am Indian mixed with European.
Yep.
This so-called phenotype that these people are speaking of is actually Filipino, Siberian, Cambodian. These people came over here as immigrants. If you look it up and you do just a little bit of research, those quote-unquote reservations that they're staying on was originally colonies because they came over here in boats.
Yeah, they just came different. Some came with Genghis Khan. Some came with Some came during the Trans-Pacific. You know, it's all types of shit. You know. But yeah, fish for
But the
finisher can
phenotype
come
that
up
they
here.
talking about, the phenotype that they talking about is actually that whole straight hair and looking like a Filipino because that's what you are.
Who blocked? Hold on. Who blocked? Somebody. Who blocked? Oh, ain't no
You
worry.
can spot them very easily.
Hold on 1 second. Who blocked? Hold on. Somebody unblocked. Ain't no unblocked. Hold on, Keo. Somebody unblocked. Somebody. Yo, hold on. I'm trying to say something. Somebody unblocked. Yo, can you shut the hell up? I'm trying to speak, dude.
What's inside of our bodies?
Like, goddamn, yo, shut up.
As a lineage.
Why do y'all do this?
Some of y'all.
Like, yo, why do y'all do that goofy ass shit, dude? You hear me trying to say something? Get the fuck off the stream, dude. God damn. Somebody unblock. Ain't no worry. He ain't say nothing wrong. Somebody unblock. Whoever blocked him, unblock him. Like, god damn.
I don't got him blocked. Um,
Well, a
I'm
moderator. Man, shut the fuck up, OHF. Shut the fuck. I can dig in my nose if I fucking want to, nigga. I'll put that shit. I'll pick a boogie and put that shit on your face, nigga. How about that?
see
Nigga,
y'all don't open a can of worms for me, man. I damn. Thank you.
I told them to unblock you, A-word. To unblock. I don't know why they blocked you.
I find some Africans, but I doubt it because most of us who've been doing a lot of the research on this know there's not a lot of African records because not a lot of them came over here. The number keeps getting smaller and smaller, but you never know. You might find some, but it's good. That's the best way to do it. Spinning the cup and getting some percentages, you don't know who the hell in your family. You know what I'm saying? You'll find a lot of stories out through your ancestry.
Yeah, it's cool. Just know we not from Africa. Appreciate you, nowhere and nowhere. Yeah, I made you a mod here, Sam. I made you a mod in here.
What's up? I don't even know. I ain't never been one, but I'll try to figure it out.
Yeah, so you can block people, mute people, accept requests and stuff like that. So
OHF need to let me tell him how that same census document that he stole from me. He didn't steal it, but how I proved that the Indian Removal Act of 1830 was the rise in population numbers from 1830 to 1820, 1830, 1840, and also the westward expansion of the Louisiana Purchase is the rise in numbers for blacks being counted in those states because 1806 they stopped importing slaves, and then when they started moving to the west after the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, they started counting hundreds and thousands of niggas everywhere. Them niggas didn't come over on no boats; they was already over there, and they wasn't Spanish slaves, and they wasn't Native American slaves, or the slaves of the Native Americans, because we outnumbered them like by hundreds of thousands. By 1850, our number was 3.2 million. By 1850, they barely had 200,000 fucking so-called Siberian natives. So you think those 200,000 could hold back 3.2 million of the best, strongest niggas in the world? Hell no.
Sam, can you talk more about the Louisiana Purchase? Because I'm that's kind of where I'm at right now. Because I'm from New Orleans, so I'm like, okay, well, I can't really go off of what was going on in the 13 colonies because my people wouldn't know that. Probably.
Yeah, let me pull up something real fast for you. Make it real easy.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a map of what the territories was like. Let me I'm over here eating chicken and shit. Okay, so this is a map of the 13 colonies. So we know that the English settled up here before they started pushing down south, right? It's 1774. Now, 1803 is when the Louisiana Purchase happens. Now, let me show you the Louisiana Purchase map real quick. Or right here, the Louisiana Purchase. So they start to push from here to here. Now, notice that gap right there from Alabama and Mississippi, which is missing. And so I'm going to show you a couple of things real quick. Well, Louisiana Purchase happens in 1803. So let me pull up this census record here for you. I'll make this real quick. All right, so this census record right here, and if you want to find this, you can just type in slave population census in Google. It's the first thing that always pops up. It's from .gov. And so it shows 1790 to 1850. And when they started counting black folks, right now, first of all, you see, let's say for Alabama, you don't see anybody being counted, but people was counted here. But nobody was counted until what, 1820. Why would that be? Because they didn't expand into Alabama until after 1803, the Louisiana Purchase, right? Same thing with other states. All of these other states that don't have numbers, but these first states that do have numbers are all of those colony states. So these are the black people who were in the colonies at the time. There was 600 some thousand at the time. That's why the people say, we all didn't come over on boats. But let me not get into all that. So let's talk about the Louisiana Purchase, 1800 to 1810. You're gonna start to see numbers increase in certain states. So in Georgia, you go from 59,000 Negroes to 105,000 and then to 149,000. A pretty decent increase, but that's because when you look back at this map, part of Georgia was already part of the colony. So when they counted Georgia in 1800, they already had part of Georgia. But when the Louisiana Purchase went into Indian country, as you can tell, that's what it used to be. Same thing with Florida, really, but Indian country, then they started counting the rest of Georgia in 1810 in the census. And then now they start to count Kentucky and Kentucky, Tennessee, and all that. And I'm gonna show you that real fast, and I'm gonna show you one last thing, and I'm gonna shut up. So when we go back to the census document, I hope OHF is in here so he can get this lesson, this game. Kentucky didn't have too many people. At a normal steady rate from that point. So basically, if you looked at all those states, I want to hurry up and jump to 1830s to show you one last thing. But when you look at a Louisiana Purchase, the first jumps you see are in those states. And then by 1820 to 1830, you're going to see big jumps. Like Alabama goes from 117,000 to 253,000 in 1840. Now, if you go down to Mississippi, they go from 65,000 in 1830 to 195,000 niggas out of nowhere, because again, slavery importations were banned in 1806. So none of these people from here on came from any kind of boat. So they just started counting all these niggas, right? So let me show you the reason for that. The reason for that is the two things. Let me show you is where you at? This right here. You had the Indian Removal Act, that's kind of whatever, but you had the Indian Treaties and the Indian Removal Act of 1830. So some Indians got moved, but that also meant that America was coming into the Indian territory that I showed you on that map. Well, what else was in one of those treaties? Let me show you why some people stayed and got counted and how they got counted into the census or why. So when you go to the Dancing Rabbit Treaty from the Choctaws, I'm going to show you what it means, what it says. So this is the Dancing Rabbit Treaty from the Choctaw website. And I'm going to show you Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. Article 14 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty, right here, it says each Choctaw, I know it's kind of cut off, but each Choctaw head of family being desirous to remain on their land in Alabama or Mississippi, can stay and become a citizen of the United States. Meaning, hey, we didn't count you last time, nigga. But now if you gonna stay right here, we're gonna have to put you down on this damn census. And when we put you on this census, based upon your lookership, we're gonna have to put you down as a slave. It's a little game, a little trick for you. But hey, the head of household was listed as the slave owner. The slave was technically, in many cases, just a dependent of the house. But that's just what it was. So what you'll find when you go through these slave records, the slave schedules in the census, is that you'll see a black man and he'll have like 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 5-year-olds, all these people listed as slaves, as well as 13, 14 kids, 13, 14-year-olds and stuff, and adults, all listed up under him. Well, it's his family. And it's maybe his brothers, sisters, cousins, whatever. He's the head of the household of that plantation, and all them people that's black on that plantation. Well, we just gonna mark them down with a little slave tick mark in 1840 and 50. That it changed after 1860. So I hope that all helps.
Okay, all right, I got you, C3. You still in? All right, I'll move you. I'll bring you back your block you on. I'll bring you back your thing. Let me go to guest settings. No.
Wait 1 second.
All right, hold on. Yeah. First of all, aren't you a model here?
I don't know how to do that.
All right, for sure.
This is a good book for y'all to grab up. Indian slavery in colonial times within the present limits of the United States. And the present limits of the United States is bigger than a mug, right? So how about, let me show you this right here. Let me write that, baby. Don't move right quick. Hold on. Don't move. Stop, little girl. So I went and one of my cousins gave me some maps today. Let me put 1 or 2 of them up. Y'all see that?
Hey, yo, I'm about to jump off. I'm on this family search. I'm about to dive a little deeper in that. I appreciate y'all though.
Appreciate you, fam. But if you haven't already, yeah, join my Discord, y'all.
Yo.
And talk to your elders while you're doing this tree. They're gonna be your best fact checkers.
Yeah, I'm about to hit my mom up and see how much she knows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talk to
all
everybody.
Right, peace. Good looking. Peace.
See these maps, how they just gradually every so many years, sort of talking about, yeah, we claiming this ours, this yours, this ours, that's theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Look, that's the populations. So I guess they say in the middle is kind of empty. Cause remember we got invaded from the west and invaded in the east, and then I guess it took them a minute to get to the middle. It took them a minute. Hold on, look at this one. Look, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, girl. It's so bogus how they didn't even have none of the United States. They didn't have nothing. And they just came in and
hold on, I'll be back, y'all.
Okay, so they just came and said that they got this is ours. Look, this ours right here. Hold on, let me show y'all this law from 1740 in South Carolina. They say because of the complexions and the fact that we were not friends with the king, we got called Negro. So and then them calling us Negro.
Oh, you mean when you're reclassified?
Yeah, So let me show y'all the 1740 Reorganization Act.
Because before that you're American Indian, right? And then they reclassified you to Negro, right?
I mean, you don't like the name.
No. That ain't how it goes. So 1713 in Skoroy, the Metamuskeet, the Chewanoke Indians went to court. I don't even know why we was in their courtroom. Okay. But we went to court with these folks and we came out free people of color. That's 1713, 14, right? And then 1790, they have the first census and we was categorized as free people of color, right? And then we also know that they have the what Samuel just said, the Dancing Rabbit Creek Treaty, and that's the people of the Mississippi, not necessarily Samuel the state, right? It's the whole Mississippi, the people of the Mississippi. That's what it say. People of the Mississippi became the first non-European settlers, right? And then right here's the 1740 Negro Act.
Go sit in your seat.
Right, Section 1. It say, that we ain't in amity with the king. So, we got to prove we're Indian based off our complexion. What you mean? And then to come to find out that they were dark skinned. Okay, now that's what's the wildest part of everything is the niggas calling us niggas called themselves Negro on their own land in Europe prior to coming to America. The Spaniards and the Portuguese, they called America Terra da Negra, right? Land of the blacks. Land
No,
of
they
the
didn't.
darks.
No, they didn't.
You said no, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Okay, then. So you must ain't seen you. I want you to go look it up. The thing to say Niagara de Terra. I just made sure you can't roll it down no more. Okay. And then section 4, this right here say if you was a Egyptian, a Moor, or Asiatic Lascar, you was a free inhabitant of Africa. And then it also say that the term SLs was confined to the ancient Berber and their descendants. And if you're a Berber, that means you from like Turkey area, that area, the Ottomans, them folks over there. That's what it say in 1740. Then we got in 1934, we're gonna jump all the way to 1934. We shall leave, we're gonna jump all the way over there. Because in 1934, you know, they always writing stuff down. They forget what they write down and they write down some more stuff. Excuse me. Right here.
Can I ask you something?
You see that right there? It
What's your
says,
highest level in education?
what do you say, sweet love?
What's the highest you made it in education?
What's the highest I made in what?
Education. The education.
Oh, me?
Did you
Education?
graduate high school?
So
Yeah.
let me tell you something about Crystal Latrice Spalding, Shoes. I am a licensed cosmetologist for 30 years. When I graduated high school, I could have went to college all kind of places, but I didn't want to do that, right? Because when I graduated high school, I graduated in the honors English program, okay, with 2 English credits for college when I graduated high school, okay? Let me tell you something about Crystal. My father is a doctor in English. Okay, he has his doctorate in English, so I have no choice but to be a wordologist in my family. Okay, so that's my level.
And that's where you.
And I just asked you, and you seem to do quite a bit of research. You know, you seem like you know what you're talking about, and I just don't understand why you would think that Black people were here before Christopher Columbus when there's no such evidence.
If you get your education only from school, that means you stopped learning when you were in your either 20 or 18, right? 22 or 18, right?
I never.
So that's
stopped
where
learning.
your information stopped.
That's why I asked, you know, because most
Yes. So who are you?
Well,
Is
I've,
that-
I've done studies in Native
You done
American.
studies,
You
but
did
you
Western
said
studies,
that
honey,
you
I
was a
got
real
family.
Native American. Who are you?
Right. I'm not
Right.
Native American. I'm indigenous.
You just said that.
You're
So who are
not.
you?
You're
You
not
just said you
indigenous.
native because you're not
No,
indigenous
don't
to
let him
America.
get away from the question. Who are you?
I'm
What
Lou.
tribe do you come from?
Well, I'm still tracking my lineage.
Oh,
From
so how
How
you
you
a
gonna come
real
tell somebody who they
indigenous
is?
if
Who
you
you
don't
gonna
know
track
your lineage?
your shit down?
ma'am,
Well, you better
ma'am,
get somewhere. I'm about to
ma'am,
put him on the floor.
ma'am. So if you
No,
knew
hold on.
anything
No,
about
how
Out.
how
Look,
are
Lou,
you a real
you don't even know
indigenous,
who
but
your
you don't
people
even know
are.
what
And you're
tribe
trying
you
to call
come
people
from?
pretending.
But
You
you
all the
up
way
here
out of
trying to
pocket.
check
this
somebody.
is
All
what
the
you
way
guys
out
like
of
to
pocket.
do. You like
You
to
don't
gas
even know who your people are, but you're trying to call people pretending.
And how
Check
come
I
when
this
do.
I
out.
I
how
do
come
know.
when I Google
You
how
cut me
come when
off
I
before I
Google
could finish. You
how
cut me
come
off
when I
before
Google people from Spain, you look very much like people from
because I'm
Spain?
part Spanish, bro. Because I'm part Spanish.
That's you, sir.
So
That's
you're a
you.
Spaniard.
You're not part,
Spaniard
sir.
coming
You're,
in
not
here.
part
you're all
Okay.
Spanish,
Don't
sir.
speak Spanish.
Put your face next to that guy, and you look exactly like him, sir.
Yeah, and you look like Toby. buddy.
So how are you indigenous to
Honey,
America
honey,
if
honey.
Spain people come
You
from
look like
Spain?
Kutakente,
What
buddy.
he look like?
So
He,
I got a
Spain people
question.
come from
outside in the
Spain.
sun. He gonna burn up.
Where do you
One
have
mic, yo.
indigenous
Hold on,
ancestors?
hold on. One mic. Good. Yeah, what's going on?
What generation? Oh, I'm sorry.
What is going on? Oh, you got the conquistador up here.
Yeah.
So
Badly
he
in the
a real
pretendians.
indigenous, but he's still tracing his lineage.
Badly
You
in the
call him
pretendians.
Spaniard. This
I'm
Oh.
what
trying to
I'm
figure out
talking about.
where is his indigenous lineage at?
He ain't
Yeah,
got
what-
one.
Right.
Hold on. Let me
So
speak to him.
my people
What-
are the Mexica, right? My people are the Mexica. I'm sure you heard of them, right?
You ain't no damn Mashika. You just said that you don't even know your people.
No, the Mexica
Uh-oh.
are a broad tribe of a lot of small tribes. So the Mexica is
You
a
ain't
broader
probably
statement
not
of
one
who you
man
are.
Where
damn
was you
tribe.
born?
You
See,
are
you would know
Spaniard.
this if you actually finished high school.
All right, just Lou, where was you born at?
Why are you being
I was born in
condescending, nigga?
Florida.
Hold on. Why do y'all come
Huh?
up here? Hold on 1 second. Why do y'all come up here and think we gonna have a conversation with y'all? Y'all being condescending.
Because they're being condescending to me, bud.
Who you probably started it because you probably being you was being insulted in the comments. I can see, nigga. Yeah, you trying on 1 second. You trying to check people on shit you don't even know about. Now,
You
now
think I don't
hold
know
on.
about.
All
You
right,
think I don't know about.
name 10 tribes east of the Mississippi.
East of the Mississippi?
Yeah, 10.
10? Sure.
Yes.
All right, should we start from north or south?
Northeast and southeast.
So
East
you
of
want
the
Maine
Mississippi
or you want
River.
further into Canada?
No, east of the Mississippi. I'm talking about Virginia,
Boy,
South
they
Carolina,
should
North
try.
Carolina. Yeah,
Oh,
North
you
Carolina,
just want
South.
the states. You just
Yeah,
want the states then.
Name tribes. Name tribes from
Right,
North Carolina.
in the 13 colonies, right?
Yeah, name 10 tribes from the 13 colonies.
Sure. We'll start with Florida. So when you start with Florida, they're the Seminole, right? Then
What
you
were they
go
called?
up,
Hold
you
on.
have
What
the
are they?
Chickasaw.
Seminole didn't exist till the 1800s. So what were they before the Seminole?
They were Taino.
No, they
And
weren't.
so they were. And so
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
Anyway, you
weren't.
got the Choctaw, you got the Chickasaw, you got the obviously everybody knows the Cherokee princesses, right? You come from a Cherokee princess, brother? No, you don't.
Man,
Anyway,
Answer. Stop being fucking sassy and answer the fucking question.
Iroquois, you got the Saginaw.
Iroquois is not a tribe. What's their original name? It's not a tribe.
Oh, the Ojibwe?
The Iroquois are not a tribe. That's a confederation.
Are you talking about the Ojibwe?
The Iroquois. They're not Ojibwe or Iroquois. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, Ojibwe was the language they spoke. My bad.
Iroquois don't speak Ojibwe. Those are two different. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, nigga. What are we talking about?
You don't know what you're talking about.
What language do the Ojibwe
You
speak?
don't know what I'm talking about.
What language do the Ojibwe speak?
Ojibwe.
What language is that? What language family is that?
Ojibwe. That's the
No,
language.
it's Algonquin, dummy.
Wrong.
Oh, hold
You're
on.
wrong.
You're
Do you know what
dumbass.
is
You a
the
real
Algonquin
indigenous.
language
Do you know
family?
what wise
And if
that
you
means?
didn't know that's
Do
why
you know
you
what
said
wise that
Iroquois
is?
speak Ojibwe. That what you just said didn't make sense. Period. So stop trying to talk like you know something. You don't know shit. You probably reading
You
tribal
don't
He
know
didn't
English
even
right
shit.
know his
Shut
now.
own
up.
lineage,
Yo,
bro. He
You
where
guys
got
don't
was
know
you born
into
nothing.
to?
history.
Where
You
was you
guys don't know
born to?
anything.
Was you born in the United States of
How
America?
the fuck? Hold on one
I was
second.
born in Florida.
I could show you better
Yeah.
than I can fucking tell you.
I was born in
Or
Fort Myers, Florida, buddy.
it's Ojibwe Algonquin. Let's see. It's Ojibwe Algonquin. You don't even know the original name of the fucking Iroquois. That's a slur.
Is it? Oh, the Anishinaabe, Odawa, Potawatomi, all
And they're
tribes
all
I'm surrounded around. Crazy, because I reside in Michigan,
so how the fuck
right?
so how the fuck you ain't know they was Ojibwe? I mean Algonquin speaking people.
Does this not say Ojibwe are not the same as Algonquin? Does it not
They're
just
out.
say that right there?
Wait a minute.
I said what language do they
No,
fucking
you
speak?
just don't sit up
You
here and lie like
moron.
that.
You're stupid, bro. You pretending.
Man, shut the
No.
hold
The
on,
only one
C3.
is
Hold on.
Pretending, bro.
Oh,
You want to
can't
be.
you, I
That's
said
who you
the
want to be.
I said
You want-
I said the goddamn language, dumbass. So stop being stupid. They speak Algonquin. Can you fucking read? I said Ojibwe language is Algonquin. Can you fucking read? And that's what exactly it says. Do we have to go? Yeah.
And you don't know this information. And we like so you said you from Florida. You was born in Florida, but now you live in Michigan.
That's
Very
right.
interesting. So
And I lived
no.
actually
And he
on
okay,
the
came
all right.
up
So
here
reservation.
saying that
right,
he
hold
was
on.
I
from the
actually lived on a
Southwest.
reservation. Yeah.
Okay, that's
No,
great.
he
The
came up here
reservation
saying
So
that
are
he from
you
the
enrolled
Southwest.
in your
colonies
tribe?
in the first place. The reservations were full of, they were called colonies initially. So
All right.
You don't know what you're talking
you can
about.
have that.
It doesn't even
You
matter.
don't know
Just
what you're
Luke.
talking about,
Are
Jan.
you enrolled in a tribe?
No.
You're not. So
No.
who in your lineage?
That's why I say
is-
I am not Native American, because I am not enrolled in a tribe.
Okay, so
I'm
who in
indigenous.
your lineage is indigenous?
My
What
mother and
how
my
far back
father
can you
are
go in
both
your records?
indigenous.
Okay, so how far back can you can validate
So
that
far,
on record?
so far, I've gone back 3 generations to my great grandmother.
Now you've gone
That's
back
it?
3 when you just said you didn't know
What
your
year is that?
lineage.
What record?
That's still the 1900s.
But what is this
My
oral?
people come from
Is this
Brownsville.
oral history?
My people came from Brownsville before it was
Is
Brownsville.
this oral history?
Yeah.
Is this oral history, or have you done your genealogy? That's what I'm like. What's
No,
your
my
oldest
aunt
record?
has all
Where do
this.
you,
My aunt
what
has all of it.
connection do you have? I'm talking about you. Who in your lineage is classified as indigenous one way or another that you can verify?
My grandfather and my father's father. My grandfather from my mother's side is indigenous and African.
Okay, so your grandfather. So who you said but your great grandfather is indigenous, right?
Yes.
And what tribe? Where was he, and what tribe?
He comes from the Mexica.
So he wasn't in the 13 colonies at
No.
all.
No.
Okay. All right. Is there any records that show that he was Mexica?
Of course not.
Why not?
There's no records.
What year? What year was he living?
What year?
Yeah, my great grandfather was living. He was born in the late 1800s, like 1890, something like that.
About the same. About the same. Yeah.
So yeah. All right. So where did they live at exactly?
Well, like I said, my grandfather is from Brownsville. He was born in Brownsville. Other than that, my mother doesn't know anything else.
When did the Spain part come in?
Now, my grandfather was mestizo, and if you know what mestizo means, it means indigenous and African.
The Spain part come from?
The Spanish, my mother's mother, is last name is De Leon. De Leon is direct from Spain.
There typically wasn't a whole lot of women coming over there on them boats back then. There was a lot of men, but I don't know.
Right. My grandmother was 14 years old when she got with my grandfather.
Okay, so there's no records that validate like their migration, their movement.
Back then there was no record.
You say your
They live
grandma
on
came from
do they
Spain?
live on a reservation now? Do they live on a reservation now?
No, they're not living at all. My mother is alive.
I mean, do your family on a reservation?
No.
No.
In the 1900s, coming over from Spain and then getting with an indigenous and an African. Over from Spain and then getting with an indigenous and an African. You're a Spaniard.
As oral stories or anything like that. So I'm asking like pertinent information like, okay, what land do your people tie back to? Do you have records? If you don't have records, you really can't say who or what.
Texan, I guess you call it now Southern Texas, Northern Mexico.
Okay. Are there records though?
No. Well, not that I know of.
Excuse me, you don't
Right,
take your baby doll. Hold on, cuz. But you know,
bullshit. Why?
we all family on this stage, right? Except for him. He only one ain't our cousin because he only one ain't from here. So you don't come on up here and then told us all this stuff, to said all this real live stuff to me. And then you don't even know anything about your people that you supposedly come from, right? The Mexica. Who is them niggas?
So actually, I do know about the Mexica. I do know about that. I went to a Native American program and I learned about to reconnect.
Oh, did your parents or grandparents tell you you are Mexica?
I'm tracking my lineage down.
Did anybody say it to you orally? It's a yes
No,
or no
I'm tracking
question.
it down.
Look, boy.
So,
hey, wait a minute.
so here's the thing.
Boy,
So no one passed it down, but you.
I am in the 44th dynasty in one of my lines, 44th dynasty in Utah in the year 3000 and something. Okay. You don't even know your fifth generation grandparents. Must I name my fifth generation grandparents?
Prove that. I'm gonna need you to prove that.
You know what I'm saying? And I can name my fifth, sixth,
Don't
seventh.
prove nothing. He don't know himself. Don't prove nothing to him.
I'm not telling him. He get darn
you guys go talking about you can prove this and prove
right
that.
there, darn battle inside of the North Carolina Encyclopedia, right? He get battle right there, the North Carolina Encyclopedia. So you know you can go look him up. He in North Carolina Encyclopedia as a
fact. You're a matter of fact.
You can't come up to no panel trying to check somebody and you don't even know who you are.
I know for 100% fact that's my granddaddy because his granddaughter is my grandmama. Okay, and then she had my
You're falling into an idea of colorism.
So first of all, I'm probably the so first of all, I'm probably the so first of all, I'm probably the so first of all, I'm probably the
They call me on.
No, not dark.
right. So right, most of my family took on the fair skin of my Spanish grandmother. Right, a lot of them are very fair skinned. I'm the darkest. I've been exposed to
I know from Spain.
I've been exposed to colorism with my own family my whole life. Understand? Because I took on the darker tone of my grandfather, the mestizo.
Sir, I'm looking at your profile picture.
And you know,
Right.
you don't have no, you only have a tinge of color in you shoes. You got just a tinge.
Right, and that's with no sun. You should see me in the summer.
So you want to know some sorority words? What's a tinge? Huh? You only got a tinge and you ain't what's tinge? Do you know that word?
A little bit, a tad.
Only because I done said it to you about 4 times so you understand what it meant. To you about 4 times so you understand what it meant.
But anyways, another one with I can't.
Community.
Hold on, because I asked you what tribe you come from. You said that you haven't found it. Now you naming tribe. Alive. You debunking yourself with your lies.
It doesn't let you talk.
How am I debunking myself?
All I did was listen.
That baby is really annoying to me. That baby is really annoying to me.
Hey, shut the fuck.
That baby is really annoying to me.
Get your weak ass off the stage, then. Yeah, get your weak ass off the stage. You got a wicked ass spirit, nigga. Who says a
Soon as he heard the baby saying, like, oh, you know, they started singing, he got mad and irritated. He said, I'm irritated. That was crazy.
yeah, fuck is wrong with these people?
I know this baby came back one time before already, right?
If the child is right there and irritating you because it's so close, what's wrong with you? You don't even have a brain. Now, come on now. Let's be real. That was just so.
Why is it always the Mexicans? Why is it always
take care of your child that's sitting there on your lap, Lord? Make that make sense.
So I'm like, really? How come you don't know nothing about your grandma? Like, literally, he's a whole 1900s Ellis Island nigga.
No, he was throwing shit in there. He was throwing Apache and Navajo and Comanche, African. Then he went from the Southwest to Michigan to Florida, then back to Mexico. How you Mexica if you supposed to be finding Apache and shit? You not finding not one tribe in Mexico.
Regurgitated facts.
They tribe south of the border, not one. Not even south of the South Carolina border to North Carolina could he name a tribe, okay? Like nobody could he name. He is funny. He was funny. Though I kept muting him. Shut up.
Come up, Papa
Yeah.
John, so we can talk about it. How do y'all feel about us? Say, how do we feel about the indigenous people? How do y'all feel about us? Because you think you're the indigenous one,
I
but
think he
we're
meant
the indigenous one.
Afro-Indigenous.
Oh,
No,
that's a
no, I'm talking about in the chat. Somebody just
yeah.
put that.
He put the little Afro.
I mean, if they Afro-Indigenous, then they Afro-Indigenous. What's there to feel about?
They want to be an indigenous Afro, let them.
Indigenous Afro shit.
Indigenous, right? So y'all seen pine trees before?
Say the Afro Latino. What do you mean by Afro Indigenous?
I don't know what he's talking about, Miss Sister. I don't know what he mean, but look, y'all. Yeah, girl.
She's well, Papa John. That's a woman, and she's saying, "You saying I don't exist?" Well, shit. If you Afro-Indigenous, then be Afro-Indigenous. What is that?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
Papa
is the
John,
Afro.
is the one.
So wait a minute. So I want to speak
Yes.
about the Afro. The Afro is like the trees that grow in America. So all the trees, I don't know any trees where the hair grow and it fall down. Right? I don't know any where the hair grow and fall down. We have evergreen bushes in our front yard, right? And my hair is like the evergreen bush, or my hair is like the pine needles on the pine tree, right? The oak leaves, the pecan leaves. My hair is bushy, just like the trees are in America, bushy, right? I don't know where you from, what kind of hair y'all got. Look like fur, because y'all had them thin lips like the chimpanzee. Y'all got that RH juice too.
I don't think he's a white tea.
Oh, okay. I don't know what juice they got, but it ain't O plus. I don't know what juice the fur people got, the fur hair folks got, but it ain't no juice. Okay. Y'all go ahead. Come on up, Papa John. Bring me some pepperoni pizza when you come too now.
I'm a holler.
Get them documentations together, huh? Oh, that's hilarious.
She said, "Give me a second." All right. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so let me get myself together and get these things. I'm going to show them and put it right in their faces. We're waiting.
Together. Get your screenshots
She
together.
said Afro is just a term, Pookie.
Hey, get it with the poopy.
Afro is just a hairstyle.
Okay, hilarious.
That's all Afro is a hairstyle. Let me read this statement. It's been up here for a minute. The statement is a likely reference to during battle and important figure in the Tuscarora Nation and a notable landowner in Edgecombe County, North Carolina. The Tuscarora Iroquois tribe was historically present in the area while they faced displacement, and the Tuscarora War descendants still reside in the region. The Battle Plantation, located in Rocky Mount, Edgecombe County, is a significant example of an early estate and is connected to the history of the area. So my grandma didn't get no land because she got married to the Parks, right? But the rest of his sons, yeah, my cousins still own the plantation, the farm, right? Because if you look at my grandfather during battle in 1870 and 1866, so he was born 1833, by the way. He's on the free inhabitant census of 1860, and he's also on the 60 and 70 census. 70 and 80. Come on, man. Where you trying to go? Where you trying to go? We'll go ahead and go then. We'll go ahead and do it. I'm not holding you back. I'm not stopping you at all. So my grandfather is and when it say in the category of rent or own, it say he owned, right, his farm. He owned his farm. So that means he was always, the fact he was on the free inhabitant census means he was always a free individual. And that is my fourth generation grandfather to my grandmama Laura Battle, who married Balaam Parks, who they had Jesse Parks, who she married. They right there. She married Mac Patry, right? And then they had Villa Ann, and Villa Ann had Ray Brooke Thompson, and then him and Angela Moore, rest all of their souls, except for Ray Brooke, right? Had me, who's speaking to you individuals right now. I could walk it down. I could go further than him and them, but it ain't necessary. I could walk it down. I bet y'all can't call your grandparents you individuals who are native. I bet you can't call your grandparents out like I can. But y'all American. Yeah, right. You native. Thank goodness. You are just Soleil. Just Soleil, native.
All right, we got Papa John's up here.
All right. To clarify, I said I'm Afro-Indigenous. I asked the question about how y'all feel about Afro-Indigenous people. The term has nothing to do with the hairstyle. It is used to describe somebody of mixed ethnicities.
Okay, what's there to feel about this?
Just based off of I followed you before. We've probably already had this conversation, maybe.
I don't know.
Let me flip this on you. If the black in you was the indigenous and the whatever other side of you that you think is indigenous now is not indigenous, what term would you use to call yourself indigenous? Would you be an Asian indigenous? Would you be a or
If you're saying I'm majority African American descent.
What is an African American?
The term they use to profile someone who is in America that's a descendant of a slave.
Okay, we're all slaves African?
No.
So how you know you're African American?
Because for myself specifically, the term that you would use to describe me would, like on documentation, would be African American or black.
Or black. Okay, so which one of your ancestors came from Africa?
That would have been my mom's side of the family. Who?
Yeah, who?
The specific ancestor who was?
Yes.
I wouldn't have a first name. I only have the name of the last name, family name, and the plantation.
What plantation?
Westbrook. All I have is Westbrook, Texas. It's the only information I have on that.
So how you know they come from Africa?
Because if I take a DNA test, if I were to pull up my ancestry and show you along with documentation from my family, it would.
Where does it say that?
Profile would show West African DNA, and my people's documentation would show that they've been in the Americas where they were in the Americas.
Okay, that don't. Yeah, they were there in the Americas. Then how they come from Africa?
They were not there prior to slavery.
They weren't there. So where they come from? If they were in Texas, where did they come from at first? Where were they shipped to get to that plantation? Shipped from. My bad.
I don't have, like, if you're saying specific, like a specific name of a ship or something, I don't know that.
Okay.
But if you're saying my process is my DNA profile shows a specific thing, and then based off of documentation and what I know about my own family, unless you're going to completely throw out the legitimacy of DNA and genealogy.
Do you matched with any Africans on your DNA test? Do you have any African cousins?
I haven't taken DNA. All the information I have is from my biological grandmother, her documentation and her DNA profile.
Does she match with any Africans?
She's not African American, my grandmother. So no, she does not.
So what's I'm trying.
What is this girl talking about?
So
I
you
think
have
her grandmother's
multiple
supposed to be
grandparents.
Ain't there no DNA, but they were African, ma'am.
So again, rephrasing, you have more than one grandparent on like each side.
This document I have up right here before you go there, girl. You see this document I have right here, this law in America, this energy law. You see this?
That's fucking lame.
Yeah.
You see that?
So what does
HR
that have to
4238?
do with what I'm
That's
saying?
the only reason why you're calling African Americans, because of HR 4238. That is the only reason why. And the reason why they wanted you to be an African American, because in the 1866 treaty,
It's just a term. It doesn't
no
really
Africans have
doesn't
interest in the
change.
land. So if you're an African, then they can do eminent domain at your house, right? Move you off your house because you're not an American, because you're HR 4238 African American.
But the term, like them using a term doesn't really change what I'm saying, unless you're going to completely throw out the legitimacy of DNA and genealogy, then I can't
Can I
argue
say
with you
something?
on that, because science is in fact.
You keep on saying people are arguing the legitimacy of DNA and genealogy, but then you quite literally said that you haven't taken a DNA test yourself, and the person that you're referencing is not African. So we're questioning.
I don't
No, listen.
need my
You
mom's
don't.
DNA test to tell me what it'll. I don't need a DNA test to look at my mom and see that she is African American.
I ain't gonna lie,
Just because someone is black, does that mean that they come from Africa though? Like just the phenotype black, does that mean that they're African?
Like, what does an African American look like? We all look the same.
No, but that doesn't. The term, the way it's used to describe somebody on legal documentation.
African American. So
right. I completely agree. I'm not the same complexion as you, yet still on documentation I'm African American. I'm light skinned, but still I'm African
And I'll say this, I looked at your page. You look pretty good, but your phenotype says Blasian.
I'm not the same complexion.
And I'll say this, your phenotype says Blasian.
Yeah.
Your phenotype says Blasian.
So I would be able to.
Native? Is she native?
Yes, my grandmother's.
Okay, you look like a Blasian. You look exactly like a Blasian.
So then you would be telling me that the documentation of my people is not true. They just don't exist.
Blasian.
Because they just don't exist.
Blasian.
Documentation, so you were lying.
No.
What's
So
the
then why did you
difference,
say you had
though?
documentation?
Like, is it birth records, censuses?
Hold on. Why did you say? Hold on.
Censuses.
Why did you say you had documentation of your ancestors being
He asked
African?
me earlier, did I know the ship? Or he didn't even ask. I said on my own that if you're asking specifically about the name of a ship or something along those lines,
So then you don't
I
have
don't have that.
documentation. You lied.
There's multiple forms of documentation.
No.
There are.
So you don't have the shit they come on. You don't
I have the
country.
name of it.
You don't have none of that. What is going on here?
So you're saying unless I have the name of a ship that I cannot 100% prove that they came from Africa. So
correct.
So that you're saying
Correct. I have
you
all the
don't
ships
trust
my
the
European ancestors
legitimacy
came
of
on.
DNA.
I have
You
all
don't
the ships
trust
my
DNA.
European ancestors
You
came
don't
on. So
trust
there's no
DNA
excuse.
documentation.
So there's no excuse.
You
Unless
keep saying DNA documentation, but you still have yet to show what
there's other
documentation.
forms of.
Stop
So
talking about
no
DNA.
one-
You ain't
so
even
you
took
can't tell-
one.
so-
Stop talking about DNA. You haven't took one. So stop
And
using
on
it.
top of
There's
that,
other
DNA
people in
tests
my
can only
family who have to say
listen.
that you.
Listen, ma'am. The
Those
only
aren't even
first of all,
real.
the only thing DNA tests can tell you is who
So
you're
you
directly
are
related to. They
saying that
cannot
DNA
tell
is
you an
not real.
ethnicity. No, no one's saying that. But the only thing your
You
DNA
just said
test can
it.
tell you, no. Okay, well, the
That's my
DNA
point. I
test
can't
cannot.
argue with stupid. Science is
Okay,
real.
well, can you answer what I'm saying though? A DNA test has been proven to only be able to tell you who your direct relatives are. It cannot pinpoint an ethnicity. What they try to do is they try to go based off of modern day populations and modern day people, and they do an estimation based off of where people are
Right.
living at. Where
So
listen,
that's why
the people
it
that they
won't say
compare.
that
Can I
I'm
finish what I'm saying? The
Lakota
people that they
and
compare African Americans to are indigenous to Asia. They came from Asia. The West Africans, their DNA is literally Asian. There's a bunch of documentation to prove it that Northwest and East Africans did not even start off, especially those where
Right.
people's DNA is literally Asian. There's a bunch of documentation to prove it.
I was responding to a comment.
Hold on, let me play this video since apparently she's more
I don't need it to
informed.
like
Hell,
stop
hey, I'm not
video.
talking to you, diaper booty. I'm not talking to you. Anyways, since you're more informed than scientists, I guess you got a degree or something. I doubt it.
DNA tests for ethnicity are entertainment value only. William Gilliland is a biology professor at DePaul. He says DNA kits can be great for connecting family members and finding relatives, but the science for ethnicity testing isn't as concrete. DNA tests for biology professor at DePaul. He says there's no diagnostic nucleotide. You can say this person is from Europe, this person's from Africa. These DNA tests for ethnicity are entertainment value only.
Yeah, so I don't know why you were trying to insult my a big head. I don't know why you
you
were trying to insult my intelligence. Talking about I don't know stuff.
Doesn't change anything.
Talking about I don't know stuff when scientists disagree with you. So don't come over here.
Diagnostic nucleotide.
It's talking about when scientists disagree with you.
Anything I said.
Nice try though. Nice
It
try though.
doesn't change anything.
Nice try though.
It
You got a box
Can I
of books
ask
in
you
your head.
something?
Stop calling yourself African American. You're not American at all. You're not
Listen,
American at all. You're
we're-
African, like you said. Stop calling yourself
we're-
African American. The only
listen,
Americans
we're-
are indigenous people. You were African. Oh, Americans are indigenous people. You were African. You were African, not American. You were African.
Can I ask you a
Hold
question
on.
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's
That your
off
answer.
of my eye, what I can see with my eyeballs, what I felt.
You can't do that because does a Native American have Afro textured hair or straight hair?
It would depend on where.
There's literally documentation. First of all, this is the question you got to ask yourself. Why are you only hear about in documentation that says that Native Americans had straight hair, or it only describes the hairstyles that they're wearing? There's quite literally evidence, archaeological
never
evidence.
said that
And
indigenous
no, listen, I'm
people
just
didn't have curly
no. That's
hair.
not what you say. That's not what you say. But that's what all science says, or whatever. There's literally.
Science doesn't all say that.
I know, but I just want to
When you
explain
lie
to her
about a
something though.
DNA test, you don't listen.
Listen, I just want to explain this to you though. There's literally archaeological evidence, like hard concrete evidence that shows Aztec mummies that have dreadlocks. So why do we never hear about those kind of people in documentation? Not only that,
We
but
do
people.
though.
There's if you search it up, search it up on the Google.
If you look at indigenous Southern Americans, people indigenous to South America, that's still indigenous Americans. They still to this day have the curly coily hair, and they
Okay,
have the
so what I'm
same
asking you
phenotype
is,
as indigenous people. I can
so
see
so
that.
what defines an African phenotype in your opinion? That's what I'm asking.
There
So
wouldn't
you said based
be
off of
an
what you
African
that's what
phenotype
but
because
you
there's
said
different
you said you
people
can go
on the
based
whole
off of what you see
continent.
with your eyeballs. So I'm asking you, what do you see with your eyeballs that can make you come to that conclusion?
There
That's
is
what I'm asking.
no one African phenotype.
Not one. I'm saying, but what do you see with your eyeballs that when you look at yourself, when you look at your family, that says, oh, this person is African? That's what I'm asking you.
I see from my mother's side of the family, they have all darker skin. They have 4C textured hair.
Mm-hmm.
They have
So
wider
if
lenses. They have slanted eyes.
so, if all those phenotypes are actually said by conquistadors to be present in America before colonization, what does that mean then? All of those phenotypes, and there's actually
But those
artifacts left
phenotypes
by the
present
indigenous people.
differently in the depictions of those indigenous
No,
people
that's
by
not true.
themselves.
That's not true. You know why? Because there's artifacts left by those people. You want to see what they look like? I can post them on the background right now. They literally look like Black Africans. There's almost no phenotypical difference at all. They have the same range of skin colors, phenotypes, and that's not on the back. They have the same range of skin colors, the same range of hair textures, the same range of culture, the same range of isolated languages, which is a part of culture. You know what I'm saying? So I'm asking you again, like, if all those things are continuities between both continents, how can you go based off of something you see with your eyeballs on what
There
is
are
what?
still indigenous peoples today who maybe not members
I
of
can
the
show you
present
one.
day
I can
tribes,
show you
but
one. You want me to show you a pure example of an indigenous man? I'll show you. Here, let's look at him. I can show you. Here, let's. Give me 1 second.
It's a coincidence that you look like a recent Blasian.
I don't think I look Blasian out.
Latina.
Where do I look Blasian?
few blazings in my lifetime, so that's why I'm just so harping on it.
And it doesn't give bleaching.
You find your pictures. But look at this right here, y'all. This is in the temple in the Yucatan, right? You see homie right there. Look at that. Look at that head. Look at that head. That's in the Yucatan. That's in the Yucatan. And that's in the Central America.
So that looks like an indigenous person and not what I would call an African person.
Okay, but that looks just like my grandfather, and in person, you could not tell him apart from
Can y'all not do that?
African.
Can y'all not do that?
So that's
You know when you show stuff like that, people are gonna say they don't look like Africans because they think we look like Africans. So I don't know what the
But
point
that's
is
the
showing
thing,
stuff
though.
like
They
that.
say that, right? And then the two things that are completely wrong about that is that Africans have so many different phenotypes. So there's people from
But
Africa
that's
that
not
don't
my
even
point.
look.
My point was there's no point in showing that because they always say the same thing. She just said the same thing the other 50,000 people have said when someone puts something like that up on the screen. Is
People,
irrelevant.
different races can have similar phenotypes.
They go off of white supremacist lookership. They're all the same. So there's no point in
But that's
putting
the
that on
thing,
the
though.
screen.
She keeps on saying something that is backtracking against something that she said previously. She keeps on saying that she's going based off of
She's mixed
her
with
visual.
she said her grandma is Native American, so her grandma probably got pale skin. She's mixed with Neanderthal, so she's doing the
My
Neanderthal
grandmother's
behavior.
not pale.
But listen, she keeps on going back on what she's saying. She keeps on saying that she goes based off of something that she could see based off of her eyes. That's how she knows who she is. But then she'll sit there and say there's not one phenotype that she can pinpoint out that belongs to either one of the people.
And I'm not
That's
saying
not
that
what
all
I
light
said.
skinned people
Neither
have
of
to have
those
pale
things are what
skin
I
because
said.
I hate when people say
That's
that.
literally what you did.
It's not though. I said specifically you could not pinpoint one phenotype for all of Africa.
That's true, but what about America? You can't do that either.
You can't.
Hold on, she trying
No,
to
you
gaslight
can't.
me. She trying to gaslight me because she said her grandma's not pale, but when you look up Native American, pale people pop up. Ain't no people with our skin tone popping up, and she's saying you look African because of your skin tone and your hair texture. So I don't know why she's trying to gaslight me.
I never. Who did I say?
So why are you saying that? Why are you saying black people look African? What's your
Because
reason?
of what you Googled up.
No, answer the question. Why are you saying black people look African? Go ahead and point out the features.
The term African American, what I made that very clear. I'm using a term and then backing up those by documentation on both sides of the family. There are no distinctive features that you can claim to one set of people because multiple races can share a certain
So why
feature.
did you say you knew your mom was African American based on her appearance?
Keep on saying.
Based off of the way that you are described in legal documentation on a day-to-day basis, just what your papers say, what you believe aside, what the documentation will say legally, what you're classified as. There's no deeper true meaning to that. I'm talking about what your
There is no racial classification called African American. Please show me someone with African American on their birth certificate.
Piece of paper and it
Show me
asks
someone
you
with
your
African
race or
American on their birth
ethnicity. It
certificate.
says Black or African American.
Show
white,
me someone.
Asian.
Okay, so show me someone with African American on their birth certificate. That's not a legal category, and that term is owned by a food company. So you're a piece of food, I guess. Is what you're saying. That term is copyrighted by a food company.
Aside, when you fill out a piece of paper, it'll usually say Black or African American. Is that not correct?
Black doesn't mean African American.
Is that something that you call yourself though, or is that something that they tell you that you are?
No, it's not something that I call myself. It's what I'm using.
Well, then when you fill out that paper, why do you check off those boxes? Because it's never telling you what you are. It's asking you what you are. So why do you check off those boxes?
That's how it.
Call yourself though, or is it check off those boxes because it's never.
That's how.
If I put in what do you identify as,
when
then you check off the box. That's
it is taking you out. There's a census. You are taking yourself out of a vote when you do that. There are reasons. There is a standard for it to work that way. Beside how you feel about the term.
So pause before you say anything else. Before you open your mouth and let one more word out of it. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Oh God, girl, bye. Put her off the stage. She ain't even old enough to hold a conversation with nobody.
She's what? She's how old is she?
She don't know nothing about nothing. She don't
21.
know absolutely nothing about absolutely nothing.
About myself.
That's an excuse. I already knew this at least 2022. Sorry. Okay.
An excuse that who gave?
The
So, 'cause
Narragansett
I didn't need
Indians were
any
black.
excuse. 'Cause
Narragansett
I didn't need
Indians were
any
black
excuse.
Indians, and they were
I
told that
never
if
said
they
I was
didn't accept the African or the
And it
weren't going to be
and I
able to
corrected
vote.
You're a very
Um,
educated Venus for a 21-year-old, but this man right.
Let Samuel, what you say?
educated because she's pandering to the
Oh my
nonsense
God.
she likes.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what
And
Samuel.
that's
Samuel, what you say?
educated because she's pandering to the
Oh my
nonsense
God.
she likes.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what
And
Samuel.
that's okay. My person, if
This is what we about to do. I was liking the 6th grid format. I ain't had to sweep nobody, but
Crazy.
yeah, like why? Free my people, huh? Like you can't, you don't know none of us up here. You can't name who our people. You can't even name your African ancestors. Like what are we doing? What are people going to name their African ancestors for once? Don't say that New York shit to me, please. I ain't nobody's heart.
No, I was just gonna say that she Conda was right. Like the Narragansett Indians, I got this video that said that if they was being told that, hey, if you didn't accept this, not African Americans, obviously they didn't say that, this black label or whatever, you didn't get the right to vote, and so that's why people didn't want to do that. That's a whole trickery in itself. She wasn't really right, but she was right from old times ago. I'm just saying, like that's why we don't like these terms now. Nobody ever liked African American or black or whatever, but sometimes we just had to fill it out because some wacko put it on a damn job form to application, and you like whatever. I'll check this box, but that don't mean those things aren't around later on as documents that go by the government that says this is who you are. They go by your birth records and other shit, and that shit don't say that. Like Venus was saying, it don't say African American.
Yep. She said, "Free my people."
They go by the government. Like Venus was saying, it don't say.
Thank you. Sorry. I wanted to say something, which is like, it's so stupid when people sit there and they start like going back on what they're saying, because it's like clearly you're not even arguing the or you're not even trying to like say when it's in a bag, you don't have to check the receipt, sir. I
You
have
at
3
work?
items. No, I'm at the grocery store trying to get out of here. Do want to check the receipt. I have 3 items. I have an air condenser to clean out electronics, eggs, and aloe vera water in a bag. But anyways, but I was saying like she clearly wasn't even trying to have a like productive conversation. She just wanted to win whatever argument she could, and she was like backtracking, like she wasn't even making any like legitimate or logical sense. She was just sitting there. She kept on saying, "Oh, I'm going based off of what I could see with my eyeballs," and we're asking her a question like, "What is it that you see with your eyeballs?" And then she's telling us features that would be considered what Black people would have. She said broad noses, 4C textured hair. She said dark skin, and I said, "What if all those phenotypes are found in Americas?" And she said, "There's not one phenotype that just is you could pinpoint to Africans, and that's the same thing you could say about Americans also." You know what I mean? So I'm just like, it's just talking in the circles with her.
Yeah, for sure. You still have a lot to learn, obviously. Name your African ancestors 2025. That should be a hashtag.
Do you remember when I showed my slave ancestor branch? The one branch that was Jenny and Joe McLean, and I showed what the genealogist did. He literally said that because they were enslaved, they must come from Africa. Like that's and then he doesn't even know where her parents are or anything like that. That's the
I
same
was
kind
asking
of.
right. I mean, I be asking the right questions. People just like to jump in when I'm talking to folks.
Are you asking Jay Bird? Because I finna tell Jay Bird something about a book. I thought y'all were just kind of conversing this. Jay Bird, there's a book called The Most Important Parts by, and lecture 28 is about marriage. And when a girl get married, she's got she has a bond, right? A license, a bond. So you turn into the property when you get married. So
no, yeah, that's still
so
that's still correct for today.
Yeah, it's still the same. I'm married right now. My husband's property. So lecture 32 is about servants, right? So the first servant is a SL. The second one is apprentice. The third one is a hired apprentice, right? And the SL conditions, the first condition is the way what your mama got going on. That's what you got going on. So if your mama married, she a SL. So now you and her sharing her land and everything belong to this man she married. Okay. The second way to be a SL in the Justonian law is to be a prisoner of the scrimmage, right? We don't say the other word because Indian, they don't like us to say words. All right. So in the third way to be a SL is to be a free man and sell yourself for half the price after the age of 20. Okay, y'all can find that book. It's called The Most Important Parts by Professor Kent. Questions and answers. Okay, you can get the PDF or you can buy the Amazon book.
What's up, grandson?
So something that I was like doing research into, I had started doing research like last year into this, but I like found more evidence to support this. Is I think it's I forgot his first name, but it was like DeSoto's expedition in Florida, right? And so we know that during the time that DeSoto was going through Florida, it wasn't really one Spanish Florida yet, but it's
somebody clipped him. I don't know.
You didn't know if he was off the app, but on something else, it'll take you off.
What's up? What's up, Jasmine? Hi.
what happened. But I was just saying that it wasn't Florida where yet, but when it was established, Florida was, West Florida and what we know as Florida today, that also encompassed parts of Georgia as well. And I was looking at his encounter with Calusa or the Calusa people, the Temecula, and then also the they didn't really call them Choctaw, even though they were Choctaws in Alabama. He just says the indigenous people of Alabama. And the funny thing is that one, when he's describing them, he literally doesn't talk about their hair texture, just the hairstyles that they wear. And he literally said Tuscaloosa was wearing something that was resembling something called like a Moorish something. I forgot what the name of it was, but when you do research about it, you can't find what he's referring to. It only ever goes back to Tuscaloosa. And the thing is that what I was doing research about was that Tuscaloosa and Calusa had to have some kind of relation, because the Calusa people, who were actually called Mayans, they were part of the Miami Indians. You know what I mean? The people believed that Calusa initially meant fierce warriors, right? And that's important to remember, because when he came to Alabama, he saw Chief Tuscaloosa. It was understood that Tushka means warrior and Lusa means black. And Lusa and Calusa also means black. So you got Tuscaloosa and Calusa. It's almost like the same person. They describe them the same way. They're tall, they're dark, they're very well built, and they're fierce warriors, right? And so he came over and he's like talking about how these people, they have dark skin and everything. But the part that's important to understand that's not considered is the fact that all these people, from everybody that's black in America, they always say they have origins in the East or the Southeastern United States. No one really ever, I'm sure there's some, but no one really says that their ancestors come from anywhere else. It has to be from anywhere from Texas all the way to Florida and all the way up the East Coast. So it's like, if the indigenous people were said to be of Florida were particularly black and extremely dark skinned, blacker than the rest, he's talking about the entire southeast of the United States, not just Florida, what we know today. So when people sit there and they say, "Oh, you guys are all claim the 5 civilized tribes," well, that's because that's where we're all from. You know what I mean?
look at the tribal takeover by different ethnicities or phenotypes in Spanish or New Spain areas, what you see is a lot of the tribes, like the Seminoles and all the ones in the South down here, they try to look. A lot of them look like Spaniards, right? And some of them might have looked like an Asian, but you see a lot of the more Asian looking people and little Spaniards also over on the West Coast. Up in the way northeast, you somewhat see some of those Asian looking folks, but it's a lot of white tees up in those. I think I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I'm just saying, like when you look at like the takeover from how colonization went, the tribes tend to take on some of the hues and whatever of those people who supposedly colonized the lands before.
Yeah, and they take over the phenotype as well. But also, you guys should look into how they stripped corn. I forgot. I don't know how to correctly pronounce it because I have to read it to pronounce it. But I think it's called like nixtamalization or something like that. But anyways, they used to use lye to strip corn of their husk. But when you do research into how they would make lye and what they would use it for, pronounce it, but I think it's called like used to use lye to strip the same thing that African American man used in the first hair straightening perm, the hair relaxer. That's what it was. That's what it was lye. It was just a high concentrated variation of it. And so when people in the southeast of the United States were washing their hair, they were straightening it throughout the entire.
It's animal fat and fermented potatoes. It's animal fat, fermented potatoes, and coal ash. That's what relax. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
coal
That's
ash.
what.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm
now
college,
so they
so you
used to
never
do
know
that.
that.
They used to do that. They used to make the lye, and they would pretty much use it to wash their hair and straighten and style their hair. But it's the same thing. Culture doesn't disappear. It's the same thing that Black people were doing in America. But then all of a sudden it became, oh, we straighten our hair because we hate being Black, or it's to fit in with Europeans' hairstyle standards and stuff like that. No, that's something that we've been doing.
You guys a question because I came onto the panel late.
What's up?
Hi, David. So you guys are bringing up a lot of like important points, right? And I was thinking about this the other day. Actually, I think about this all the time. But I was thinking about this the other day, like the crops that are indigenous to the continent of America, and specifically the USA and then the Southeast region, and why that's always brought up, right? It's always brought up within our community because before they changed our names after colonization, those areas were Mississippian culture. You also had other indigenous groups, the Woodland Plains group. There were some Californians and stuff like that, but the concentration of the copper colored people were in the Southeast. The Floridians, they share a culture with the Tayanos, Niarawics. Same thing with like the Mesoamericans that are from Mexico, the Mixtecs, the Mayans, Olmecs, whatever. It's just kind of like proximity. But when we look at like who's more indigenous as far as the whole continent, it's the southern part. That's just kind of my understanding as, just kind of like an academic and educator. What are your thoughts about that?
No, ma'am, because I have grandparents from Massachusetts, right? I have indigenous grandparents from New York. I have indigenous grandparents from Utah. I have indigenous grandparents from the whole Eastern Seaboard.
Well, hold on. Let me make sure I clarify, because you said no, but I wasn't saying that you're not right.
Purple color is all over every inch
Yeah,
of
no, the whole continent. So I want to make sure that you heard that part, the whole continent.
The whole inch.
But when you hear a lot of people, when they say where they're from, though, right, they go with what they know. So my family is, I'm from California, but my family is from Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama when it gets to my grandparents and great grandparents and beyond. And then After a while, it starts going Central and South American, if that makes sense.
I get
It
what
does.
you're saying. You're talking about like migration patterns. In a
Yeah,
sense.
yeah. Like the longer you're here, the wider the range is. How far back do you go on this land map that you can like say for definitively this is maybe I'm also like in the North Woodland Plains, by the way, love, Venus. That's what I was talking about, the northern area of the US. What is your story that connects you to that without creating the story based off of something that someone told you?
Well, I obviously you must not know me, but I got multiple
I
different
don't.
stories of people, and so I got Choctaw warriors going back to 1713. I got chief Indians of different type of possibly Ute tribes or different type of people. So I mean, it's it's a lot of people in your genealogy tree once you do it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna
Yeah,
pinpoint.
can you name them though? Because my grandma Lucy is Choctaw.
One of mine is Ali Kahil Hash, type of genealogy. French Nancy Ali Kahil Hash. They got married to, or they had a child named Imahota. She was their daughter, and then she got married to Thomas Love. So, my bad, I just took a good old puff, so I'm winded. But she got married to Thomas Love, and they got a whole county in Chickasaw County called Love County, which is almost half of Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma, named after my family.
Yeah, I don't know you, so I think that like for me, like as an educator, I always like people to speak in specifics because it's like, is this like your actual reality, or is it something that you read, right?
No, this is reality of people in my tree. I can turn it on to my ancestry right now. I did it earlier on the live stream, but I can turn it right now to my ancestry tree and show you 30 people
Well,
in my line with
can
paperwork. I'm from Oklahoma, so my people got paperwork.
I wanted to add into the original question. Something that I think that people don't really think about too often is like, why did Christopher Columbus settle in the island of Hispaniola? And then that became the center of the the trade, right? Because the thing is that we had a whole culture that was here before Columbus came to America. And what people don't realize is that people from the Southeast, they do have a different kind of culture than people from the plains and people from Canada and stuff like that. And but people from the Southeast have a culture that is actually a derivative of the ancient Olmec and Mayan cultures. So it's like people that claim that they're 100% Mayan, they don't really know the real history of what happened because, the Mayans, they were heavily influenced by the Olmec who came before them. And then they were all mixing together and they're creating other branches of those specific tribes, the same as the 5 civilized tribes all come from the Yamasee. And so they literally will sit there and tell you like, okay, well, the Southeastern United States people, they have a culture that's different than the Mayans. However, the language that they speak down there, the indigenous people, is quite literally a derivative of that language. The same as the Taínos, they're different than the Mayans, but they come from the Mayans and the Olmec, so do the Arawak. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they want you to diverge the fact that we had a trade route that was already going on before Columbus came to America. When he came here, he saw all the different routes, all these people going on dugout canoes, all different ways of travel and trading between these different ports. That's how there's even the documented history of how in Georgia there's a mound. It's called the Kolomoki Mound, it literally has the largest source of the dye used in the Bonampak mural in the Yucatan Peninsula. And that's like the only place that they know that they could have gotten it from. The language, the culture, it suggests that there was some kind of relation in the past as well. So when you were saying before, Southeastern United States people have a more ancient culture that is, and it's more broader the longer you're here. That's true because around the entire Gulf of Mexico, we were all technically a part of the same people, though we had different branches of the same language.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys for understanding that. I wasn't saying that you were wrong. I was just trying to catch up and see, you know, what your proof was, because the proof is going to be very important coming very soon, you know?
Yeah. All of my ancestors, they either come from, originally, they either come from North Carolina or Alabama. There's like no in between. And so I have come from 3 traceable ancestors that like when I say 3, I mean like lines that go to a specific point that are from North Carolina, and the rest are from Alabama. I'm sorry, and also Canada. I have 1 line that comes from Canada as well.
And I'm gonna just show you real quick somebody on my particular tree that's way back in 1713, right? He got married to French Nancy. Ali Kahia Hassan, they had Imahota in the, I just had it open, Chickasaw Times in 2018, because your boy found it. And you do a quick search on Hash, because that was the last name of my ancestor. There you got all 3 of these people listed in this newspaper as one of their current day descendants who's, you know, kind of jacked their way into my bloodline family. But you have Brandy Hurtado is the maternal descendant of Maddie Hardwood and original Rollie of the Dolls Roll. She is the maternal descendant of French Nancy, the mother of Homo Hota Love and Ali Kohio Hash. So just this one newspaper, even more so solidifies this is one of their current day descendants. He still has a little bit of tinge left over because they keep marrying this way, as you see, and they try to keep whitening that out, but it just keeps kind of sticking around. But for our people, they labeled us as freedmen from the, and that's a whole nother story. They had a whole lot of mulatto kids and blah, blah, blah. I got videos of it on my page, but anyways, I'm just showing this to show even more proof. My folks is in 2018 newspaper still being talked about in the Chickasaw Times because he was a Chickasaw warrior who unalived a lot of French soldiers who came here and then saved a 5-year-old girl who he ended up getting married to later after she became of age and after the Chickasaws took care of her. So it's a whole long story, but I got many stories. To later.
I'd like to add to that, right? I have to find the book later, but start looking for books with your surnames. If you're from a certain area, right? My family, the strongest part is Mississippi, Delta area, and there are people who have written stories about our surnames. And in Louisiana too. Herbay is one. I don't want to put all my information out there, but you go to my page, you can see it, some of it. But Herbert is one. And then when you go to the Mississippi Delta, there's
the sites in the comments, but my point was that most of these sites against Asian, African,
No, they
Polynesian,
test all of us.
they
Yeah.
test against those bones. They don't have that. They don't really have our bones from the USA
No, but
because it's actually a law for multiple tribes that
No
if
love.
they find
No love.
bones,
Let me
it's
say this.
gatekept by the tribe.
No, those tribes are Siberians. They're not the actual ancient people. That's the
That's
whole
not
point.
true.
They say
There are
they
people
when
are
no
also in
listen
those
when
tribes. Our people
when
are
you
also
read
in
have
those
you read
tribes.
any
Some
of
of them
those?
are myths, but
But
they're
listen,
not us.
listen. Have you guys read the actual reports? They do something. It's called I haven't screenshot the actual terminology for it, but it's called like a continuity estimate. So what they do is they sit there and they try to assume based off of the current people what relation score they'll have to the ancient bones, because there's not anyone that actually is highly related to these remains. You know what I'm saying? So they'll do something. They'll say like, okay, this person shares, like 0.12% DNA with this person that it lived a long time ago, and it's found in this tribe at a 0.12% or something like that. So 0.12%. And then they'll say, oh well, based off of the fact that this person lived this many years ago, and these people are showing a continuity with these ancient remains, they share a relation score. Let's make an algorithm, or let's make an equation to show what happened. They're not actually saying, okay, well, are there people that have more relation to these people, or is it just going to be like they all share like a very low amount of DNA
No,
with
so
these people?
Aurora said, can I say this, love? Because I just saw her comment. Aurora said, so it's basically inaccurate no matter what. No, it's calculators. First of all, we're the original calculators. The people who have melanin. We are the copper colored people. We're the original calculators. This is not something that's pseudoscience. If you guys all saw Hidden Colors, right? Black people or Black women too, to be more specific, but we were the original calculators, algorithms. It's like, hey, if I'm looking at who's the most ancient, right? You're going to have to use ancient DNA. If we were to take our DNA right now, right, and say, hey, everybody that's in the US right now, whether you're black, white, red, yellow, whatever you're going to call it, if we were to say collectively, if you had this DNA and test it against other people, that would be the standard calculator for being American. But they don't do that. They don't do that. Matter of fact, there are all the Native American tribes and the Israeli freaking country, they don't even let their people test, because they know when they test their DNA against modern tribes, they're going to show that they're not to that region. That's why you have to use ancient DNA to prove who was here first.
I disagree with what you said earlier. You were saying that the Native American, those bones belong to the Native Americans. Native Americans don't have ancient bones buried.
I didn't say that.
I was saying that the tribes legally own those bones, which is why they don't use them for the database. And you said those are Native American bones.
That they don't, when it comes to blood quantum, they don't actually use ancient remains to do their blood quantum.
That's not what I was talking about, though. I was saying they don't have our bones in any of those databases that use bones to test, because the tribes own.
What you said that I said though is not what I said. So.
Can I add something in real quick?
You did, because when I said that, you replied that Native Siberians own that, and they're not, and those aren't our bones. That's what you said.
I'm gonna be very honest. Stop saying I said that.
I'm not gonna lie. I heard what I said.
Did anyone else hear me say that?
Yes, I did.
Did anyone else hear you say that?
I think what's being said is you were basically mentioning that if we were to get our DNA and test it against ancient bones, and you went from there, and what she was saying is that that's okay, but the ancient bones that they would be testing must be from other people, because they don't test our bones, because our bones typically are hoarded by the Native American tribes, the BIA or whatever, or they put them in an underground facility. So I don't know. She's basically saying, hey, we're not sure if that website you're talking about is going to test the DNA of our particular ancestors' bones, because we don't know if they really got our bones.
Thank you,
I didn't hear
Samuel.
her
That's
say that.
what I
Thank you.
said.
I'm not slow. I heard what I heard. I'm not making. Yeah, for 3 hours.
How old are you, love? How old are you? How many degrees do you have? And I have a degree in biology, love. Awesome. I have 6. I know you don't, because you want to be right. I'm done.
Caught lying. Caught lying.
All right. All right. Love. Okay. But you're the one making.
You're an agent, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I am an Asian. You're right.
You don't even have a degree.
Gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I am an Asian. You're right.
You don't even have a
You're
degree. But
right.
you're over here flexing. You're over here flexing the
you're-
white man's degree. You were a whole agent. Get some help, lady.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
My father went to Harvard. I can flex shit too. I can flex nonsense shit too. Nobody cares about the white man's education. Nobody cares about the white man's education. Nobody cares about the white man's education. You're not smarter than nobody. You're not smarter than my father went to Harvard. I can flex shit too. I can flex.
You in the middle ground, and you're trying to be right. What is that about? Are you want to be right, or you want to build a community? You want to be right? Oh my gosh! Now you're just projecting. I'm not going to talk to
You
anymore.
literally asked
Oh.
degree.
I'm not gonna talk to
You
anymore.
literally asked me if I had a degree. What? And then when I said yeah, you're like, well, I got me if
Oh my gosh, because like you said you were Siberians or whatever, and blah blah blah. Like, how old are you? I answered, how old are you? I answered my age. Exactly. That's it. I'm not gonna make this about me and you. This is very divesting. Anyways.
That's on subject. Why do people want Black Americans identify as African? So and then now the new question is, why do people think because the Siberians are holding the bones from the Coheco mounds and from the mounds in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and the mounds in Virginia, right? Why do they think because those people hold those bones that they are those people? DNA in those bones? That should be the new question. Darvick, make it be the new question. That's the question. Why do they think because they have our bones that they are or they are their people and they that those said bones, right? Come on now. So who right? I know who I am. It's their home because I got paperwork. And then I know my folks. And we still live in the same area. And all the documentation about it being Tuscarora area. And we still live in the same area. And all the documentation about it being Tuscarora area.
And I think, y'all are both great people, great people, you know what I'm saying? We all disagree on this app from time to time, and disagreements are healthy, and I think it's done hands to throats, you know what I'm saying? That's a good thing about this whole technology that our ancestors came up with, because we know a Black person came with everything we using to make this thing happen. Black people, so-called Blacks, indigenous folk. A Black person came with everything we using to make this thing happen. Black people, so-called Blacks, indigenous information. She shows a lot of sources, even despite not having the amount of degrees, there's a lot of knowledge that may even surpass your degrees or may not. I'm not, saying that at all. I'm just saying that she's proven that in the community. And I've seen you here that have degrees or may not. I'm not, community too as well. You came in quite a bit as I came in there with my creation story and just kind of side curved me to the side and said, hey, just prove my genealogy. You know what I'm saying? Your boy don't have a problem with doing that as well. Don't have a problem with doing that as well, but you didn't kind of just sidewire me with that. But I'm just saying, sometimes your ego, not ego, I'm sorry, don't take that word. Sometimes your character may be misjudged or may come off a little bit more harsher to some of us. But I've seen you on here. I think you do a cool job in the community. I've seen some of your live streams, but she was right. You know what I'm saying? She was just trying to let you know, hey, the bones here, because they don't.
Got it. You guys got it. I'm gonna be quiet. Say less.
But she was right. You know what I'm saying? She was just the anything. I wouldn't
really give a fuck anymore. You guys got it.
Like I said, I'm not digging at you or anything like that. I just, I'm just saying, shit. It was just a little misunderstanding between y'all two. But like what she was saying is like, they don't dig past the Clovis level for bones, here in America. They digging past the Clovis level, they're not gonna really find anything ancient. So those websites are not gonna have the type of bones websites are not gonna have the type of bones they really need to test against. But it's still cool to know about them if they ever did low. Or if they do find them, they typically gonna hoard them anyway.
Yeah, if you look it up, it said that they have look it up like that.
I would love to learn more from you guys. Tell me more. I'm quiet.
Yeah.
They typically gonna hoard them anyway.
Yeah, if you look it up, it said that they have ownership over bones. No other group does that.
Yeah.
Like what?
I would love to learn more from you guys. Tell me more. I'm quiet.
Yeah.
Learn.
My point was that you said something that you didn't say. I didn't care that you disagree.
to us what he's doing. My bad, I'm gonna get that up here because they showing too many skulls. But at least he's showing what the word today, so we can kind of take what we can take from this is YTs know what the hell is going on, and they just fucking with us. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I love your point. I just like to understand whatever. Maybe it's not really so much about the degrees, right? And I will speak to you directly, Venus, as a higher educator, someone who teaches PhD level students or whatever, and who is on TikTok as a content creator, but mostly an educator, right? And someone who's about that life, right? When it comes to who can teach or whatever, I just find it very interesting that you will sit there and be like, oh, okay, look at this white tea man doing this, whatever, and doing that, whatever, and like, that's okay. But this black chick that you have a problem with, because you have a problem with me, and it's a problem that you have with me. I'm going to call that out really quickly, because I never came on here with the intent to attack Venus. I don't know who you are. I don't give a fuck about who you are, but I don't dislike you, right? But you won't even let this go so that we can go back to the point. And that's very narcissistic,
What
Venus.
the fuck are you talking about? Are you
Because you
slow?
brought
What
you
are
brought
talking
it you
about?
brought it back up. Are you dumb?
Be funny.
No.
Yo, you were trying to be funny.
No, I was being very macro aggressive. Macro aggressive.
You were trying to
But
sneak
this
over
is
to
the
mention me instead of
Venus
just being
show.
direct.
This is the Venus show, so now I'm calling you out. Is this about?
You were trying to sneak talk me when you could have just been direct. You could have just said my name.
Now I'm saying it.
You
So
could have
what
just said my
now?
name. Now when I call it out, you're gonna get all mad.
Venus, now what? Venus, now what? Is it about me and you, or is it about
Clearly
garbage
it is about me. Otherwise, you would
I
have.
know you brought it back up. You brought it back up, Venus.
No, you brought it back up. You talk about the
Can
white
we
man, this and
stop?
that.
Can we stop?
You thought I wouldn't call it out.
Can we go back to the show, or is this a Venus show? Because you're boring.
Venus show. That's why you said my name.
All right, there you go. Something that's not boring, Venus.
YT man, this and that. But you got your education from him. You were over here flexing a degree. Like what?
I want to hear about Venus's theories. Put on a big screen. Let's go.
You think you can do DNA testing? So
no,
you're not very bright. You talking about something you've been asking the AI about your raw DNA?
It doesn't matter, Venus.
You want something?
I want to know. I want to hear your theories, Venus.
He is that your agent. That's my theory.
My theory is that you're dumb. Like your grandma and your bald-headed daddy that wasn't even there because he left you.
Better than you.
Your mom and your dad should have swallowed you guys.
Both my parents have more hair than you.
You have no parents. I think you're adopted. Blackie locks.
What kids? They're up here calling me a blackie. If I'm a blackie, what are you? TRANNY? Who are you?
So what's going on?
Oh, you were not talking.
What's going on?
Because I called her out.
Called out what?
So she was telling us to look into those. I think you were here at that time. She was telling us to look into those ancestry test sites, upload our raw DNA to those sites that test against bones. And I was telling her they won't test against bones from the USA because Native American tribes hoard those bones. They have a law that says if you dig up American Indian bones, it can go to certain Native American tribes and they can gatekeep those bones, right? And she was saying she was saying that the bones they dig up aren't American Indian bones, those are Siberian bones. And I was telling her that makes no sense. Siberian bones are not buried here, so that makes no sense. And she got mad because I said that. Then she was trying to. Then she asked me what degree I have, and I told her why she's flexing the white man's degrees. I do have a degree, but why does it matter? My father also went to Harvard. You don't see me get online, be like, boy, my people are from Harvard. Like that, who cares? Right. So she got called out for using the white man's education system as a talking point. And then Samuel was showing a source about someone discovering mounds, and then she gonna bring up the white man and say that it's wrong that we're getting education from a white man because I brought up white man earlier, and I called her out on that. And then
I'm
she
trying
was
to come
trying
to
to be
a
funny.
resolution.
And then she tried to be funny,
No,
got
can
mad, and
we
then she
both
got
speak
mad.
no, can we both say our sides, right?
Sure.
I was
Yeah.
literally trying to. I was literally trying to and get
You
mad
got
when
caught
some.
lying.
Wait, hold on. No, I didn't lie. You're gonna stop saying that. When I said what I said, right? Because you have a different understanding of me, right? And you just use different words than me, right? When someone says that I said something, I'm going to be highly offended by that. And I was trying to clarify it. I was trying my hardest in the beginning to clarify, like, hey, maybe you misunderstood what I was trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say, but I'm Venus. This is what I'm trying to say, but I'm Venus. I'm going to just sit here and understood what I was trying to be like, hey, because I'm not no punk. I'm not no freaking microaggressive person. I'm very extreme. Very fucking extreme.
Okay,
So
so how long
extreme.
y'all gonna carry
No.
on?
I was trying to end this so long ago. Like, if anyone was here before that, I kept trying to end it. I was like, this is not. I was like, this is not the Venus and Jasmine show. Let's let other people talk. Then you came back off me when Samuel was.
No, she
oh
wasn't.
my God! So now you're a
she,
liar.
hold on, can she land? Like, hold on. I don't want to do this one at a time. Let's let her land.
So I was trying to get away from that, but yeah, now you are irritating me now because you were attacking me. You said an Adam's apple. You were calling me white or whatever. Yeah, darky. And we're gonna be so
I'm
fucking
lighter
low
than you.
vibrational.
I'm lighter than you, sir.
Alrighty.
See.
All right, let's. All right, y'all just
Show yourself, because you're not lighter than me. But whatever. And yeah, now you white.
All right, y'all just
show yourself, because you're not lighter than me. But whatever. And not only that, you don't.
Oh, darky, come out, colorist. You are the colorist.
I had an Adam's apple.
Yeah, and you do.
This one.
Your mom that swallows you.
You are.
Your mom that swallows you.
This what we gonna do. Y'all gonna take. Let's have a timeout. Take a chill pill. Let's we got more people. What's up, G? What's up, Kia? Welcome back. What's up, Dooley?
Hey, how you doing?
What to do, bro?
Hey.
What's up? What y'all got for the title?
Yeah.
I don't really got nothing to say. I'm just trying to like figure out what all the hooping and hollering is about and how long it was gonna go on because you have 50-some people, 60-some.
Yeah.
some people, 60 some
Yeah.
people here, and you never know. You got people going back and forth, arguing and calling people monkeys and saying all type of crazy shit and trying to compare and contrast degrees and all that. That's nonsense.
Hi, Gina.
Hey.
She's funny. She's funny.
I'm just saying though, like, is this not real life? Is this not real history? Is this not something that we all as a collective trying to figure out? Or is this just about like a little showboating? People want to come up and pop shit. Like, let me know.
The whole convo started because she said the American Indian bones that they're digging up and hoarding in Native American tribes are Siberian bones. That's literally how that started. And she got caught
You
out.
said, what if Dan Calloway is watching? I mean, I would know if he was watching because we follow each other on here. Yeah, I would know if Dan was in here. He'd probably be on the stage right now. I know. Because yeah, that's my homie. Will never come back. Huh? What is going on? Thanks.
Yo.
Thanks.
Yo.
I don't know. She got endless people watching. I mean, thanks for the 30 people. But that's I was about to say. How'd you get back on stage, Venus? But whatever. The time. Somebody brought you. I said timeout. Whatever, yo. Nobody listen to me anyway. Let me stop. But yeah, we got. What's up, Dooley? What's up with you?
Hey, how you doing?
You got anything to add to the title?
Yeah. So, just a little bit of background. I've been following you for a little bit now. I'll be watching your public interviews and stuff. I might listen to you when I'm on, the way with working with some of my clients. But I'm always so torn because I understand like indoctrination. I'm a history minor and a political science major, so I'm pretty sure you can get where that's kind of going. But I'm always willing to learn, and especially because certain things just doesn't make sense to me. Kind of like how they say something like sickle cell it originated in Africa, but we see like ancient, I think it's the Mayan or Inca
Yeah, Maya.
civilizations. You know what I'm
Maya's
talking
that.
about?
Yeah, I
You know
know.
what I'm
Yeah,
talking
Maya's that.
Yeah, so I was just kind of thinking about stuff like that. And what like to more so to the prompt, when I express that I'm African American, people be like, "Oh, you're African," and I say, "Well, like I'm Black American," and they're like, "You're African," but they don't ask what specific region my people came from. They don't ask anything like that. But I also have indigenous ties. My grandfather's Arawak Taino, on my paternal side, and my maternal side is like my Caddo Nation in southern Oklahoma. And so, but when I tell people that, they always, "Oh, did your tribe claim you? And do you do you have done me to be African?" But like when I claim my indigenous ties, always the speculation, the asking me where I just feel like it's really weird and disgusting because you don't really know anybody's genealogy, you don't know anybody's history. I just feel like that's weird.
Right. Yeah, it is weird. Yeah. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You can finish.
Oh no, I was just saying like I'm still young, so I'm just trying to learn as much as I can. I'll be 19 young, so I'm just trying to learn as much as I can. I'll be 19 at the end of this year, so I'm sorry, Samuel.
You've been following me for how long? How many years?
Oh no, I haven't been following you for that long. I didn't really come across your page until a little bit ago. I haven't or even been on Debate Talk for that long, really.
Okay.
So I haven't really been over here for too long. But I was on your page the other day and I was watching some of the videos. But like I would click on your live and I be listening to it like while I'm dealing with some of my clients. So
cool. All right, that's cool. That's nice. Well, yeah, go ahead. Who was talking?
I was just gonna say word of advice. No, my bad. I was just gonna say real quick, word of advice at a young age. Only believe people who show
facts.
Yeah, I ain't really got no I guess no aversions. So I'm gonna drop for some odds to come up or for anybody that disagree. But I
appreciate it.
Yep, you'll have a good night. But I appreciate y'all for having me. I'll still be here.
Appreciate it.
Yep, you'll have a good night.
All these people want us to be from Africa so bad is because it has something to do with one birthright. It also has something to do with the land. Because our ancestors own land now that has not been claimed by people. And I just find it so funny how the same people that's claiming that they indigenous to the land are on a set portion of land, but they are not actively claiming the rest of the country, claiming the rest of the country that they claim is theirs. So people that's claiming that they indigenous to the land, everybody know that America is really the motherland. And I think it just come with a lot of jealousy and shit. And they just feel like, well, shit, if they can't have it, why should these niggas have it? I don't really got to get too philosophical or none of that, you know, like it's pretty obvious because I mean, again, like Buddy said when he was up here, they keep trying to tell us that we African, but they don't never signify where we from. They just try to like they pushing it. It's like it sounds like it's a script, like something they've been taught to say over and over again, and they trying to use it like trigger words. But in reality, they know the deal. They people in their country know the deal.
Yep, for sure. Yep, for sure.
That's it.
Oh.
But I use the term Afro-Indigenous and y'all treat me out. What's she talking about?
Huh? You didn't say he did not. Oh yeah, she's still in here. She's still in here. Papa John's. Did you ever get Crystal her pepperoni pizza?
Hear what he said, but I was trying to say about Afro-Indigenous, like the reason why they throw any kind of adjective in front of indigenous or American or anything is to try to disassociate the people who look like what the adjective says. That were already there under that adjective, under the not the adjective, under the noun or the term, indigenous or whatever, or Indian, so or whatever. So, Afro is just throwing some extra shit on there that don't need to be on there. Is under the noun or the term.
Euro indigenous.
I've been asking that for the longest. Shit, like why don't y'all call her indigenous?
They don't.
And if you ask the African, are they indigenous to Africa? They would say yes, but then they don't call themselves Afro-Indigenous in Africa. But they would just say because I'm already here. Well,
right.
Well, I mean, ain't that the same thing? Indigenous anywhere else? Not in Afro or any other.
Today is anti-blackness.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to tweak out regarding this subject, but the reason why I wanted to tweak out regarding it is because personally, one of my ancestors, my great grandmother's mother, she was an indigenous woman, and we had got a call maybe about, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, possibly. And out of all of the graves that were found, they couldn't find her casket or her body or her bone. It's like, is that something that they possibly could have done?
That's the point I was making, but I was told those are Siberian bones, apparently. So
I will say they don't have. They have like Canada and like South America and stuff like that. At least the ones I'm
what
at.
I said.
South America and stuff like that. At least the ones
In Canada, I know they don't have reservations
they
in
do.
South America.
They have reservations in Canada, but
They don't have them in South America, so they don't have so they don't let certain entities gatekeep the bones.
Even and also with the modern DNA, they match me with Ojibwe. But
if you want to see if you have South American DNA or Canadian DNA, that might be useful. But if your DNA is from the USA, that's not going to be very useful.
yeah, I agree. And then like 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 mhm.
That makes more sense, anyways. I think if anybody over here came from Africa, it would more likely be the north. It would more likely be north.
Like Yucatan, Mexico. So yeah, North and South America, like Canada, Mexico, South America. That's what you mentioned. Nothing to U.S. really, unless it's like the modern. I think. But you mentioned nothing to U.S. really, unless it's like the modern. I think.
They have laws in certain tribes that say you can't, if they
That's
discover
facts.
bones, you can't use it or something.
Should we just say you can say American Indian, American, all this shit. You can even say Native American. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you know, yeah, you know. You can call yourself as long as you identify yourself as indigenous. I don't really care. I say American Indian or American or Black American shit.
Yeah, but them bones they're digging up are not Siberian bones.
I'll throw this out there. I forgot where I saw the statistic, but it was on some. But it said like 92% or something crazy of the archaeologists that go through the college system are little hat people.
I'm not surprised.
Something secret.
Yep.
That go through the college system are little hat people.
I'm not surprised.
Something secret.
Yep.
Recording a video, so I don't.
Unproductive, and why people trying to, receive some information.
Yeah. Code Leo hasn't talked at all.
What's up, Kia?
Time.
Yeah.
Done crashed out from time to time. You know, it happens on the app.
Yeah, somebody, y'all spicy as hell on TikTok, yo.
Yeah, we had to get on you the other day, Samuel, with the distractions.
And I was clowning.
I know, entertaining that.
The problem with my clowning is one, I go too long with it, and I be.
Yeah, we had to get on.
And I was clowning. I get banned a lot every time. So
Bro, people trying to start arguing with me on purpose. Like what?
Yeah.
You know how we all disagree and agree with certain stuff. I say something that I disagree with, they'd be like, "Oh, I never said that," even though they just said it 2 seconds ago, so they can start an argument. And then the argument will go on, and then they'll admit that they said it, but they'll just say it in a different way. I don't have time for these people. I don't have time.
I know I've crashed out on other people's panels, though. I ain't even gonna lie.
Everybody crashed out on my panel. Everybody crashed out on my panel.
You pissed off, man. You can't do nothing but respond.
I be trying not to, but everybody be coming up here trying to argue with me on Darvid's panel.
Yeah, everybody be crashing out on my panel.
I remember one time I just asked how they know that the ancient language is Hebrew. Couldn't there have been other languages before that? And they all started yelling at me like, "What?"
I asked the same shit. I be asking the same shit. Like I even say like, yo, like who translated Hebrew? I ask the same people who translated the Medunetter. You know, who translated these shit. And if it's and if they point me to a European, because mostly the people that decipher these things are French people. Like, I ain't even trying to hear that shit.
Well, historians did the work for us. I'm like, what does historian mean? Like, anybody could be a historian. And how did they know this information? Were they alive then?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
I remember the response. They told me, "Oh, you can tell it's in your genetics. It's the frequency. Like, you can tell it's in your genetics.
Frequency that I'm eating. Get the fuck.
Giving information about frequency and your genetics, we wouldn't have people claiming African American, even though they're not African descent.
A lot of things. I don't express a lot of things, but yeah, I don't agree with what a lot of people be saying. I don't like when people like I already expressed like yeah, somebody got mad at me because I was like, yo, America's not Egypt. So I'm like, all right, bet. They like, all right, bet. I guess they unfollowed me. I don't know. They ain't been back since I said America ain't Egypt. I was like, yeah. There's like
You said America's not Egypt.
yeah, there's like you got Osiris in your name. You're saying America's not Egypt. I was like, I don't give a fuck. But I don't give a fuck.
You said America's not Egypt.
Yeah, fuck.
Some of our people probably went to Egypt because they said they found corn in the mummy tombs or something.
Yeah, Mayans and it's recorded.
You said the mummy tombs or something.
Yeah, Mayans and it's recorded that Mayans with. But yeah, that's Mexico Central. But yeah, that's Mexico. I know I got traces to the Mayans. You know, politics have like connection to the Mayans and stuff like that. But outside of that, ain't no. You know, politics have like connection to the Mayans and stuff like that. But outside of that.
Strange how all these Native American tribes have the exact same regalia, even though they're all in different like biomes.
Them damn triangles and weird colors, all red, bright colors and stuff. Like, oh, y'all all picked the same shit.
Right.
Like, oh, y'all all picked the same shit.
Right.
Yeah, like the Powhatans, the Powhatans or the southern tribes that are along the water, they should have more like Caribbean like attire.
And vice versa in other states. Like but we sometimes have a little bit of a we have like this still group like Soul Spirit that we all have some kind of synonymous shit around all of us, but
Yeah, like the California tribes look. The California tribes look. Their clothes look like Hawaiians, kind of. They remind me of Hawaiians clothes.
Everybody to be homogenous, that to me shows propaganda. It's like that means somebody taught y'all what y'all supposed to be when y'all got here, and y'all being.
Ask Darvin about my birth chart. I don't care about that.
See, awesome.
I see you in there hate inboxing me right now, talking about your family members and all that. Okay.
Hey, she's sliding in DMs, goddamn.
But she hate inbox and talk about my mama something. I haven't looked at it, but I can see you hate inboxing me. But look, like
Maybe
I said,
she's
you
really
almost
flirting with you.
So like I said, Lil Blasian, if you need me to game you up personally, you know what I'm saying? Just hit your boy line.
Hey yo.
I'm not the one on here calling people racial slurs, so.
Nah, I heard Darky. I was like, nah, that shit crazy. I was like, what? Well, yeah, seeing Venus be saying so. I'll be telling Venus about herself. Nah, stop. Well,
yeah, I be trying to chill.
I'll be telling her about. I was like, yo, you gotta relax. I'll be telling her that. Like, you know, I can only get you know, do they gonna do regardless.
I do be chilling. This stuff that this stuff y'all see I be seeing on here, that's me holding back. Honestly.
Yeah, what's up? Dia can come back up. We got David in here. I'm not gonna lie, David cooked when he was here last time, so let's see what he got for us.
David. Why he leave?
I gave him a call. It might be the live might be glitching. Who knows? Who knows?
I don't know. He's in here. Maybe that's why. Let me see. He is in here still.
Yeah. I'm here to listen, not when people to bicker. Yeah, yeah, it's a disservice when people are bickering back and forth.
Yet you're in the comments talking about that's why everybody comes for me. You want me to drag you very
Oh,
badly.
never mind. I ain't paid attention to the comments apparently.
You lucky I'm trying to practice. I'm trying to practice being calm.
Is it enough? Jasmine might have started a live. Like
Yeah,
shit, I
she's
used to get some,
colorist. I'm gonna drag her if I see.
what's up, BCU Des? Shout out to BCU.
And I'm literally lighter than her, and she calling me a colorist.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I was like, it get real spicy when I'm gone. It get real spicy when I'm gone.
I was trying to keep it calm. I was trying to keep it calm.
Oh, excuse me.
Someone said something, you call out what they say, and then they said they didn't say that. Then like after 10 minutes of arguing, they admit that they did say that.
That shit pissed me off, yo. That shit be pissing me off.
That's what that conversation was. That's literally what that conversation was.
I would get pissed, like, yo, I know
That's
you said
why I
that.
was getting angry. I was like, what?
Nah, I feel you. I'll be getting pissed at that shit too. Like, yo, I heard you say the shit. Yo, you gonna act
I was
like
like,
you
I'm
ain't say
not
that.
hearing things. I'm not hearing voices.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what that whole conversation was based around.
yeah, it'd be super spicy when women get into it on here with each other. It'd be super spicy. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, because she's like, oh, you said I look like a man. That's after she's talking about
She said you look like a man?
No, I said she looks like a man after she said my mom should have swallowed me.
Hey, yo.
So.
You said that to somebody yesterday. I met you yesterday. Mom said to swallow me.
I don't know who I said that to. Well, I just I need to control
I
myself.
thought it was. She said she's never coming back. I thought I was her favorite. She literally said that. I thought I was her favorite. We'll see.
It's not even that serious.
Yeah, it's not that. She's saying she. I was like, damn. She said I was her favorite. I guess not.
You know, Kay, I cussed her out and everything. We still be on Monty's panels.
Should be all right. What's up, David? You back? I was like, who is y'all? I didn't say. I kicked both of them off the stage. So I was like, yeah, y'all need a timeout, yo. I usually clear it. I kick two people. I usually clear the stage. It'd just be just me, but I was like, I ain't got energy for it to just be just me. So nobody dope. That's me. I'm just so fresh, so clean.
I found Red Man on Instagram. I just realized that.
You follow Red Man on Instagram.
I don't know if that's his name. I mean, I found Red Man on Instagram. I just realized that.
You follow Red Man on Instagram.
I don't know if that's his name. I mean,
I get paid on you.
You say you be getting paid on here?
I gotta get Dane. I do, but I gotta get Dane on here.
He's not on here.
We follow each other on here and
I
Twitter.
didn't know he
So
had a TikTok account.
yeah, so those that know, like people have heard us chop it up on X. So
I don't agree with all his points, but he do got a lot of good information.
yeah, that's my homie. That's my homie. How long I've been on here?
Probably a few. I don't know. I woke up at like or something.
Yeah, it's like 4.5 hours.
You finna end it, or you could restart it.
I'm about to restart.
Yeah.
All right, present, share screen. All right, cool. Let's get it. What's up, y'all? I'm back. I am back. Had to take a little break. What's up, Aboriginal son? What's up, Vina? Yo, what's up? Brother, not this guy. Like the live in your hair, bro. Yep, like the live in your hair, bro. Like the live if you're not musty. Like the live if yeah, like the live if you wanted to be tussy free. Facts. I left because I just came from swimming, had to shower. Okay. Man, where you at? You at the pool? I was about to say, where you at? You at the pool? She gotta be in Texas or something. God damn, where you at? It's about to be it's about to be my parents' anniversary tomorrow. Arizona. Okay, I was about to say, she at the pool? I wish it's been chilly here. It's literally about to be June. It's been chilly this past week. Like, bro, I'm like, bro, it's about to be summer. It's literally just 80 degrees, dude. How you doing? But how? Oh, I was about to say shit. Yeah, it's probably like 100 out there today. Damn, how old are you, Aboriginal? It's hot and humid. Oh yeah, I've been to Louisiana. You 48? Oh, all right. Yeah, I've been to Louisiana. It do be humid. I was there last summer. I was there. Was I there June or July? But yeah, I was there last summer and it was hot. I was like, damn, it's like blazing at like 8 in the morning. I'm like, God damn. I was like, Baltimore, it get hot in Baltimore in the summer, but you at least got to like 10 a.m. before it get real hot. Like you got real hot like noon or something like that. You gotta wait till like 12 to get it real hot. But Louisiana is blazing as soon as you wake up. I'm like, God damn. Yeah, it's like it's humid as fucking Louisiana. Yeah, I was in Baton Rouge though. I don't think it's that much different weather-wise. And it snowed here a few inches. I was so shocked. It didn't even rain like that here. I was mad. It's snowing. Outside snow. I'm not bad. Snow. Like it snowed here, but it didn't snow that much. Uh, this one there. I was mad. Few inches. You said a few inches. Yeah, y'all in the south and things like that. Y'all ain't seen no real snow. You haven't seen some real snow. Like that shit got like it was fun when I was a kid, but the last time we got hit with like a blizzard, that shit was annoying. My feet were like we got paid a lot of money though. We got paid to shovel some snow. Me and my homies, we got paid to shovel some snow. Man, my feet were brick. I was a senior. I think I was a senior. Yeah, I was a senior that year in high school. Like we were outside all day. We were outside all day shoveling snow. You live in Jersey, live for walking. Let this slow that off. Man, my feet were like I would never do that shit again. I'm not shoveling snow for like 8 hours. Like you're out there for like a shift. Where's my snow boots? See, Mm-mm. Only liking out because I get off of work. Like let there be a blizzard. I just ain't shoveling nothing. Most of these people know they are not Indian. It's a shame. Oh, Shabaka going off on my StreamYard right now. They are not Indian. It's a shame. Disgrace for Africans to try to steal. Yo, I wish y'all could see this, yo. This is how we made money in New York in the 80s with the socks on our hands for gloves. He said most of these people know they're not Indians in all caps, yo. Hold on, let me read this. Most of these people know they're not Indians. It's a shame and disgrace for Africans to try to steal history and culture of other people. They don't even know what an Indian headdress is about. Yo. Yo, that shit hilarious. What's up, Frenchie? They claim Juneteenth too. Oh my, yo, that shit on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie, that shit crazy. That shit on Twitter crazy. Like they like I don't even know how you pronounce the name for the Caribbean event. But when I saw the event, I'm like, God damn. You got IG or something, Frenchie? That shit is crazy on Twitter. Oh god. You got IG or something, Frenchie? I'm trying to see what you look like. That shit crazy. But yeah, that shit crazy on Twitter. You forgot your Twitter pass. Oh, I know. Yeah, I knew who Venus was because I know Venus. Like I seen Venus on Twitter. Yeah, like, yeah. The way Venus is on TikTok, she's the same way on Twitter. She just typing. She's just typing. She just tweeting and shit. But yeah, I would see Venus going off on people on Twitter and shit. I was like, who else you got in here? Where are the Darvin lovers at? Where are the Darvin lovers at? I will figure out my password. I mean, excuse me. You ain't really missing nothing on Twitter. But it was a Juneteenth festival. Like the Caribbeans were having a Caribbean version of a Juneteenth festival. And they were, how Caribbeans get down at their events, they were doing that and things like that. So Black Americans on Twitter, they're like, it's Darvin Osiris. It's Darvin Osiris. Yeah. It's Darvin Osiris on Instagram. So you can do what you do. So I'll send you a picture. Okay, I'll do it now. But yeah, it's like they were, they having like the Caribbean, all the twerking and all the dancing on how they do with those Caribbean events. They're doing that at a Juneteenth event. It started with a J. I forgot I don't know how you pronounce the word, but it started with a J. And they're having a Caribbean event Juneteenth. That's what hey, let her be, yeah. But yeah, you can come up here, Venus, like if you want to. You can come up here. And I was seeing that. Folks is like, nah. They're just like they're disrespecting our ancestors and shit like that. So I was like, I agree. I was like, this shit kind of crazy. I wouldn't even think to do no shit like that for like a celebration of freedom. So
Someone, Monty was like, "Oh, I give grace to Caribbeans," but I'm like, I don't really think we should be giving them grace because, I mean, even if they're brainwashed, our people are brainwashed. They think they come from Africa. They would never go to the Caribbeans and steal Caribbean culture and then tell the Caribbeans that they're from Africa, right? But Caribbeans do the opposite here. They come over here, use our culture, then tell us we trash and we come from Africa. So it's not even equal,
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I'll be like, I be getting the TikTok sentiment, like, oh, like the ones that do know they're American, they cool and whatever. But it's a lot of them, they be coming over acting uppity and shit.
And then I also try to keep it separated because it's cultural erasure.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah, because yeah, somebody, y'all was getting into it about Juneteenth the other night. Like she came in here and asked me like what I think about it. I kept it simple. All right, I just keep it simple. Like I'm gonna let the people from Texas speak about it because it's they shit. It just became a federal holiday.
Yeah, I think Mumu had come up here and she had started arguing with people who saying they shouldn't practice it. I'm like, there's nothing to argue about,
There's nothing. Like I don't even want to practice. I'm not going out my way to practice it unless it's somebody from Texas invite me somewhere.
People are from Texas, but they don't celebrate it. But that's mostly because they don't live. I mean, I didn't grow up in Texas. I grew up in California, so.
Yeah, I ain't got no ties to Texas or Louisiana for that to happen.
One of my tree who was a slave, but he came from Tennessee. But he came from Tennessee, but he was freed in Texas during Juneteenth.
All right, so you said all right.
He was born on the Murchison plantation in Tennessee, and then the family moved to Texas.
Yeah, Yeah, I got no time. Like I know the Eshak. I know because people was telling me from Texas, like the Eshak were enslaved in Texas. So yeah, the Eshak. Those were the Eshaks, and they were classified as black and stuff like that. So yeah, people that got. That's why I say, if you ask me, Eshak. Both people from Texas and people that got Eshak descent, stuff like that. So my family from both, dad from Louisiana, mom from Texas.
Oh, period. Yeah, my dad
Like,
was born in California, and my dad's mom was born in California, but my grandma's parents were born in Texas, and then my mom's from Louisiana.
shout out to y'all. Shout out to the Texas lineage.
Yeah. It's hard. It's been hard doing genealogy from Louisiana and Texas.
Yeah, I can see that. Because it stopped after a certain point in Texas sometimes. I'm just like, it's kind of hard.
And then I'm
you
trying
don't know where they go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if they changed the names because Spain did own the area, Mexico owned that area, and France and Spain also own Louisiana. So I don't know if they anglicized the names and that's why it stops. That's what I'd be thinking.
Probably, you never know. But yeah, Texas, like you'll see like a disconnect. Like, well, all right, they was born in this place. Like, where's the connection at? And but once you can get past them barriers in Texas, like it's smooth sailing for that. Because I did genealogy for people in Texas. One of my good friends, she got tied to like the Pamunkey and stuff. I know a couple people got tied to a monkey in Texas because of the red bones that came down there and stuff like that. So
yeah, the only genealogy on my tree that I can have done is from places like Virginia, North Carolina, and yeah, I mean there are people from Texas and Louisiana, but their ancestry goes back to Virginia and Carolina. But on the lines that go back to Louisiana and Texas, I'm literally stuck in like the mid 1800s. Sometimes the late 1800s. That's how bad it is. I don't know if it's like that because Mexico, I found an ancestor. They were born like 2 years after Mexico owned Texas, and I can't find their ancestry. They were born in Texas 2 years after Mexico owned it.
Okay, for sure. But yeah, it's kind of if they got like English, I sometimes Scots Irish name, they probably came from the 13 colonies.
They're from East Texas, so East Texas is closer to Louisiana.
For sure.
Closer to Louisiana. We're Creole, but I don't find many French names on the tree, so I'm thinking they were anglicized. It's not adding up,
I was gonna say when you doing the Texas genealogy, you gonna have to look for the Indians.
Yeah, because it's like you got places like Cherokee County. That's kind of like a dead giveaway.
Yeah, like where my family from in Carthage, prior to it being called Carthage, it was cattle land. So when I started looking for my ancestors, I didn't find them on like regular census rolls or none of that. But when I looked for their names in the dolls rolls, that's when all of them started popping up. And then when I put their names, because a lot of the times they do be changing the names. Like my Louisiana family, our surname is Lavalley or Lavalius, and they changed it to Lavely and Loveloy and all the other type of shit. And no, I'm not worried about saying that on live because them people is crazy. I definitely don't think y'all want to play with them because they might poke you. But so yeah, a lot of the times they was changing the names and shit over and over and over again. But I mean, when you looking for the Indians, my opinion, like with my family, the men just kept renaming themselves the same shit over and over and over again. Like the daddy, like you got George, and then the daddy named the son Henry, and then the son Henry named his son George Henry,
and then George Henry named his son Ad, you know, and it just go down and down and down the line.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's some Indian shit. That's down some names. Keep it in the family so you can know. And then you know, because when people went on the Trail of Tears, they would go to Oklahoma and leave. Like we going to Louisiana or Texas. Yeah, you feel like they would go to either Louisiana or Texas, they not in Oklahoma. Or maybe Arkansas too, you feel me?
Right.
You know, because that all was Indian territory. You're
Yeah.
not indigenous to Turtle Island. How about you come up here and talk to us? But you're a Lakota Sioux. Of course you're fucking racist. The most flack we get, like when I first started this shit, the most flack we would get is from the Lakota or the Mexicans. Like, what y'all got to do with us being from the Eastern Woodlands? Like,
Oh
y'all
yeah.
ain't with us.
Girl, I would definitely love for you to come up here because I sure just found my great grandmother from the same tribe. She from the Sioux tribe.
The Drayton Plantation.
I would love for her to come up.
Why is Shabaka spamming in all caps? You ain't from the Eastern Woodlands. How about you come up here too, Cherokee on TikTok?
Yeah, y'all come up here. Let's talk.
Like I'm from the East. Like what do you think the Eastern Woodlands is?
I don't know why y'all be wanting to run y'all mouth in the comments. Then when somebody invite y'all up here, y'all want to tuck y'all tail between y'all legs. Come up.
Yeah, exactly. So that we gonna mute up. The only way you can speak in there is if you got a mic. That's the type of shit. Your tribe ain't. What your tribe say about Turtle Island? The Dakotas call America Turtle Island? Because that's some Eastern Woodland shit, calling something Turtle Island. Iroquois and Algonquin calling shit Turtle Island.
I can't wait to go back to my mama's house. My mama, she has all the photo albums of when my great grandma used to go visit her mama in South Dakota. And all our family up that way, they was in the little feather joints and all the little fancy clothes and shit they be wearing.
Yeah, my people are mostly from the Crockett, Germany area. Crockett, Texas, Germany, Texas. I did find someone born. My people are mostly from the. I did find someone born in Nacogdoches, Texas, and their surname is like Davis or something.
I want the natives to come up here. I don't know why the girl ain't from the
Seox.
Yeah, why y'all ain't come up here?
No, you don't pronounce the X. I know you don't pronounce the X though. I think it's Seox.
You said what?
We're talking about the Seox tribe, or I don't know how you pronounce it. Ciaux or Seox, whatever you spell it.
It's Sioux. Yeah, Sioux. It's Sioux.
The Sioux tribe.
Yeah, it's Sioux. Sioux is
That ain't how you spell Sioux.
Yeah, it's Sioux. You got Eastern Sioux and you got the Plain Sioux. So I actually descend from some Eastern Sioux, like Lafanti, Catawba, Okanee, Simone. So the Sioux, they did some of them come from the Muskogee. They're descendants of like Yamasee and stuff like that. And you have some Sioux that come from Ohio. That's in the Eastern Plain, like on the Eastern Woodlands, where Virginia, Carolina, some come from Ohio, and then some come descend from like the Yuchi and Yamasee. So.
Oh, y'all in Texas, cool, my people. Yeah, I'm from California, but my paternal family comes from Texas, and my maternal family comes from Louisiana. So. But I don't understand how these Native Americans have one tribe, because I found like 8 or 9 different states on my trees. So.
I'm
starting to think a lot of them cap because I found the same thing. So I don't know how they talking about they 100% this and they 100% that, but most of the Indians was marrying people from different tribes.
I even seen in Minnesota, like with the Lakotas, like some of them were classified as mulatto on the census. You know, when I had actually posted like the picture on on here. Like it's like a thing. Like there's people in like Dakota classified as mulatto in Minnesota and stuff like that. Like, so that there's hundreds of different tribes. Yeah, there's thousands actually. There's over 1,000 tribes in North America alone. Who even knows what the number is in South America?
I was asking ChatGPT knows we ain't African. I was asking where do most Black Californians come from, and it said Texas, Mississippi, or Louisiana. It didn't say no Africa.
That's facts.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Baltimore, like Maryland, most folks come from either from Maryland, Virginia, or the Carolinas. You know,
that makes sense.
That's why they stay on the red. Like Baltimore, like we got a saying, like it's kind of a joke, but it's like real. Like, are you really from Baltimore if you ain't got no family from North Carolina?
Yeah, that's why that Cleo Trapper girl. She was saying Southern people can't dress. Like we all have Southern roots. So she talking about she from New York. New Yorkers, don't they have like South Carolina? Usually South Carolina ties.
Girl, ain't nobody listen to them Ellis Islanders.
Ain't nobody say like nothing's wrong with having African. You're right. Nothing's wrong with having African ancestry, right? Folks gotta have that African ancestry to say they have African ancestry. That's what y'all don't get.
When did
like,
people come on Ellis Island? I think she's newer than Ellis Island immigrants. That's ridiculous.
I call all of them Ellis Islanders. I don't know the port they come in. That's the only one I know.
She came on the plane, not a port.
That's even worse.
I thought she came off the boat too. Shit.
Yeah, they be coming on planes.
There ain't no boats
worse.
to Africa. Europe is right there. It's not far from the mainland.
Just be proud. How about you come over here, Ruben? Like, just be proud. Like, I didn't see folks lie about people being African. Like on the World War I census, right? The WW1 census. They said they classified my great grandfather as an African, right? And with that being said, he's a whole Piscataway Indian with possible either Jamaican or Filipino ancestry. Like,
which makes more sense because more Asians are brought over. Asians are brought to this continent than Africans. So
somebody said it during the Trail of Tears. If you claim indigenous, you also many claim African.
I mean, I could believe it. Shit, that's not my history, but I could believe it. Like they'll make people. Like they made people claim to be Africans, like
Yeah, people would claim all sorts of different things for different reasons. That's how the Chinese people were coming over here and claiming Creole and marrying American Indian women and taking on their surnames. So because they did have like early versions of Chinese camps back then. They were also passing as Native American too.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't go to camps.
Gaddy. He actually showed like a DNA thing, and I think he showed the census too, like or an article of how they classified Native Americans as Chinese people as Native American or Indian, something like that. Yeah, I think it was Gaddy. Shout out to Gaddy. Wait, what? Now you just making stuff up. Have you looked into it, Ruben?
I'm not making stuff up. There was a whole Asian S trade here.
Yeah, he's muted.
I'm pretty sure most of them went to Mexico though.
Yeah, I think most of them went to Mexico or something.
But Louisiana and Texas are right. I mean, they're right there next to Mexico.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, or they went to like California. They Pacific trade.
Yeah.
That's how. And then they had Indians, like people from Hindustan come over here. Because that's how I got ancestors from India. So what's up, Chiefess?
Oh, you Asian too? Period.
I'm not even related to that person. That's like 8 generations, not even 8, that's like 10 generations back, at least. That's like 10 generations back. I ain't nowhere near related to that person.
You want 1/24th? 1/24th?
I don't know. That's way less than 120. That's way more than 124. That's like that's over 1,000. like 10 generations, like 2 to the 10th power. Like what is that, you know? But yeah.
But hey, you gotta claim it.
I mean, I do.
If you got only one African ancestor, that means you're African.
I guess I'm a Hindu then, if that's the case. You know, I got because and even because my Barton family, the Davis, my Davis family, like a English woman marrying a person from Hindustan. That's what they were able to sue out of that. Like that, they had a court record. Like, hey, we're not African descent. We're actually descent from an East Indian, and they actually won the case after that. Out of that,
Yeah,
that's how they.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that they were able to win the case out of that. And with that being said, like, and they brought up like the Weaver family, the Monk family in Virginia and the Carolinas. They got Hindu ancestry. How many generations does it take to be Native now? I say 2 or more. Genetic tests show that Native American are 30% similar to Japanese. I mean, that depends on it.
Japanese, not Central Asians like the Turks and the Siberians, because Japanese are mixed race. Japanese are mixed with the Ainu people, and the Ainu people look completely different than East Asians.
What's up, Kappa?
That's why Japanese people look different from Chinese people, because Japanese are mixed with the Ainu.
But yeah, they brought people from India over here. They brought people from Madagascar over here. I think it's more people that came from Madagascar than West Africans in Virginia, honestly. Because I ain't seen because I have an ancestor that imported people from Madagascar into Virginia, Robert King Carter. Like, you know?
Yeah, there's someone on my tree. His name is William Creek, but he said he was East Indian. So he said he was like that's Southeast Asian or South Asian. So I'm trying to figure out if he lied to get free because I was in his manumission for his court document thingy.
If he got free, he wasn't lying.
Because his last name is Creek. I'm like, where'd he get that name from?
Yeah. If he won the case, he wasn't lying. I'll say that.
Yeah, he got free.
Yeah, he wasn't lying about being East Indian then.
I was trying to connect him to the person on my tree because I think he's my ancestor's dad, but they would have had the kid like years after he got free. But I also read that freed people sometimes would stay around the plantations even after they were free.
What is you eating?
Nachos.
Oh.
I want some nachos.
Right, he just.
Oh, my bad. I don't really like eating online because I don't like watching other people eat.
Nah, you good. You made that shit look good. That's why
I like watching other people eat mukbang.
I mean, I was actually a mutual with somebody that was a mukbanger. I don't even know what you call it, but I don't know if we're even mutual no more. I think she probably blocked me or her account got whatever. But yeah, that's the only time I watch somebody eat some food. Like,
wait, who blocked you?
I don't know if they still if they got blocked or deleted or whatever. I used to be mutuals with a mukbanger on here, or I forgot their name. They might have changed it, but yeah, that's the only time I watch somebody eat some food because I don't like watching people eat.
I like watching those aesthetic videos on YouTube when people make a Starbucks and cafe videos.
You know, other than that, like watching the Europeans eat American food and shit. Y'all know I'm pretty sure y'all know what I'm talking about. Them Europeans trying American food. Yeah.
They're like, where's the gravy?
Is this a scone? Nah, that's a biscuit. So a scone.
Man, but
I read that there's a problem when you do genealogy and they just assume your ancestors came from Europe. Because a lot of my European ancestors, I was able to find the ships they came on and everything.
Yeah.
But then there's some people, they don't have birth records or ship records, but they have a English names. So I guess people just assume they come from Europe. I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably English, like Christianized, because back in during those days, they're Christianized English. I mean, you're Indians. They give them European names, Christian names. So that could
Usually,
be the case.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because it doesn't add up, because the Europeans were very well documented.
Mhm.
So,
Especially if they got no last name, you might as well say they Indian.
yep.
Because they ain't act. Go ahead.
I was just telling Niji that I was born in the Concord Hospital.
Oh,
and
Niji from California too?
I think so. And then I was raised in
Oh,
Antioch,
619.
California.
Oh, he's from San Diego.
Oh, San Diego.
Yeah, 619.
I was raised in Antioch, California, and San Francisco, California.
Oh yeah. Yep, yeah, need 6. Okay, well, shout out to Ray
Bros.
Shout out to Ray Mysterio. Okay, Niji.
Yeah, whenever I say Antioch, people are like, "Oh, you grew up in the hood," because I think that Antioch is the hood now. But I was born in Antioch before the housing crisis, when the government made the houses crash, and then they invited gang members up into the multi-million-dollar houses. So
damn.
I'm not from the hood. It's the hood now, but it wasn't back then.
Women just say don't. He said what? He said women just say they from the Bay. Don't be scared. What? Hello?
Saying I'm from the Bay doesn't say what area in the Bay I'm from. So.
Woman just. Oh, he said woman just say the Bay. Don't be scared.
Yeah, every time I say I'm from the Bay, someone assumes Oakland or something. I'm not from Oakland.
Do y'all know who Thomas Boone is?
Who is that?
I don't know.
I heard that name before, I think.
I mean, I know Boone's go back to the Tuscarora.
What is that?
Tuscarora, that's Chris Crystal. She was just talking about her Tuscarora lady.
That's one of my tribes. There's a tribe in North Carolina.
Oh, Scorora. That's their real pronunciation, but yeah, Tuscarora.
I actually have that surname on my tree.
Mm-hmm.
It says Virginia though, not North Carolina.
Yeah, same shit. Tuscarora, because Virginia and North Carolina was the same place at one point.
There was Tuscarora in Virginia.
Yeah, it was the same place. North Carolina, Virginia. North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, they were all the same place at one point until like the 1700s.
I mean, yeah.
You gotta look and see. But yeah, but if they're Boone's, like, yeah, Virginia, and they say Virginia's still Tuscarora.
I mean, but the Boone surname on that tree, it says it goes back to Europe, but there's like missing marriages on here, so they probably married Indians.
Yeah, exactly. They married Tuscarora. Pat Boone.
A colonizer.
Because Pat Boone, she was born in 1742. She's Tuscarora. Her descendants were on the reservation in North Carolina.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was there.
Oh, because I have Thomas Boone, someone named Thomas Boone on my tree, born in 17.
Louisiana, right?
Yeah, but it says he unalived in Virginia. It says he was born. It says he unalived in 1723.
Right during a battle, right?
Yeah, I think
y'all
so.
related. Y'all related.
I have to check.
I was about to say, yeah. I mean, if it's before, it was certain point, they probably are European. So, they're either European or Tuscarora. Because I'm related to the Boones too.
But another one says he was born in England, but another one says he was born in the Netherlands. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
The Boones were here like what year were the Boones? Let me see. Because
that thing on the screen.
I'll do two. Let me see. Let me look at my tree. I'm related to Boone. I think it's through my early. He was born in Middlesex, London. Hold on, Thomas. Let me see if I see Thomas Boone on here.
But someone else's tree said they were born in Netherlands. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm related to Thomas Boone too.
Oh, period.
1637. He was born in England. Yeah. His wife is Elizabeth Strickland. Yeah, that's the same person.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, Elizabeth Strickland. His dad was Christopher Boone. He was born in Netherlands. Yeah, Netherlands, 1620. His dad was born in the Netherlands.
I didn't come up this. I think the AI just input London because I have no sources connecting him to London. So
He's either that or he's born in Netherlands. So he probably was born in the Netherlands if his dad was born there.
Boone is Josh ancestors too. Josh, like the one that be claiming African, or the one who says he's African.
Oh, the ancient. That's you, ancient of days. You're Kenya. What? All right, you must have changed your name or something. Okay, must have changed your name or something. What's up, Luna? Oh, brother, you got the Libra in here. Oh, brother, you got 16. I believe it. But shit, that's 16 followers for me. So follow me on all your accounts. You know, you feel me? I'm a Virgo sun, so chill. That's even worse.
Also, I'm looking at these and it's saying these people are baptized in England, but I'm trying to see if they're just saying that because they were baptized in a church that's owned by the English. Because some of this doesn't add up. Since all the churches were owned by England, they would have been kept in the
English church.
English records.
Where's Elizabeth Strickland from? Charles City. But the Stricklands are from England. Yeah. Lauren. Elizabeth Lauren might have an Indian. Never mind, she's born in England too. So who knows?
Elizabeth, what's her Strickland?
Excuse me.
And then I'd be confused because these surnames aren't common in Europe today. So I'm just trying how these surnames all go back to Europe, but they're not common in Europe.
Right.
Doesn't make sense to me.
But hey, you could probably assume they from here. If they don't, there ain't no records for it. So I don't know. Yeah, Holloman. But yeah, that's connected to the Holloman line, the Boones.
Yeah.
You
I
know
have
what I'm
a Holloman on my
saying?
tree.
Yeah, because my ancestor, he had I don't know what tribe she was, but you know, George Holloman in my tree had a mulatto child. So I'm sure she's probably me. I assume she's Meharan because where they were at. He married a Meharan woman that he enslaved and had a child and named after Andrew Jackson of all people. So
Do y'all have the Early or Perry surname on your tree?
yeah, me too. I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, you must be a descendant of Sam, right? Samuel.
Sam, let me see. Oh my, he's on my tree right now. But I gotta see where it is.
Yeah, Samuel the second. Yeah, I'm gonna direct to Samuel the second. John Early. Yeah, John Early. Yeah, hold on. You got John Early and Elizabeth Boone. Yeah, so his son. So yeah, you're descendant of James. So yeah, you're descendant of James Early. And then I got James Early too. And then Betsy. Yeah, she married Samuel the second.
Yeah, Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel the second. And then you're descendant of Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm descendant of his brother George.
Okay.
I'm a descendant of his brother.
Oh, period.
And George married an enslaved woman. So and he married.
Oh, she didn't. I don't know. I'm still researching, but okay.
What's up, grandson? Again. Indigenous to Africa. Troy, you in every live, dude. Troy Oliver.
No, it was
Like,
Europe. Well, I mean, we're talking about Europeans right now, so I didn't know Africa was in Europe.
right. Troy Oliver. Like, where did you get that last name from? Troy.
You know, maybe he's right because Africa is a European name. So.
Yeah, I don't trust nobody that got two first names.
You got El Shabazz in the building.
Clearly, your parents didn't give a damn.
Thank you for the follow. How many follows I got? 1 follower this live stream, dude. Well, I've been on for like a total at least, like 4 hours. I had to restart on the stream, I was like 5. What's up, Emmanuel? Oh snap, Emmanuel, what's up? I'm all right, chick. I ain't seen you in a minute, Emmanuel. Man. Well, I fell out with your boy, Emmanuel. I fell out with Mike TV. He was acting weird as fuck on one of these live streams, so he followed me.
Really?
Yeah, he was acting weird as fuck.
Like how?
Oh yeah, I forget. He was disrespecting people. He was disrespectful and shit. So I was like, yeah, you acting like a bitch. I told him you acting like a bitch right now.
Was that dude from months ago, like a month or 2 ago, or is this recent?
Yeah, he was acting real sassy. I told him he was acting like a bitch. He's like, man, I was trying to support you. I saw him in the live stream the other night. I left. I was like, oh fuck no.
He was tweaking. I don't remember his name, but he was tweaking.
Yeah, he was tweaking hard than the mother. I'm like, bro, relax. Like you saw.
Fed up with people.
Like, I'm not sorry. Like you acting weird as fuck. You being sassy towards everybody. Like,
It says Bryant Tolleman married Lavina, and her mom is an outlaw.
Oh wow, outlaw. Okay, so you're related to the outlaws. All right, I think.
Yeah.
You're related to the outlaws.
Yeah, let me show it real quick. Hi.
More beer. Should I get more beer? No.
Okay, see Bryant.
Okay, he married an outlaw.
His daughter. Wait, yeah. No, his wife.
Lavina Holloman's outlaw.
Yeah. This is the wrong one.
What's up, Haley?
His wife, the mom is an outlaw. And then,
outlaw.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey y'all. Hey y'all. Outlaw Edward Outlaw. I think you're related to the right. Oh, you're related to my ex.
Not the eggs.
One of them. One of my exes.
Yeah. Y'all be connected.
Yeah, I'm related to one of my ex with the Rice surname. She descended of the Rice. Man, like doing she was a Rice. She had Chawano. She was Indian as fuck. Her folks was from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and stuff like that. So she had Geechee. One of her Rices was connected to. Well, they said he was born in Africa. Who knows?
Yeah. They also have like places over here named Africa. So.
Yeah, Africa, Georgia. Probably was in Africa, Georgia. What in indigenous language do you speak? Ishki Spitaka Matukan Pokoak.
We speaking one right now. That's why American English is so different from European English.
Exactly.
When I speak chinga tu madre, pendejo.
And then half the words in the dictionary come from us. Why are you adding y'all to the dictionary? That's not an English word.
Why you know what I want to know? They always be trying to throw that around like, oh, y'all don't know your language. Didn't y'all participate in the enslavement of our people, which contributed to us losing our language?
They don't even speak their motherfucking language. That shit. Hold on. Like 20 out of 150 languages are gonna be around by
So
2050.
I'm saying
Yep.
though, like they be trying to make that little joke. What shit? Y'all know what language our people used to speak? Y'all had us enslaved, right?
They don't even speak their motherfucking. It's about to be 20 indigenous languages by
yeah.
what by 2050.
Yeah, you're right, Jia. They said they enslaved Africans, right? So they should know what
What's up, I?
our languages that we spoke were.
Exactly.
So why they ain't telling us what languages, what African languages our people spoke since they owned us, right?
They could never answer.
That's a good point. I'm gonna start using that.
Please do.
Because I'm gonna need them to start telling us what languages we spoke while we was on the Trail of Tears.
Yeah.
What we was saying. That's what I want to know.
I was
Because we
gonna say,
know it was English.
I didn't pop in the live stream. She must miss me. But what's up? Thank you for the like, right, Chiefess. Man, thank you
Then
for the like.
half them African languages are stolen anyways. I seen one of them Nigerians, they were trying to say that their words are similar to Japanese words. So now that Japanese are Nigerian now, right?
Sure do miss you. Oh,
They're like, oh, we also have the name Suki.
my great grandparents were Cherokee. My grandpa was Cherokee from South Carolina. Y'all indigenous, not African. Why would you speak an African language?
There's Cherokees in South Carolina.
Who's speaking the African language right now?
There was Cherokees in South Carolina.
You know what I wonder? Y'all know how they have like them little Native American museums. I wonder, do they talk about all the horrible things that they did to the enslaved people and the freedmen's?
Ooh. Y'all think the Freemans are in the museum, yo? Oh, so you can come back up here, Sam. I see Sam in the building.
See, this one says he's from England, but this one says he's from Ireland.
I'm English neat. Well, there were people going to that were Irish going into England and shit. So yeah, they be trying to say you're European nigga. You're 20% European nigga. That's how your grandma lied about her long silky hair. You're 20% white, so that's how it got in there.
Nah, do it with your other voice and how we light skin.
Nigga, you're just light skinned nigga. You're light skinned because you're a mixed nigga. You're 20% white nigga. You're from Africa, nigga. Oh. You're from Africa, nigga. Oh.
Nah, how you be? You only got you're only light skinned because you're 25% European. You're not indigenous to America.
What are we, Amaru? What we talking about? Nigga, you're 20% Nigerian. Your grandma lied about her long silky hair. You're 70% Nigerian, Wabo.
Hey, y'all got the Wiley surname on your tree?
They're Scots Irish. What's up, Amaru?
I'm stuck though.
We talking about genealogy, and I'm fucking around right now.
From where they from? Georgia or
no, they from Texas. Ooh,
I was about to say you related to my ex too. She got Wiley. God damn it.
Oh no, their first name is the last name is Vickers.
They might be Scots Irish with the Wileys. So
okay.
They might be Scots. Maybe indigenous. Who knows? Baldwin.
I think.
Okay, Colton.
I don't know. I'm stuck over here.
I wanted to read y'all another excerpt from my other side of the family in Louisiana.
You good.
These two twin girls that they first slaved after they unalived them because they poisoned them. and then they daddy had buried him in the backyard. And this other man, he came to look for him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, how y'all Negroes just out here with no master?" And they like, "Oh yeah, him, buddy, yeah, he been gone. He in the backyard."
Hey
And
yo.
called the police on them, and then the slave master had left them some land and left them the slave house, and they took them to court to be like como se dice, like a overseer or some shit like that. Conservator.
Wow.
Yeah, that was tripped out. They only 9 years old when they did it.
You're from Africa, nigga. We have Baldwin changed from Baldwin. Okay. Oh, there's Baldwin in Virginia. I do.
Do y'all have Jacob in y'all tree?
Jacobs, they're what are they? Lumbee, Tuscarora, I think. Yeah, they're Lumbee, I think.
I don't know. This guy they talking about, he came from he was living in Poly Hill.
Where's
And I
that?
looked at Poly Hill, it say it was in the Bahamas somewhere.
Uh-oh. Yo, your bitch, nigga.
Yeah.
Jacobs, Acromac. Okay. There's Jacobs, that's Acromac too.
I don't have Jacob. I have Pope.
It say Danish West Indies people records related to enslaved people.
Oh yeah, they probably are. Yeah. Does it say if they were indigenous or not?
If it says Caribbean, it's probably not going to.
I mean, the British dependency colonial records, they classify people as different things. Like they classify Bayesians as either African or Barbadian. They'll classify Jamaicans as either African or Creole. What else? And they had like East Africans, like Malagasy, Mauritius, and Mozambique. So there's Jacobs as Muskogee too.
Jacobs Muskogee. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that song.
We got who's it doing? Like rivers we connect. Sure.
Just kind of in and out.
For sure.
Y'all got Pope on your tree?
Oh yeah. I mean popes go back far as fuck. So the popes nigga. They go back
Yeah,
to
I'm
like
researching that side right now. Pope.
Yeah, they go back far.
I'm on North Carolina, so
They're gonna go back to Virginia.
yeah, it says North Carolina and Virginia. Susanna Pope Thomas, Nansemond, Virginia.
Yes, they might be Nansemond.
In 1722. Yeah.
I'm just kind of offended because I didn't find any African ancestors. And so I was like a white tea mulatto looking folks.
Well, maybe you didn't manifest hard enough.
Hey yeah.
One day I'll be an African nigga.
Nigga.
You just have to believe, and then the African will pop up.
Maybe if I scratch my ankles together hard enough and make a wish.
Hey yo.
What? What?
Hey, y'all seen the boiled baboon stew?
Boiled
baboon? No. What? Fuck no.
My bad. Hold on.
What?
Boiled baboon stew?
Oh God in heaven. Watch this.
I'm scared. Yeah. Y'all have Henderson's or Holtz. So Holtz go back far. Yeah, Holts go back far. Hendersons, they go back. You might go back to the Mohawk with the Henderson, depending on who they married.
Darcy, can you put me on the big screen? Or is
What the
this
fuck?
too much?
Yeah. What is that?
Yummy.
That looks good.
Well, baboon brains.
He wouldn't eat that.
Fuck, I don't even eat meat.
You don't eat meat?
No.
Look,
No.
there you go, when it's boiled.
North Carolina, Henderson's in North Carolina. Yeah, they go back far. You might be related to my ex too. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I have Henderson. I have Henderson in my tree. I don't know if I have Holt.
So y'all
Hey.
wouldn't eat that?
Nope. No,
What is
nigga.
that?
That's the boiled baboon stew. That's from the
That's
Hawaii
nasty.
tribe.
That's trifling, actually.
Hey, yo.
I have Thomas surname. in my tree.
FBA have no tribes or villages in Africa. Okay, for sure.
I have Anderson, but I'm stuck on that part. So
Oh, Andersons, they go back far too. God damn, Andersons, Pamunkey. Andersons and Pamunkey and stuff.
and Anderson married a Miller in Alabama.
Oh yeah, and you might be related to Will, my cousin Will.
Okay, then.
Yeah, you got Andersons from Alabama. Yeah, Cummins and Crawford too. Crawford, what's up? What's up, Ortiz? I don't know how to pronounce your name.
I got Turner from Georgia.
Turner, you might be that might be Sharonaka. You might be descendant of Nat Turner. Not descendant of that, but descendant has one of his siblings. His mama.
Yeah.
Yeah, descendant one of his mother. From his
Well,
mother.
I'm stuck on that side. I'm stuck in the 1850s.
Oh, you followed me when you used to be on. What was your name on Instagram?
Millers, Louisiana, and Canada. It says they're from Georgia. I mean, but this is on my Louisiana side. It says their descendants are from Louisiana.
I'm a direct descendant. Oh, I think I know who you are. I think I know you. You're the direct descendant. I think I know who you are. Descendant of policy. What about Cooley? Oh, you might be a Cooley then if you're descendant of Coolies. You feel me? Let me stop. I don't know about Coley or Cooley.
Or something.
Cooley in Nova Scotia. You forgot your ID name. For sure. Connected Virginia.
What the hell?
Big Mingo. What's up, Mingo? But yeah, Mingo. I got Mingo. I got an ancestor named Mingo Savoy. Mingo is a Lenape word for stealthy. So if you got Mingo, there's people with the last name Mingo too. Mozingo, they create from Africa. Queen Zinga.
Hey, I read about her. She was a trap. She used to
Uh,
make her soldiers fight for her love.
And she's a huge slave trader too. Shit.
Really? I thought she was revolting against the slave trade.
No, she had thousands of enslaved. She traded thousands of people. Apparently. I was like, God damn.
Maybe she picked and choose which parts of slavery she supported.
Mingo's in the 1600 records on the Eastern Shore. Nice. The Dahomey Amazons are from California, Alabama too. I read they were taken to West Africa. Interesting.
Hey, you know what?
What source is that? Yeah, drop the source. I'm trying to read into that.
Hey, you might not be wrong, cause I was on a live one day with this old head named he on here. His name is Noble Kings, right? And he said he had been living in Africa all his life, and he went to some other part of Africa, and they did a blood quantum test on him to join the tribe. And he said that them people tried to unalive him because they found out that his ancestry came from America. And he said, "Oh, well, I don't know because my mother, we been here. She been here when I was born, but they are said that my ancestor come from America."
Wow, that's crazy. The homie is from America. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
But there
But
are
he
West
look like
Africans
us
that are.
though. He don't look African. He look like he just bald head, but yeah.
What's up, Jasmine? He ain't cured to me. Let me stop. What's up, Jasmine? Of course not. Exactly. Java Turtle, if you think I'm cute in the chat, ladies. It's not. But on the live boy, what's up? He got on the live boy dropping the shock face. West Africans have origin stories. Yeah, I've heard that. There's West Africans that have American origin stories. So that's why I don't think it's too far fetched that the homie could come from America. I don't think it's too far fetched. He either come from America or the Middle East, maybe even North Africa.
Okay, y'all. So Polly Hill is somewhere in the Caribbean, like it's in the Bahamas.
Polly Hill's in the Bahamas.
Pretty sure the records, it's hard to do genealogy if you're from the Caribbeans. It's harder, especially for trees. I got someone on my tree named Peaceable.
Peaceable, Sherwood, Peaceable.
Yeah, I don't know who his wife is though.
Believe this was robbing the people. In case I feel more than 400 years. 400 years? Did they say 4? Okay. That is correct. That is incorrect. That is not correct. Why y'all typing it all caps, yo? Like we see y'all.
What you do? He want us to repeat it hella loud?
Right. Like what? Wire.
Tim though. Peaceable.
Who? Sherwood
Peaceable
is Solomon, maybe.
I think so. The Peaceable ain't no European name, right?
Like, right, like, why are you yelling? Like he said, okay, brother. In any case, FBA are more than 400 years removed from Africa. Is that not correct? Yeah, the YT man of my uncle. Why I announce you, cuz. Yes, cuz. Look like you're the person That's okay. Like, okay, brother. He said, so how long have you been removed from Africa? I don't know, bro. It depends on where your folks got from that came from Africa. You could be 200 years removed from Africa. You could be 100 years removed from Africa. 50. Who knows? Yeah, some of y'all claim to be descendants of Ali Akbar. Y'all, so that's like 1,000 right there. That's like 2,000 years right there. You could be 2,000 years removed from Africa. Y'all descend from Lucy. You could be 300 million years removed from Africa. You know? You could be 3 million years removed from Africa. The descendants of slaves were all enslaved people African? Huh? Aline. What's the benefit of black people changing their eye? Huh?
Oh, I know who Halim is. He old school.
Uh-oh. He's an old school. tethered or?
Nah, he know what's up, but he
No,
gonna
brother.
take you down.
David, what's up? You called me a clown? No, call me the Joker then, nigga. Either way, have we not been over here, brought over here to help us? Huh?
What's the benefit of us changing our identity? We need to know our identity. It's our birthright to know. Shit.
What have we over here? Change status, benefits, and your blah blah.
We got
Either
everything
way,
over here.
exactly.
Y'all don't believe in ancestor veneration? How you gonna venerate your ancestors if you don't know who they are? That's the benefit. Getting connected with the ancestors. That's way more important than money will ever be.
All right. What's up, KJ? Arlene Bay? Who's Arlene Bay in here? Nah.
What's the deal with the picture?
Changed. What's the deal with what picture? Costy. Yeah, has Costy even say anything?
Yep, I'm Coasty. How you doing? Yeah.
Coasty.
Yeah, I was the one that said my great grandmother and my great grandfather, and there's a picture of my grandfather that's sitting, my mom, me, and my son. So you can tell he's Cherokee. He was from Carolina. He was born in 1900, and he escaped from the reservation. So you get the whole picture up. Sorry. Picture up. Sorry. Can't. Sorry.
But my mom my grandfather had coarse hair. My mom, if you can see my mom's hair, she has coarse hair. But then that's me with the glasses. I have straight hair, and I'm a little brown. I'm not brown, but then that's my brother that I'm holding, and he's white, and my mom's white, but she has coarse hair. But my grandfather, you can tell he's dark, very dark skin, and he has coarse hair. He's full blood Cherokee. So I just wanted to, there are Cherokees that are in South Carolina. They have casinos going on down there. Yeah, they have casinos. Yeah.
Yeah, Eastern man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my mom, she would go to powwows and stuff, but she wasn't a full bred Cherokee, because my grandfather, he was a sailor, and he went over in Scotland and Ireland and stuff, and he married some lady from Scotland. So my mom is not purebred Cherokee. So, and I guess I'm like, I don't know. I'm a mutt, I guess, and my brother, we're just mutts. I don't know what to consider.
Why y'all be using terms like purebred and mud? That's so it's giving white tea.
Hey, you're not a dog, sir.
I don't understand why y'all be doing that.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I classify myself as YT. And my brother. Well, my brother's whiter than me. You can tell the difference, the skin color right there. Yeah, because I got a little bit of my grandfather in me. Yeah.
So would you say that your granddaddy had Afro texture hair?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah. And he was 100% pure Cherokee. Yeah. Yep.
Wow. What was his name, if you don't mind us asking?
Okay, it was Bluebird, but they changed their name. He changed his name to Quickle because going around, if he would carry his Indian name, they would have shunned him and stuff and everything. Yeah, because he even said he said when he was over in Scotland, they would look at him weird, and they would shun him, because the color he was. Because he was a dark color. Yeah. So, but he married a lady from Scotland and brought her back over here to the United States. So. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, because people ask me, when they met my grandfather, they go, what's your grandfather? I said, what do you mean? Well, they look at him, they wouldn't, I say he's Cherokee. He's an Indian, not Native American. Back then you said Indian, but Native American. They go, oh, he is. I said, yeah. Oh, so you're Native American. I go, well, I don't know. I mean, I might have a tad. I mean, it's like, I don't know. So, yeah, it's weird, very weird. Yeah.
It's not weird. That's your history.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, one of you girls said that they didn't know they had Cherokee in South Carolina. Do they have this Cherokee? There's a lot of tribes around in the United States. I don't know where they're all at, but I knew where my grandfather, my great grandmother, and great grandfather was from. I knew they were. Excuse me?
No, I was saying I got folks from South Carolina.
Oh, do you? Cool. We might be relatives. Who knows?
Probably, maybe.
Depends on, if they came from a tribe in that area. I mean, who knows? I mean, you never know. I mean,
yeah, my folks are
nothing. I mean, anything's impossible.
Yeah, most of my folks are from the
They're
PD
what?
region, the PD region of South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Is that Gummy?
I
Old
understand
generation
that.
pretending confused like young. Gummy, what you got going on here? Nobody in your live tonight. Nobody gave a fuck about your live tonight, so you decided to come in here.
He still ain't made enough money from them gifts to make it to America, huh? Come on, Gummy. I'll give you 19 cents, Bookie. Don't worry about it.
I mean, even our dark skins don't have a blue undertone. This man is blue. Look at his profile. He has a blue tint to his skin. That is not the same racism.
I think after they have a few live streams and they notice only like 10 people go in there, then they start going in other people's live streams to antagonize people to see if they can get them to come over to theirs or some shit.
I'm just concerned. Why is a man from Africa that ain't never been to America so worried about Black Americans and our genealogy? Like,
He's trying to dress like us too.
Yeah, and he be talking about, oh yeah, these goofies. Boy, don't nobody in Africa say goofy. That you got that shit from Chicago.
He thinks he's from New York. He thinks he's from New York.
Hell yeah. A lot of Africans that they from New York. I'm from New York, nigga. That ass B. That ass B.
And then when they want to seem smarter than you, they act like they're from California. They start doing the whole Cali accent to seem more educated.
I'm from the Bay, nigga. Oh, my mama cuss.
They lower their tone. They start talking slower, and all of a sudden they can pronounce all of their syllables, and they're from California. I mean, we don't talk like that in California. We speak really fast. So
on the homies, nigga.
they put on that New York accent, and when they want to seem educated, they put on that California accent.
He said,
he is not from America. I keep telling them Ibrahim Traore need their help. I don't know why they be so worried about us. They better start getting suited and booted.
Oh no, we not going to for that nigga. Psych, we lied. We're staying in America, nigga.
I ain't gonna lie, I had to block that dude. Like I don't know if I blocked him, but I definitely had to get him out of my algorithm. His live was popping up in my feed too much. It was just like, why? I don't really like to hear foreign accents talking about Black Americans all day and hosting spaces like they know our history. Like it's crazy. It's a little bit what's the word? It's just a little bit stalkerish.
Yeah. He a fan. What's up, Rodney?
He blocked me because I was on his ass. He blocked me quick.
But they don't be blocking me. They be obsessed with me. Can I please talk to you, Darvin nigga? What's going on?
If it ain't
Fucking
the
this shit.
if it ain't the African, it's the native. Like,
Can we please?
I got
Go
booted
ahead.
out one of their rooms the other day. Like, I might be yesterday or the day before. Some dude started with a U or something like that. I don't know. I'm calling Uchiwala. But they was in there complaining, whining about, because I guess some other natives got on them about their anti-blackness.
Mm-hmm.
And so they created a room saying, we're not anti-black, we're just against Wabos.
Anti-black.
And it was just so funny. Like, dude, y'all are anti-black. Y'all don't even realize what it is and argue these debates. Like, you can't win these debates because you're hyper-focused on colorism, and the colorism is going to lead you down the wrong path every single time.
Yep.
Shit. And maybe I'm just tripping, but can anybody name a YT person's hairstyle? Maybe I'm
The bowl
tripping.
cut.
Okay, I was thinking about the whole Afro-Indigenous, right? So I was like, okay, so what if there's a YT Indigenous? So then I was like, well, what's a hairstyle for a YT? Then I just got stuck.
The bowl cut.
The mullet. Joe Dirt.
They go to the
early Justin
what do they go
Bieber.
to get their hair done? I guess the barbershop when they go there, or when the women go there, what do they ask for? The white tea women, what do they say do with my hair?
They be wanting blowout highlights and ponytails.
This ponytail is one like a horse.
Extensions. Oh, got extensions. LOL.
I'm just saying.
Why are black people obsessed with race? Why are black people so? Why are black people so obsessed with race? Go back.
The better question: why y'all so obsessed with our race? We in our lane. We doing what we supposed to do.
Oh God. It's a genuine question. We don't even talk about race. We talk about our ethnicity, our heritage.
Yeah, like race is a pseudoscience. Like
y'all come in here and talk race with us. You're black. You can never be indigenous because you're black.
Chase, come on.
Yeah, come up here, Chase. You got a genuine question. You're not from Africa. You're African native. You're not being native.
Columbus did see those afros.
Christopher Chris So what? So what? So what if we appear say they have black complexion, Wabo? They're not indigenous. Did your mom see your fake child, Wabo? So what if they have a reservation in South Carolina?
Y'all hilarious.
So what? Yeah, I got 17 parts of that video.
Keep going. That shit is hilarious.
Someone commented, "You're so obsessed with us, Wabo." He said, "Man, cut it up."
Y'all ain't gonna believe this, but so that Papa John's chick got off of here, and she's been like writing essays in my DM because she's like a zealot. She thinks she's pro-black, but she thinks she's native. She don't know what the hell's going on. But funny thing is, after like just now on like the last message, she said she's like, I've come to the conclusion, and I'm gonna actually write a paper on it, and I might even turn this into my teacher if such an assignment would fit. I was just like, man, you really don't know how far gone you. Your teacher, ma'am, you young. Come on, get out of here.
Right.
All that.
Papa John's. Yeah, it's a woman that was in here named Papa John's. Yep. Yep. Why is her name Papa John's? We have no clue. Apparently, she's an Afro-Indigenous woman named Papa John's on TikTok. So, why she
I don't know. I
typing?
thought she had her ass turned back in. Let me not say that, but I don't know why she called herself Papa John.
Oh wow.
That's okay. Okay, Sam. I see you. You got somebody beating down your inbox.
But she on some old. She cussing me. Well, she ain't cussing me out, but I don't know. She's going off though.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, Luna just having to Luna might have to check her ribs. She laughing too hard. She might have to check her ribs. My ribs. You got somebody speaking their language in here. Oho, Sapa, Wink there, Wiskasa, y'all funny as fuck. A little bit. Just a little bit. What's up, God is 7? What's up, God is 7?
Hey, I'm not gonna cap old girl from earlier that was tweaking out on Venus. And it's not no disrespect, I cannot stand her fucking voice.
Damn.
I don't know what it is. Like, it just remind me of something from like a cartoon that used to be on Adult Swim. Like, y'all remember Bob's Burgers, like how the mama used to sound? Like that's how her voice sound. It's just like it's nonstop.
Oh man.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, I like Jasmine.
Jasmine, if you in the audience, girl, you either
I
drink
think
some whiskey or something.
Hey yo, not the whiskey. What's up? Me either. Oh, it's so annoying. Uh-oh.
I'm just saying, Venus. I'm more educated than you are, so I don't know why you're over here just talking, and and you're ugly, and
Why you sound just like wow?
This is how that shit sound, bro. I'm like, yo, like, what?
No.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
Whatever. But I have heard about her degrees about 20 times.
Yeah, I like Jasmine. She cool. She like me at least. I don't know if she'll come back, but she like me at least.
we'll never be back here. I brought 30 people in here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all.
That's a good impression. I'm not gonna
and shit.
No, she blew me, gang.
Nah, but I mean, I heard Venus part, what she was saying.
What y'all talking about?
Nah, she was talking about how you got into it, Jasmine, earlier.
How we were what?
Getting into it early, y'all was having a cat fight.
Nah, you missed the impersonation of her voice.
Yeah.
I was in no cat fight. She started that. I know y'all had conversations like that before where someone says something, you'd be like, oh yeah, I disagree with this. And they're like, well, I never said that. And then you go back 10 minutes back and forth arguing, and 10 minutes later they admitted that they said that. Like,
yeah, I called Cujo up like that the other day.
Hey, yo, not Cujo.
Oh, I got his ass. And see,
Hey,
they just wanted me to be all philosophical and pulling up 20 receipts and all that. I just pulled up one post and made his ass tap out.
Like it be
You
driving
bet.
me crazy because I feel like I'm being gaslit, like I'm being manipulated. Like, why are you lying saying you didn't say that? You
Because I didn't say that, Venus. You're just lying. All you just do, you just like to talk because it's the Venus show, right?
Bro, what? Why do you sound exactly what?
Yo, what the fuck?
As hell, you sound too much like her.
Do my voice? No, don't
What's
do my
up,
voice.
peace,
My voice
guys?
is really annoying. Don't do my voice.
Yes. What's up, Soul?
Man, this is a good point, man. At the prompt, I got a question. Black Americans, is there a Black American ethnic group in Africa?
No.
So then obviously Black Americans are indigenous to America then. If they're indigenous to Africa.
Huh?
Yeah, meaning if there's Africans, man, they all belong to their own ethnic groups.
Oh, I misheard what you were saying. My bad.
Yeah, like you can't be African and not belong to an ethnic group. So that's what I was asking if Black Americans are like they have their own ethnic group in Africa. And if they don't, then obviously it's the American ethnic group.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Most of that. I was about to say, I thought you were saying we were from Africa. That's why I said, huh? But nah, I got you.
Nah, man. And what's interesting is when they do these DNA tests and they take reference samples, they walk around Africa and just ask like people's grandparents, man, like if they've been there on that land. And when they say yeah, then they say they're from that. You know what I'm saying? But for us, we've been for hundreds of years. But they don't use us as a reference sample in DNA.
Yeah. For sure. Like even if somebody had one African ancestor, right? That's so far back. Like you're not even related to them genetically. Like
What does it mean to have an African ancestor though? Like, I mean, Africa's a continent. Like, if you can't tell
exactly.
the person who they are, where they come from in Africa, then how can you just like throw them into a continent?
I agree.
Having a ancestor that came from the continent of Africa would probably be a better way of saying that.
But you got ancestors that come from America as well. So
hey, what's up,
why leave out one and not the other?
Oh, Jasmine's back. I'm glad. What's up, Jasmine? Oh, brother.
Are you serious though? Are you still talking about me? Someone told me you guys were still talking about me. Like who is talking about me? I would love to understand. I would love to understand who is talking about me. Who was it, Darvit?
Jasmine, literally nobody was talking about
No,
you.
someone, you're laughing because it was happening. Because someone summoned me here because they were like, you're talking about you. You guys, we want to go there, right? This is the hill you want to die on. Who was talking about me?
Mocked you.
The one that just mocked you. We ain't gonna hide it.
Who?
The one that just mocked you.
Me.
She's right there.
Yeah. So I don't even know you, Gia. So what is your problem with Jasmine?
Jasmine, I literally don't even
know you, but let's go there.
I just love to do voice impersonations and yours like top notch, you know?
Okay, very cute.
Thanks, Bookie.
I love that you love me so much.
That's all. That's all it was. Somebody's doing impersonation.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
That's your real voice?
I'm not talking to you, Gia, because I don't know who you are. And I don't talk to ghosts.
Oh my God. I'm a ghost. All right. Fuck it.
Yeah, because you're the one talking about me and I'm not even on the live. And I was like, but go to sleep. And then someone was like, hey, they're talking about you on Darvin's live. And I was like, who's talking about me? And here I am meeting Gia for the first time. You're a fan. So go ahead. So what do you not like about my voice, Gia Santana?
My cam up too, by the way. What's your face and your voice?
This
I want
is
to see. I want to see the face with the voice, Gia, because I don't even know who you are, Gia Santana. Are you a tether?
Oh, Jasmine.
Yeah, you're probably a tether with the Santana last name. So, are you a conquistador?
I was like, who the hell is snitching?
Are you from Cuba or the Caribbean? Are you Dominican? Or yeah, you're probably a Dominican that's like me no black. Is that you?
No, me no
Santana.
black. Soy Creole.
Is that you?
Yeah, that is me.
Ah, I knew it. Clocked it. All right. Tell me, Gia Santana, the confused Dominican, why you don't like my voice.
It's just weird. And I'm not Dominican.
And your voice is weird being a Dominican tether.
I'm not Dominican.
So you're a hood rat?
What?
We're talking. Well, I don't know what's said about me. It's no, don't throw stones and hide your freaking hands. I'm trying to clock you. Where are you from?
I wasn't
With
hiding.
your
You
weird
came up,
fucking
you
voice,
asked who was
Gia
talking about you,
Santana.
I said something. So
A
what's the
little la
issue?
vida loca, Gia Santana.
What's your prescription of Adderall?
No, where are you from? Since you were talking about me and I wasn't even on this live. But if you wanna, like, if that's the time you're on, Darvid, these are the type of tethers that you have on your live. It's cool, but don't stop talking about me though. I don't even know who you
Hold
are,
on one
Gia
second.
Santana.
One second. Gia's not a tether. Like, she's from me.
Why is she talking about me though, and I'm not even here? You think
Oh,
it's
man.
cool?
Yeah.
Me and these other people are gonna sit here and talk. Let's freaking go. Like, you really want to do that? I will literally destroy you and everybody attached to you. So let's go.
Brother.
Tell me what you were talking about, Gia Santana.
Well, we was talking about how weird and annoying your voice is.
Okay, great. But why?
pissing me
So you
off
guys are freaking a bunch of losers that aren't talking about our Black Americans indigenous to America.
All right, bro. Like, all right. This is what we gonna do. And like, y'all ain't about to attach me to no folks is talking about what they was talking about. Whatever people talk about in my life, that's what they talk about. I even defended your ass. Now I said you was cool. Like, I ain't got no issues with you. So now you want to throw me in some shit that was our folks is talking about you. Like, let's not be disingenuous now. Whoever snitched to you saying that they talking about you in the goddamn live, they ain't relay that, did they? I said you was cool. Like, I ain't got no issues with you. Like, man, like don't put me in no messy ass shit. She said who it was. She said who herself. Like, don't do that to me. Don't try to yeah, I was about to say, don't try to frame me like that, yeah. Like I'm some right, I ain't say shit. Yeah, totally went like I ain't say shit. So you be mad at the person that actually said some shit about you. Don't say nothing about me. You feel me? She said it's cool. Like, yeah. Like, move around. Don't be on no weird ass shit with me.
It was just
I'm the last person. Yeah, I ain't say a goddamn word. You can see it in the goddamn chat. I don't know her. Like, all right, cool. Take that shit out on her. Don't take that shit out on me. Like, I'm the last person you want to do a petty off with. So yeah, because I don't like being played like that. Don't play with me. I'm equally about it.
That
Like,
was some wild shit. But it wasn't even that deep. It wasn't
that deep. Like, it's
Gia
fuck that.
wasn't sitting up here talking about you in a way like she just, she was just saying your voice was annoying to her. She was the only one who said that. It's not really that deep.
It's not
Some
even
people
that
gonna
deep.
love your voice. Some
I
people
was saying how she
aren't.
blew
That's
me
just
earlier when they was talking about all the bones and
just saying your voice was annoying. Love your voice. Some people.
bones and all the mouths and stuff. And then I didn't like the little fake microaggressions that she was saying to other women. She sound like, if you want to keep it a band, you sound like a goofy ass white tea bitch.
Yeah, like if you ain't gonna act like folks wasn't acting like it wasn't multiple people acting a fool in my goddamn life. It's always the case.
Talking
Folks
about,
is
are
like,
you a hood rat? What black woman says that to another black woman? What you think you is? You think because you got a couple degrees and you talk like fucking Angelica from the Rugrats that you somebody? Girl, please.
Well, I mean, Jasmine, you could come back up to the stage if you have something to say in response to yourself instead of having to type it in the chat. I think Darvitt just resetted the stage to clarify his point.
yeah, like whoever snitched to you, they a hoe at they some hoes for that shit too. Fuck is they snitching for? Nobody was even being harmful when they said that shit. Like whoever said that, they a bitch for that. They should come back to my life. Fuck them. Trying to start some fucking drama.
Well,
Nah.
I stood on what I said, so sorry, girl.
Yeah, like it's whatever. But yeah, whoever.
Jasmine,
Yeah.
I don't hate your voice if that makes you feel better.
I don't even got no problem with her. I was just mocking her voice. I said she was fucking annoying earlier. Like that don't mean that it's the end of the world and everybody hate Jasmine and she's such a horrible person. I just want fucking with your vibe here earlier.
And I got on everybody too for that shit. And I got on everybody for that shit. Like I dropped both of them. I was like, stop. Like this is what y'all gonna do since y'all want to do that shit. You feel me? Like that's what we gonna do. Like
Yeah, y'all gotta stop allowing messiness to make y'all overreact. You know what I mean? Things can be messy, don't mean you have to jump in the mud. You know, and something you can just let go. It's not even that deep.
It's not. I do voice impressions of everybody. You hear me?
like that trash. Like whoever did that shit, messy as hell. Y'all just like entertainment. Y'all just want to be entertained. Y'all want to see some fucking mess. Y'all already know it's outsiders on our fucking live and shit. Like, come on, bro. Y'all, that shit weak as hell.
Bye,
Right,
Angelica.
that shit weak as hell.
Yeah, whoever told her talk about somebody would talk about her. Your ass messy as hell and you a goofy.
Plus, Indians usually have better sense of humor.
She tried to eat, talking about I'm Dominican, all type of shit. Girl, I ain't no damn Dominican. What the hell? Yo habla español, mucho. But I'm not no Dominican. And yes, my great grandfather and his people, they do come from Cuba. Oh well. But I'm Creole to the bone, baby. Very, very big hoodoo priestess. So, like I said, you barking up the right tree.
Yeah, we good. what was even talking about before that shit happened? That shit, yeah. I'm more so mad that somebody went and told, and her actually popping up here. She just popped up in here. Whatever. She's back. Whatever. But shit. Like I told Mike TV, I don't need your musty ass follow. You gonna follow me on that shit? Like I'm gonna get followers regardless. So I don't care if anybody want to throw in my face. They brought 30 people over here. Shit, that's light to me. He said, "Stop talking about it." All right, cool. But yeah, what y'all got? What everybody got?
I forgot what we was talking about.
Oh yeah, we was talking about something.
Yeah,
We was
what was
just
we
having a
talking
good old
about?
time. We was having a good old time.
I don't know. Did it kick me off the live? I don't know. No, we got put out. Oh.
Y'all got put out. I dropped everybody. I think. Did
What,
I?
y'all
I
was
don't even
arguing?
remember.
Someone was arguing? No, Angelica came back.
Oh, my bad. You was gone for that too. We'd have came up with a whole nickname for her. So somebody was being messy. It was like, oh yeah, the Barbara Lab talking about you, and she came up here. It was like, who was talking about me? And then I started doing her voice impersonation. And she was like, who was talking about me? And they was like, girl, you can't tell. Like, she just mocked your voice. And then she thought I was going back down. And she asked me, was I a hood rat and some more shit. And I just have to treat her little ass.
Why do I miss everything? I was separated for 2 seconds. Like,
why you ain't got your phone with you?
Well, my mom kept calling me in her room. She's like, hey, I bought this. Hey, I bought that.
So we being messy because she made a joke about her mama impersonation. But
are you talking about the J the she's modern here? You're talking about her, right? That I got into it with.
Oh yeah, I gave her a fucking mod too. Like if I ain't like her ass, I would have gave her a mod.
Did you take it away?
Well, she got a new nickname now. I told her as if her voice sound like Angelica from the Rugrats. That's her new name, Angelica.
I don't F for her. She racist and colorist.
What's up, Haley?
You want me to explain the story, Haley? Or I don't know if she was in here. Was she in here when that happened?
She asked me, am I a hood rat? Like what type of what?
That's what I'm saying. She's anti-black. She's using stereotypes on us. So the Jasmine girl, I guess she's mod in here. She basically told us we need to upload our raw DNA to websites that use that test our DNA against bones. And I told her they're not gonna have bones from the USA because the tribes have ownership to those bones and they haven't released them to the public. So there will be no DNA testing compared to USA bones.
Well, hold up, Venus. There is there's to bring clarity to that, right? Mm-hmm. What you're saying is true to an extent. This is where it is, right? So you got commercial DNA testing, right? Those don't use studies.
I'm not talking about that, Leo. We were talking about websites that test against actual bones, not like
those are studies.
Like estimates. I was saying if you check those databases on those sites, they don't have bones from the USA. They have bones from Mexico. They have some from Canada. They have some from Europe and Africa. They do not have bones from the USA. That's my point.
What I'm saying is you're correct in the context of most genetic testing are not going to allow you as an individual to test against any of those excavation studies because it's just a completely different thing.
You have to be part of the tribe to get access to that.
To a certain extent. However, there have been excavations in the territory we call the USA today of indigenous indigenous bones. It's just that you as an individual will never have access. Well,
I never said there hasn't been excavations. That's my whole. Why are we arguing about this? I said the whole point is there is no website that will ever allow you access to USA bones. Ever. It's against the tribal law. There's tribal. They have treaties in the tribes that say you cannot release those bones to the public.
Called DNA sovereignty.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
Even though those tribes are run by pretending.
What's good, Darvin? What's good, panel?
What's up, Tyra?
Yeah, I didn't know you had some bangers on that Spotify, bro.
Oh no, I was still explaining the story. What was I saying? I have to
talk about genetics,
not having access to the bone.
Oh yeah, so she said we need to upload our raw DNA to this website that tests against bones. And I was telling her, oh, those bones, they're not going to be from the USA. So if you have ancestry from the USA, it's not going to pick it up. And she was like, because I said the tribes have legal ownership over those bones, and she said those are native Siberian tribes. Those are Siberian bones. I'm like, what are you talking about, lady? Siberians don't have bones from here. They don't have ancient bones from this land. What are you talking about? Those are American Indian bones that Siberians have ownership over. And then she was like, well, I never said that. She literally lied and said she never said that. People 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes. Then after 20 minutes, she admitted she said that. And then I told her she's weird as hell for that. And then she started saying my mom should swallow me. So I said she looks like a gender bender. She looks trans. That's what I said. I said I could see her Adam's apple. And then she called me a darkie and a blackie.
Y'all put some fruits in the chat.
So
Yeah, please.
no, I'm gonna
Please.
drop down, but
Please. Jocelyn in the chat, dude.
Y'all gotta allow.
I'm trying to
Y'all
figure
gotta
out
give
when
y'all
did this
people grace
happen.
too.
Wait, because you been talking, and like I'm trying to hear the whole story. You was interrupting her and stuff. When was this? I'm so
This
confused.
was like probably like an hour or two ago, maybe.
Oh, you're live?
But I don't know what he was actually saying. Like, I don't know. That was weird for a second. What
He
up,
was saying one
Chicago
thing and then
Creole?
switched
I
to
got
that.
him scared, shook, panicking. Overseas church, Vatican. You better stand still, you mannequin. Fucking Angelica.
Is she?
Y'all about to, hey, y'all can't be curb stomping the chick.
Leo, I don't know why you
from
defended
the
her.
live. Yeah, y'all can't be curb
Leo,
stomping
Leo,
the
I
chick
don't know
from
why
the
you
live.
defended her, because if she calling me a DARKIE, then you definitely won, because you darker than me. So I don't know why you defended somebody who thinks you a slur.
He said probably.
So,
Hey yo, what is wrong? That like, all right, let's just the one.
I'm not necessarily defending her. What I'm saying is,
it is
I
one
think
too, because Darvin darker than me, so I already know how she feel about
I think what
everybody
you're
up here. Everybody up here who got
I
brown
think
skin.
I think the thing
Hey,
she
but why
said to
she
you
blocked
is,
me though and not nobody else on the page?
Hold on, you're
who
Chicago
called me
Creole.
Jamaican?
Hold on, wait a minute. You're
Who the
Chicago
hell is that?
Creole.
Yes, I am.
What the fuck? Y'all got so
Wait,
many
hold up.
pages, yo.
Someone just called me Jamaican, Darby. Who is Black American villain?
I don't know.
He must be a Twitter. He must be a
support.
Twitter follower.
He said he is from Twitter. I mean, he support me, but
Yeah,
yeah.
of course. That's the only people that be starting them lies.
I don't know. So you're okay. So you're Chicago Creole. I didn't know that. When the hell are you gonna say you were Chicago Creole, Gia?
Oh, I don't know. I don't use this page much. I just made it because
I didn't even know Gia was Creole.
Gia was yeah, but yeah, Keo. I was about to say Keo got like a couple grandparents that's Caribbean.
No, I got one grandparent that is Caribbean.
But
I have
wait, bro. Everybody
grandparents.
support his music for real, for real. That's all I had to say tonight.
For sure. I know.
I unblocked your other account, or Darvin did, I think.
Yeah, yeah. You unblock the other account for sure. Yeah, I know mods can unblock folks. Like,
is it still blocked?
I don't know. I mean, if you can unblock, I don't know how to unblock folks straight from this profile. So
I tried sending her the link and she didn't join, so maybe she's still blocked.
okay, so that's good to know that she's Chicago Creole. What's up? Okay, Frenchie's bite. What's up, Manhattan? What's up? Who dropped? Haley left. Haley and who else is on here? But nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and Ty.
Hold on, let me go see if it works.
Okay. All right, for sure. She gonna have to leave. She gonna have to follow me and follow me again. Damn. You had to refollow me. But yeah, if you're a mod and you block somebody, if you're a mod and you block or unblock somebody, like that means you're blocking them from my page. Like yeah, just so if you're a mod, you got a personal vendetta against somebody. You want to block their ass, block them off outside of my stream.
From here calling brown skin people slurs. She need to get up out of here.
Jasmine, I think you should come to the stage and you should clarify, because if you've been calling people slurs, like using coloristic slurs against
Did you
people,
download? Do you have the power to download the live, Darvin, the other live? Because
I mean, it's saved. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do all that. I'll figure it out though.
If you go in the
I mean,
settings,
it's on YouTube. All the live streams are on
Say
YouTube.
this for the last freaking time, because you guys were talking all that shit about me. I'm
Venus,
back because
hey,
you guys were
Jasmine.
talking shit about me, right?
Hey, Jasmine,
Now you're
Jasmine,
mad
don't come
because
up-
I'm
hold
over
up,
here
slow down.
throwing equal slurs. Now all of a sudden it's Jasmine's fault.
yeah,
So
you
just,
called me.
just take a breather and what
Me
I
as
was
thinking
saying,
that, and
what
I
I was
called her a
saying is this.
darky, right? Am I?
Well, you
No,
shouldn't
I
do
called
that.
you a man
Why?
actor. I
You
called you a man
did. You were
actor.
talking about
Hold on one
Hold on.
second. Hold on.
No, we not
Let
about
me
to
let her.
keep arguing with your ass. Shut your
Hold on
lame
one second.
ass
Hold
All right,
on
up.
one
let's do
second.
it
Hold
one
on.
at a
keep
time.
Hold on
inviting me
one
up here
second. Hold
because
on
you
one
guys
second.
are
One
lame. You
second.
can't stop
One second.
talking about me.
All right, one second. Because I'm actually trying to hear what happened. Like I wasn't there, so.
They were talking about me
Recording.
first, right?
What happened?
A couple of people told me about you guys were still, and I left. Like I'm not about centering myself on people's lives, whatever, right? I saw it was unproductive, whatever. I'm like, fine, bye. And then people were and then you guys are still it's weird because I've been listening to you talk about me for at least the past hour. It's very fucking weird.
Girl, ain't no you guys. It was
Yes, you and me, like it's everybody that comes up here.
this.
It's like the Jasmine show. It's fucking weird.
I'm trying to hear the story. Like, I'm trying to hear the story.
They keep
Go ahead,
interrupting
Jasmine.
me tell the story.
It don't matter.
Hold on, Jasmine.
They
Like,
keep
I mean, I could watch it.
I
could
block
watch
the
it back.
people that need to be blocked, and for the people that like it's whatever. My apologies, by the way. I want to say this though, Darvin. My apologies. That was an accident because that happened to me the other day when I was accidentally or someone on your mod list blocked me, and I was like, hey, like I have no problem with Darvin. But that wasn't an act. I didn't mean to block Gia on purpose. I was trying to block her from my page or whatever. It doesn't matter because I don't even know her, right? But for me to leave, come back, and it's still like that old lady and this, whatever. I don't even know like most of these people, right? Haley was a little bit weird because I'm like, I don't have a problem with Haley. I remember coming to her lives and supporting her and just being on some cool stuff. But I love to hear how she felt about me. I love that you guys think that I suck. And that like I have a weird voice and that you don't have anything to gain from what I'm saying, whatever. But what the problem is that you were saying things about me because you thought it was cute or whatever. I don't even know why you would sit there wasting your time talking about me since I'm nothing to you. Like I shouldn't bother you that much that you're still talking about me, right? But I will say this though, because I am actually about, and it's not a threat or anything like that. I am about that life though. Now you're starting to make me pay attention to you. I find it very interesting. I feel like the best thing though is to just leave me alone and go about your merry way being right. I don't give a fuck. Period. There's nothing else I'm going to say about that. I do not give a fuck about you. I don't care about how you feel about what I said about you after you said what you said about me. And that's the end of it. But keep fucking bringing my name to your mouth. And I promise you, I will fucking show you who the fuck I am.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Well,
I guess I'm gonna have to just play the fucking live back then. I guess I'll find out later then. Shit.
I wanted to ask her how she felt about using those terms. Listen, man. And there's certain things that you just don't say, even if you're pissed. Like, there's certain things that just you shouldn't naturally even say when you're getting pissed off. So I get what Venus is saying. Like those, that's a whole nother conversation. But
because Darvin asked us
gotta
what happened. This is his panel. If he give us the open panel to talk about a situation what happened, it don't got nothing to do with her. She the only.
So y'all, I feel like she was just really disrespectful because she thought that y'all were being disrespectful, but in all reality, we was just laughing. I don't appreciate her calling anyone darky or hood rat. And I looked at her page and she's the tether. Like I'm seeing like she don't know her identity. So she's trying to like latch on to somebody else's. And the fact that y'all start talking about it and laughing about it, like that triggered her. So in order for her to get some attention, she keeps on coming back. And of course, we're going to keep laughing about the shit because Gia, you're funny as hell, by the way. That shit was funny.
I got the live. Hold on.
We said.
Okay.
What you got your education from him? You over here flexing a degree. Like what?
I want to hear about Venus's theories. Put on a dick string. Let's go.
You think you can do DNA testing? So
no,
you're not very bright. You talking about something you've been asking the AI about your DNA?
It doesn't matter, Venus. I want to hear your theories, Venus.
Is that your agent? That's my theory.
My theory is that you're dumb. Like your grandma and your bald-headed daddy that wasn't even there. He left you.
Oh, that's that.
Your
Oh,
mom and your dad just swallowed you guys.
Both my parents have more hair than you.
You have no
Disrespectful as
parents.
fuck.
I think you're adopted. Blacky block.
Yeah, so after she called me a slur, it went on paused. So it doesn't come off pause until the next live is started.
oh yeah. I can't. Oh, it didn't get off. Okay, so I was, I wasn't there
Yeah,
right
she
there.
she said Blackie and then it went on pause. So
Oh, that's kind of.
Yeah, she called her a darkie.
yeah, you see how she insulted my mom and my dad first, right? Over here got up on the panel trying to play victim. Like this live's not recorded.
Hey, that's dope. Ain't no.
I have more hair than her. She called me a slur.
So hold on. Play after what's up, Los? Yeah, play on. Like,
Yeah, hold
is
on.
there? It does it. When does the exchange start?
A while ago, the argument was going on for a while, so I have to go back really far.
So you went back to when the insult started.
Yeah, that's what I went back to.
So now I'm calling you out. Is this a
Hold on. I was trying to sneak talk me when you could have just been direct. You could have just said my name.
Now I'm saying it.
You
So
could have
what
just said my
now?
name. Now when I call it out, you're gonna get all mad.
Venus, now what? Venus, now what? Is it about me and you, or is it about
Clearly it is about me. Otherwise, you
I
wouldn't
know
have
you
to
brought
here.
it
Like
back
that.
up. You brought it back up, Venus.
No, you brought it back up. You talk about the
Can
white
we
skin, this
stop?
and that.
Can we stop?
You thought I wouldn't call it out.
Can we go back to the show, or is this a Venus show? Because you're boring.
Venus show. That's why you said my name.
All right, there you go.
Like what?
I want to hear about Venus's theories. Put on a dick string. Let's go.
You think you can do DNA testing? So
No,
you're not very bright. You talking about something you can ask an AI about
No,
your
it
raw
doesn't
DNA.
matter, Venus. I want to hear your theories, Venus.
Yes, that's your agent. That's my theory.
My theory is that you're dumb. Like your grandma and your bald-headed daddy that wasn't even there. He left you.
Better than you.
Who
Your
said stuff
mom
like
and your
that?
dad just swallowed you guys.
Both my parents have more hair than you.
You have no parents. I think you're adopted.
That's
Hates themselves, says shit like that.
that's wild as
What
fuck.
other racial demographic do you hear talk to us like that? The white tea people.
That
Nah,
was
so
yeah.
there's no. That's wow. There's no more. It went to So and it clipped to the next live after that. You said.
Went on paused, and then let me see. And then she wasn't on the panel when it came off pause. Let me see.
Oh, it wasn't. Then I brought everybody back up. Oh, it was Paul. Oh, so yeah. Oh yeah, because I had to refresh. Yeah, it paused because the stream doesn't yeah, the stream freezes.
Oh what?
See. Up here, call. Okay.
Right. I would love to see. Can we rewind before that though? Let's go.
Okay, no, before that, nobody was calling
No,
you
let's go
slurs.
before that.
Nobody was
Right.
calling you slurs before that, so it don't matter. Nobody was calling you slurs before that, so it don't matter.
Oh, on some real shit, man. Listen, it's not a problem to just apologize for using slurs.
See, you restarted it here.
All in here now. Let's go before that. Because
But
absolutely,
listen,
when I send
hold
shots,
up.
No, you got caught
I
lying.
send them.
It don't matter what the reason is.
You got
Sorry.
caught lying. You came up here.
Rewind it.
You came up here and tried to play victim.
Before that.
You said I called you a man first.
Rewind it.
The video don't show that though.
Not rewinding it before that.
Okay, let's rewind.
Rewind it before it when it started, Venus.
These Fox that should be back.
Anymore. I'm quiet.
the sites in the comments, but my
That's the part where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Just want to hear what you have to say. Let's start there.
yeah,
'cause
let's
she was
let's see where
being
the
so
let's see where the slurs come
disrespectful
in.
before
Let's
that.
see, shut up, Baldy Locks. I'm fucking tired of you. You're
gotta
fucking
shut up when you
anti-black.
were
Shut
going
the hell up, little boy. I'm fucking tired.
And you're a darky bitch.
Oh, brother.
And
Weirdo, yo. Like, what the fuck, yo?
you
You're
got
a
listen.
weirdo.
That slur doesn't even piss people off.
Proud
It's more
darky.
so the fact that you would say it. That's not the shit that
Who
you
thinks
use.
it's a slur? It's not a slur. We're
Maybe
no.
you're lucky.
dark.
All right.
Why y'all kicked her?
And I know you have
Alright,
hatred toward dark skinned people because I'm not even dark skinned, and that's a dark
all
skin
right,
slur.
let's review the tape.
Like what?
She why?
Why isn't it
Someone
where's
dropped
the sound?
Keep
Hold on.
saying it though. Like everything
Where
that
the
comes
sound
out
at?
of her mouth is white supremacy. Like fuck.
I'm trying to figure out where the sound at.
All right, let's see. Did she leave or was she dropped?
I dropped her. Hold on, where is this?
Yes. Let's because there gotta be
Hold on.
accountability.
I don't know where the sound's at. Maybe we were all
There
quiet.
can't be accountability and clarity made. Then this is just messy.
Yeah, that's just messy. Let's see who we got.
Where is the sound? Maybe it's my thing. Hold on, I'm gonna restart the YouTube.
Maybe it's I think it froze. After a certain point, it froze like at least 2 times. It might be froze now if we time to think about it. Yeah, it's froze now because the StreamYard freezes.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna try again. Let me see.
I can't talk. You can talk, but I can't talk about.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to start it from the beginning. Yeah, I think it's frozen in this part because
She
there's
should
nothing
be
there.
able to speak for herself though. Like so.
Yeah, who the hell
What do you mean speak for herself? She already came up
Herself.
and explained. You weren't even here. She already
Nah,
came up
what
and
I'm saying
explained.
is she
She already
she
came
should
up here
be
and explained, and
accountable
we
for
showed
things
proof
that
of what she said after she lied and said she didn't say it.
I agree.
And-
I'm
and
just saying
I'm
she should
trying
be
to make her
accountable.
a victim
for
just like
things.
her.
Defending her, I'm saying
You are.
She
You
already
are
defended
defending
herself. So what are you
her.
talking about?
Oh,
Now I've been But black a she's been up long here a time. few times and she has
That's
not
tough.
held herself accountable. And
Yeah, I
she's
think it's
in,
frozen.
and I've she's been in up the comments saying that you could talk about her, but she can't talk about you. It's the things that she's saying. You calling her
Right.
baldy locks? Like, come on, that's not the same as darky. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I've been
it's
black
not the same.
100%
for a
agree.
long time.
I
Under
100%
no
agree on that. But
circumstances have I ever called somebody that was darker than me a darky, and I have never called nobody that was lighter than me a high yellow, whatever. That don't. We
now I call
all
people yellow. I
we
call
all
girls yellow bone all the time.
That she was adopted and all that
Yellow
stuff. Like
bone.
she's a weirdo, bruh.
Okay, also for the conversation, for the beginning of the conversation, Darvid was on paused, and then we have the part where Samuel.
That's okay, but the ancient bones that they would be testing must be from.
Oh, Samuel has shown his camera, and she was sneaking this to me while he showed his camera. Because she asked me, it's not on the thing because it's on pause. Darvid's on pause, so it's not on there. But she had asked me how many degrees I have, and I said I have a degree. But why is that important? That's agent behavior. That's white tea man behavior. And she's like, oh, well, I have 6 degrees. Okay, well, you have 6 degrees from the white tea man. Who cares? And then Samuel got up here and showed sources of an archaeologist, and she's like, the archaeologist is a white tea man, right? The archaeologist is a white tea man, right? The conversation had already been done, but she was trying to sneak diss me by saying that. So I said, be direct. Why are you doing that? Be direct. And then the arguments happened again, and then I started another argument after the argument was already done, because she was trying to sneak diss me while Samuel was showing his sources.
Oh, who
Be
told
weird.
her we were so-called talking about her.
And I did call her a man, but when I showed it, she called me the slur, and then that's right after she called me a slur. I said she looked like man. That's what I said. So as you can see, when I showed it, she called me the slur, and then that's you like Mike Epps.
I mean, like there's a difference when finding her ass up and then calling somebody a darky. Like that just doesn't equal to me. Like that's just not. That ain't it.
You know, my soul is about as dark as Grace Jones, and I'm light as most I'm the lightest light-skinned person you're gonna ever meet. And if I heard somebody call one of my family members a darkie, I think I would be the first one to jump over there and go down their throat. I can't stand that. Cause I'm a little jealous. I want to be darker. And you up here talking about people's skin color. You just mad because God didn't give you enough melanin. Just hush.
That's me. I be in the sun. I don't be playing. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't never that be them people in middle school that was teasing like dark skinned women and men. Like she was one of them. Cause that's a nah for me. I can't forgive nobody for that. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It's 2025. Like we already know what power, you know, the skin holds. So if you sitting here calling somebody darky and she not even dark skinned, that's the crazy part. I just don't get that. That didn't really. I don't know, y'all.
Y'all, so this is what happened. So Samuel was showing his stuff, right? And we were talking, and she came in and then questioned Samuel's authenticity, right? Like he didn't know who his folks was, and I was speaking. She didn't question me; she questioned him, right? Like, can he prove to her that he know what he's talking about? You know, his folks is who they are, right? And he was also finished show. We was talking about the mounds because I got a video of them having concrete steps at Poverty Point, right, in Louisiana. They said that there was just earthworks and no concrete. And my son went down the side of the mound where they don't have the wood steps that they made, right? He went down the other side and there's concrete steps, right? So she jumped in and wanted to know how Samuel know anything about what he talking about. And then she started questioning and she started talking to us and telling us that we don't know what we talking about. And the bones that they have, dug up from the mounds are the tribe's bones. And those people, those Siberian people, right? And then she contradicted herself, right? And Venus jumped in and on it. I wanted to, but Venus had got it before I could. And because she was contradicting herself, and the whole time she was on the stage, speaking. And she said she didn't contradict herself. Then she wanted to know, did Venus have any education? And then she said that she had 6 degrees, like that meant something. And then Samuel went back on showing us the guy that was going around finding pointing out different tree mounds, pyramids that you can see where the trees have grown over them, but you can still see the shape of the pyramid under the tree. And she was like, so you take this O-phase academics over, she didn't say who, she just said that you just use this O-phase academics, right? But then she wanted to let Venus know that she had 6 degrees. So what was her point of telling Venus she had 6 degrees if Samuel couldn't show us what that Ophe was finding, while he was walking through, around in the parks in Mexico?
So were you there after? Were you there when this exchange happened? The slur exchange happened, Crystal?
And that is when Miss Ma'am called Miss Venus a word, and then Miss Venus was on her back like rice after that golden sativa, that golden Carolina gold. That's what it's called, Carolina gold. That Aranza sativa.
I know that's right.
It grows wild in the Carolinas. Yep.
Yep. That's why I want to go see and visit too. Look, I miss half of what been said. I know my girl V was cooking them up. She called me a DARKIE. Get what? Whoa.
Oh, what's up?
You told me this was happening? What's up, family?
Yes, girl, like an hour ago.
This is how you know there's some real niggas on this panel.
Keep it all the way real. Y'all giving her too much energy. Let her just leave that.
Oh, what's up? What's up,
this was happening? What?
Y'all,
she's still gonna be. Look, she's still got mods. She's still in here. So I'm on her every time I see her. I was gonna
Oh,
say
she's
this, right? I just watched Final Destination. Our
me
boy
too.
Candyman.
I
Yo,
just left.
I
How
just,
about
ne- I
not?
just, I just need y'all to
Don't.
understand this. What OG
That's
said, the guy who's played for Candyman, I forgot his whole name. Do not play with your life. Okay, your life is serious. Take everything that you do seriously. You know what I'm saying? Meet the people that's meant for you. You know what I'm saying? People that understand, agree with you. Those are the people that you need to be around. Do not try to fight for your life or try to get your point across if people don't want to hear you out or agree with you. In this lifetime, you got people who is here for you, is not here for you. Everything's balanced out, right? So at the end of the day, take care of yourself, take care of your family, your friends, eat healthy and be happy and live your life to the fullest, yo, because you will never know when your time is up. Point blank,
I saw
period.
Final. Yo, that I'm not gonna lie, that ending was trash. But
It was trash. Yeah, it was completely trash. I was like, what? Okay,
nah,
they just
y'all
need to
can y'all
speed
go
the
ahead.
movie up a little bit. Yeah, she was telling me I need to prove that I'm light skinned. So I really just think she assumed that I was dark skinned and she wanted to attack dark skinned people. My mother's a very beautiful dark skinned, like your mother. Thank you. My mom's a very beautiful dark skinned woman, and then my father's a light skinned man. So Yes, very much. I don't play that colorism stuff. I came out of a dark skinned woman, so ridiculous.
Mm.
You light skin like that, but
Well, yeah, this has been an interesting Saturday night stream. Now we're recording this. Probably know that I'm here.
I'm so annoyed when I checked the thing and it said paused. I was like,
Yeah,
no,
because
darn it.
It's cute, Venus. But now you look. But yeah, I was in and out. So
The whole live is
but
recorded.
but yeah, the stream is but yeah, the stream freezes on the desktop. So I always gotta refresh it. People on YouTube like the stream froze on YouTube. Fix it, Darvid.
Maybe. I wonder if it's like that on Twitter too. You gotta check your Twitter,
I mean, because
Twitter stream.
Nah, Twitter because it's projected from the desktop too. So
Have the same thing.
yeah, you had to check the TikTok recording. You had to check it if it's up there. I don't know. I'll see if I can get it from there and look at it.
Hard to
Yeah, I use StreamYard. Yeah, so I use StreamYard to record. I use StreamYard, but TikTok is recorded separately since I can't pull TikTok up from my Chromebook to stream. Hold on, you echoing. God damn, mute her. Like what the fuck? Press the mute button. Yeah, so I record separately from on TikTok. So I display the window of TikTok to my StreamYard. So that's how you see it on StreamYard. So I'll just show you because yeah, I'll just have to show you because you see right here, you see. Yo, come on.
Uh-oh.
Come on, right, it's right here. I flip the camera, and you can see this is how it's laid out. It's like the StreamYard. You can see StreamYard, YouTube. Yes, you see TikTok. Yeah, you see TikTok right there. It's coming from the window. I'm sharing the tab from TikTok since that's how it works. I can't directly go from StreamYard to TikTok since I'm not on a Windows.
It's hard.
Yeah, so that's what YouTube sees. They see like a TikTok live from the TikTok platform.
Tell me your people be seeing me tweaking on other people on the other end.
Yeah.
I love to hear that and see that. Yeah. Well, let me just make a disclaimer for everyone that's listening on the other side. I'm Dr. Mumu. Some of them don't know me, some do know me, but I am the top known as blunt, realistic ass person that you can ever come across. I also crash out on people only when it's necessary. Okay. There's a person thinking that they feel entitled to talk to me any shape or way, I'm gonna come at them exact names, but 10 times harder. Okay. And also on top of that, I stand on business. We stand on information all day, every day. We don't do that pseudo stuff, that cognitive dissonance ass. Yeah, we don't do that over here. We got sources, records, even some DNA tests that's very more accurate than Ancestry and 23andMe. So who really wanna try to battle with the girl? Because the other day I gotta go back to that little debate I had with these supposedly Texan people and shit. This Juneteenth situation. So I gotta make a whole video about that on my main page. So y'all look out for that. Look out for that. Yeah, no database has our bones really, but there are other ways. I mean, there are more accurate websites to use. So exactly. So I already know I'm gonna be cooking them up because I have a whole Juneteenth video I'm been itching to pull out. Okay, but I gotta make sure like I sound like I know what I'm talking about. Like you know when you have to look over your video multiple times to make sure like you're not tripping. That's what I gotta do. You know what I mean? So once I drop that, y'all gonna just pull up and then see that, and then I'm gonna have my sources, of course. So like to the people who was in the live when I was up here and I was beefing with them retarded ass people, pull back up.
But yeah, like what I was trying to say before that whole argument started. If you guys want to upload your raw DNA to one of those websites that test against bones, it's not going to be useful if you're looking for USA Ancestry. But if you want to look for any ancestry to Mexico or Latin America or Canada, it's probably going to be, that's pretty useful for that.
Yeah.
Not download, but you gotta purchase another thing I gotta send you. It's Genealogy. I don't know if you heard of that, but I'm about to basically pay for that job next week or this upcoming week, and then upload my raw DNA up there, and then look for those ancient bones for real. Account? Hell yeah, I'm gonna let you use my account.
Oh, word. Okay, y'all come up. Oh yeah, I saw your yeah, I saw you. I actually saw one of your videos, Dr. Mumu. I was like, oh, that's how she looked like.
Hey, yeah.
I was like, that's what she looked like. I might have to follow her. Maybe. But
I'm crying.
well, thank y'all for the follows. I'm back on. What's up, Cabrini? Okay, shout out to the for the how long you been? I've been on live for damn near 6 hours.
6 hours, crazy.
I mean, I was live for 6 hours, but I wasn't live for 6 hours. You feel me? If you know what I mean, yeah, I mean.
Tight shit.
Yeah, I mean.
Is it? Are you on the eastern side?
Yeah, I'm on the east side. Yeah, East Coast.
Yeah, it's 2. Y'all not tired yet?
No, we don't sleep over here. Yeah, I mean.
I woke up at 8 p.m.
Like, yeah, are you not sleepy, India? It's 2:02 on your
No,
time, yeah.
I was up. Yo, first of all, let me explain this, right? I watched Final Destiny in a 40x version, bruh. I ain't gonna hold you. You know, in the very beginning when they was in a car and they was rolling up, bruh, I promise you, I was sitting in that seat chilling, slouching in my seat. I had mozzarella cheese sticks and french fries in my hand. And, the seats were moving a little bit. But basically, in the very beginning, y'all know when a car that pulled in the parking lot with the shorty and her husband and stuff like that.
You said mozzarella sticks at a theater?
Yeah.
What theater you was at?
No, I don't know.
Regal.
I don't watch Final Destination. It'd be making me paranoid. That's why I don't watch Final Destination.
Oh, I love Final Destination.
It was a good movie too. Yeah, it was a good movie.
Hard.
The ending sucked up, but it was a good movie nonetheless.
It was good. Yeah, it was good all the way up to the end. Because I was saying to my man, I was like, yeah, you could tell they had to rush the whole end of the movie for real because it was going so good. Like towards the end, I was thinking like they was gonna add a little bit more flavor. They was getting the similar messages. The fucking little boy was dressing like his great grandfather. He didn't even know it. And then his date was dressing like his grandmother too. Like, oh no.
Yeah, let's not spoil it too much, but yeah, I saw that. I was like,
yeah, that's why I was like, oh nah.
Yeah, the ending was ass. Like you gotta drop the rating down because of that fucking ending. That shit was ass.
But the whole theater was like, what? Like, yo, I promise you, like, my food was full of like niggas in the theater. It was full niggas in the theater, like the whole theater. Like, I can tell you that there was some people that had dark humor in there, and I was one of those people. We was laughing at scenes that nobody's supposed to be laughing at, and I was in there dying.
Movie or something?
Yeah, it came out.
Yeah.
It came out like last week or something.
Oh, did you see it, Darvin?
Yeah, they were watching in the Discord.
Oh, I thought they were watching the old one, or were they watching all of them?
They watched the last two. They were watching the last two. Like the one that came out in 09. I didn't know Final Destination didn't come out. It hasn't been a Final Destination movie in like 16 years. But yeah, the last one that came out in 09, and then the more recent one that just came out.
Yeah, I told them I wasn't watching that because I'm not going to be paranoid.
No, I wasn't paranoid because you know how it's like, even though when you leave out of movies like that, you gotta be on your P's and Q's and get home safely. But with me though, like, I'm already spiritually tapped in, so I don't even allow movies to have a spiritual connection through me when I'm watching that shit. Like, it just like sucks for the other people that have to deal with that. But me, I'm protected. I'm protected everywhere I go, so I'm not tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Like, protection, because that's what you need when you watch one of them paranormal movies. It's more the fact that should be happening in real life. That type of Final Destination stuff. I was watching cases where people got flung off of rides on Ferris wheels and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like
that's only happened when only happened when someone in the family is really doing some like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like some psychotic as spiritual, like not witch behavior, but low key witch behavior. You feel me? Because when you're tapping from the physical realm without a lot of things can easily come in internally, right? So if you allow things to come in internally, then the things that's coming internally will affect everything externally. So that's why it's important to know like how to sense your energy where certain energy around you is not welcoming. You feel me? Or you basically you gotta know. You just got to tap in. You just gotta know. You feel me? Like that's the only thing I can really tell people. If your senses, if your gut telling you don't do it, don't do it.
You know, African American is trademarked as food. Did y'all know that? Yeah.
Who?
But also on them rides where things like that happen, it was mostly the companies. The companies, they knew stuff needed to be fixed and they didn't, and they let people get on them rides.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Like I don't know if I was gonna use the Cobra Kai, like the Cobra Kai in Jersey. I went to the Cobra Kai. I got on the Cobra Kai and I got in the front row, right? And once I went through like once we was waiting there for like 10-15 minutes for the ride to start because they was working on some maintenance to make sure like it goes smooth. Because they said the Cobra Kai been having a little bit issues with the rides and stuff like that, right? So boom. I was very determined because I was not getting off this ride. It was people getting off the ride. They couldn't wait. They didn't have patience. So I stayed up there. It was like probably like 5 people on a ride with me, but I was in the very front row, right? Off the shit. All of a sudden, the ride don't work anymore, and then they had to shut the ride down for the rest of the night. I don't know if
What's
I
up
was.
that? How about
I don't
that?
know if I was lucky. I don't know.
How about
I don't
that?
know if I was lucky.
Shame.
Interesting, unexpected experience.
Somebody got up that ain't mean to get up. I was like, who the hell is Danny? Like, who is Danny? I was like, we got a new person up here. Well, she left though. She didn't want to be a part of the team.
V, what's your status out on your test right now?
It still says the sample received the lab, so it's probably another day or two.
Hey, what's up, Audrey?
Before it goes to the next one.
Let me check the calendar. So it's June 1st. Your shifts will come in next 2 weeks. So either the 15th or the 16th. If it's not that, probably within that week. Juneteenth is Thursday. I'm uploading a video on Thursday. I'm gonna cause hell on Juneteenth.
Hazard?
Yo, people need to watch out. I'm gonna make a whole video. I'm gonna make a live about Juneteenth too. And actually, Darvin, you need to make a live about Juneteenth.
No, brother. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see. Why? Like, yeah. What? I don't know.
Because I just want to see what people know about Juneteenth, and I want to compare of what people know in Texas.
All the events hosted by Caribbeans that are using Juneteenth and using incorrect colors and stuff like that and reporting them and trying to get this shit taken down.
Florida too, where there's Caribbean people on both of those side of states, and none of my experience with them Caribbean people was bad. Because this is before I even claimed the things I was claiming. I was claiming to be only a Black American, right? So my whole personal experience with the Caribbeans was never bad at all. So now I'm trying to figure out who the hell are these people trying to make this separation with the Black Americans and the Caribbeans? Because last time I checked, wasn't all of us was in a club in the early 2090s, listen to everyone's music, no matter
India,
what genre music, no matter
India.
what. Hold on. No matter what genre music it was.
The problem, but okay.
I'm not necessarily
That has nothing
downplaying the
to do
problem.
with
I'm
what
just
we're
trying to figure
saying,
out where all of this coming from, because this is my first time starting to hear Black Americans talk about Caribbean and this. Literally within last year and this year, I was hearing more of this. So now I'm trying to figure out where all of this is coming from. It's just losers on
Coming from cultural sovereignty, cultural understanding. Again, if you don't see it, all you have to do, get on Eventbrite or Facebook or anywhere where they have events at, type in Juneteenth. I promise you, you will see tons of Caribbeans and Africans promoting Juneteenth events with RGB colors, Jamaican colors, and all types of retarded stuff. And none of it have the actual Juneteenth colors. So yeah, go ahead. And
what are the Juneteenth colors? Because I don't know. I don't know what are the Juneteenth colors. What are Juneteenth colors?
Red,
Because I've never seen no Juneteenth.
Red, white, and blue.
Green, white, and blue, or red, white, and blue?
No, red, white, and blue. Have you ever seen the Juneteenth flag? You're
So the
talking about
American
Juneteenth.
flag?
Have you seen the Juneteenth flag?
No, I never seen that.
You should Google it. You should.
I'm about to do that right now.
You should
on my
Google
iPad.
it.
I'm about to do that right now. Shoot, I'm about to take some screenshots too, because you're giving me a little bit more information. So I like that. Let me Juneteenth flag.
And then like I was talking to Caribbeans, a lot of Caribbeans online, and they were saying that they can participate in Black History Month because Black History Month is also about them. So I was like, so is
It's not
Caribbean?
about that.
So hold on. So I said,
So
so
wait.
Hold on. So I said, so is Caribbean History Month about Black Americans? The answer was no. So you get to steal the holiday that's been here before you ever immigrated here, but we can't use your holiday. We can't say your holiday is about us, but you can say our holiday is about you. What is going on here?
Those are people that you might have to deal with that ignorant, because I promise you, I don't think that.
So
Hold on. And I think that
because y'all got a lot of Caribbean people that's in Northern America as well. But there's a difference between people from the Caribbean, actually from the Caribbean, and people that's Caribbean and living in America. People that living in America from the Caribbean are highly, well, I could say, influenced by the Northern American culture, which is our culture up here, right? So they will feel like you see how the Africans feel like they can, insert their way into certain things. It's the same thing with the Caribbeans. And the only reason why the Caribbeans feel like they can insert themselves is because the Caribbeans see that they have the same similar struggles with the Black Americans. Because the Caribbean people was also enslaved. Hold on, because the Caribbean people was also enslaved, because they also seen people from Northern America was also enslaved, they feel like they have a understanding between the situation. You're talking about Juneteenth when the people from all through the Americas was enslaved. So even if the Caribbeans do change the color up or whatever, as long as they supporting Juneteenth, as long as they giving praise to it and bringing recognition to that important day for the people that's from Texas, I don't really think the other
No,
two matter.
Mumu, coming into someone's culture and changing it is not supporting. That's
Yeah,
why
that's cultural appropriation. You're giving, you're
I was gonna say
sympathizing
to go back to
with their
what you were
ignorance, and
saying
that's not
about
acceptable.
it's not I'm not sympathizing anything. I'm just going based on what I see. I'm telling you my own observation. Now, to answer your question about the colors, right? I see the main thing. It was like the red and blue, red, blue, and white, and it got the star like this. Like I don't know what the name of this shit, but now
That's
they
the
changed it
Juneteenth
into
flag.
they changed it into like African flag, so it's not red, yellow, and green.
No, the real Juneteenth flag is red, blue, and white. That's it. Just like the American flag, except for it has the blue star. That's it. There is no changing of anything. That is the color.
I've seen this flag.
That should be understood and respected. Period. Nothing else. Don't try. That's the problem, is trying to remix something that is established for a certain ethnic group. You can't do that. I just had this conversation earlier with a friend. When it comes to any Caribbean holiday or something, you don't see Black Americans running up through there with the American flag or Juneteenth flag or the Black Heritage flag. You don't see it. We respect their culture and respect their holidays. That is what we are asking, period. There isn't no arguments about it. There isn't even no wiggle room to debate it with Black Americans. It's either you stand on the side of respect and you follow what we put down, or you don't.
And also, I do think, I understand Caribbeans are like related to us, but I don't like when they equate themselves. You know how there were Caribbeans over here before immigration was like happening from the Caribbean to here? I don't like how they equate themselves to those people, because those people did not have to ask the white T man for citizenship. They were just already here, or they were brought here. I don't like when recent Caribbeans who literally had to ask the white T man for citizenship is relating themselves to that. Because I don't have any ancestors on my tree that asked the white T man for citizenship. So I don't like how that's being conflated as the same thing.
Be honest, they're not even those people who were here prior to like the 1900s somehow that was from the Caribbean are not Caribbean anymore. They're not. They're not. It wasn't that big of a population listen, before 1900, the amount of melanated immigrants that was in this country was to the right of the decimal point. To the right. It was 0.0 something. Okay. So those few people are not Caribbean anymore. Like it is.
Wait, I don't think that's how it works, because regardless of where they're from or where they go, that's what they still is. And wherever they settle in, it don't matter what changed about.
I'm saying they're not Caribbean no more, because that was prior to 1900. You talking about probably 3-4 generations ago.
Well, they wouldn't be fully.
So by now,
you talk about
Caribbean
3-4 generations.
That's what I'm saying.
3-4 generations ago. Don't matter if they're not Caribbean or not.
So
that's
those
still
people,
part of their heritage.
So
even
those
if
people,
they settle.
I think what he's saying, those people would not be fully Caribbean. So I don't know why recent Caribbean immigrants are coming over here trying to claim the descendants of those people who married into tribes from the USA. And this, what you say?
I was about to say, if you get taken somewhere, you assimilate to what they doing, not the other way around. They became.
So if you're a recent Caribbean immigrant, Sorry, go ahead. I thought you
I
were
was about to say, if you coming from the Caribbean or Africa, you marry someone that's your Masi before slavery ended, you're Masi now. That's just how it go.
Well, good thing I'm a part of those people that y'all mentioned first. So, but nah, for real though, I just really think that it all part of the play of education. Because understand people are educated in our certain way. People may interpret it the opposite of how we interpret it
I'll be
in the
back.
history. And then on top of that, this is not being properly educated in school. So a lot of people thinking Juneteenth is dealing with all freedom through the Americas when it's already going based into Texas. So I think that a lot of people that are highly educated into these matters, into this topic, should be literally going to these schools and telling them like, yo, y'all gotta chill and teach the right shit, or there's gonna be issues.
that needs to be done because let's think about it. You know how Caribbean countries have their own freedom days as days that they stopped being enslaved. Do they celebrate Black Americans in their countries? No, they don't. So I don't understand why they think they could come to the USA and celebrate themselves in our holidays. They don't celebrate us in their holidays back home. So why should we do this? So why should we do what they're not doing?
Well, we won't.
That's
We
a
don't
fact.
know that, and well,
No,
I'm gonna
no,
say
that's
I
a
don't know.
fact. I was in Antigua.
Hold on, Keith.
Okay.
Hold on, Keith. Hold on. I personally say I won't know that either because I'm not living in the Caribbean nor getting the full scope of what it's.
You can pull it up. You can just go look it up. And then
I'd
Caribbean.
rather not go. I'd rather not go it up.
Hold
look
on,
it up. I'd rather
Lou.
go
And then
straight-
Caribbean's.
Hold on, let me explain. Let me finish what I was saying real fast because you kind of cut me off in the middle of what I was saying. Let me just say this. And I'm in it. For starters, I don't know what's going on in the Caribbean side. I don't know what they celebrate. I don't know what they got going on because our media is not going to show that side, right? For me personally, I'm the type to pull up in person and see what's really going on. I ask the question myself and see what they celebrate, what they got going on. Because see, the media is going to show us one side of the story. They're not going to show the full side. You understand? So you don't know what niggas may know in the Caribbean or what they don't know in the Caribbean. Knowledge, when it comes to knowledge, right? Every human being have a capability of gaining knowledge. If they don't want to understand understand the situations that was taking place in certain parts of America, then that's on them.
But we do know what they celebrate because they say it themselves. They say a lot of Caribbean.
I don't know who they is. I don't know who's they. I don't know
as
who
in
who.
Caribbeans. Who else am I?
Not all
talking about?
Caribbeans. Not all, because you talk about multiple islands in the Caribbean, and not all of them have the
I'm
same
talking about all of them.
ideology.
Hold up, y'all arguing something. So check this. I'll give you an example. I was just in Antigua on their Freedom Day in Antigua, right? All they celebrated was Antigua, not no other island. First of them, all of them have different Independence Days, right? But they didn't celebrate nobody else, just Antigua. And I was there. I was celebrating with them. Antigua flags all over. I was eating that food and everything in Antigua. They didn't celebrate no Black Americans, let alone any other Caribbean islands. So what she's saying is factual. But I have a question, India. Do you have any Caribbean ancestry?
Of course I do.
On both sides?
On both sides.
Going to where?
I was, so you know how this started. So boom, my heritage started all in the Caribbean, but my people literally got brought into the Americas. So from Puerto Rico to Jamaica into Louisiana, and then I guess my folks married someone that was a Creole there, and I got Louisiana Creole mixture.
What years did you?
Hold on. Let me finish. From Louisiana Creole, they went to Virginia, North Carolina, and then from North Carolina, Virginia, they moved up to New York. That whole area of the North, so like with Massachusetts, Connecticut, the DMV area, like that's where like half of my family is at. And also on my mom's side, I'm not really so on both sides of my family actually. I'm not really so close to near them, but I am working on getting so, and then doing my genealogy as well. Be able to go back past like my father's side was able to go back to like the 1500s. My mommy's side I gotta work on it a little bit more because my mom's side is complicated because my great grandmother, which is my third grandmother, was raised by her aunt. So when she was raised by her aunt on the sister's records, it was her when she was 5 and her aunt. So she was raising her since she was like literally a baby, I think. So there's a situation that was happening on my mom's side when it came to my great aunt, her mother, her family. So, when it comes to the paperwork, that's going to be a long situation too, because then on top of that, we all know Walter Plecker created that system where he.
Can we? Because you're going deep, and I'm just trying to figure out some
Go
surface
ahead.
information. All right. So you said you got some Caribbean ancestors. What year did they come to immigrate or come into the continental United States? Yeah.
I should say personally, I should say like this late 1700.
So okay. So your Caribbean ancestors came in the 1700s. So are you saying that they came by way of the Caribbean from somewhere else, or
No,
because
they
that's
got
a
brought. They
good
got
journey? I'm
brought.
trying.
No, they got brought in as slaves to that
Oh,
area, and of course they got freed during that time because the situations that was happening in the South was also applying to them too. I
okay.
don't really know so much because this is still like genealogy work
So
I gotta work on.
so
So yeah.
so the genealogy work that you have done so far, you have the records that show your family moving between from what you said, New York, Virginia, Louisiana, and then the
Yeah.
islands going back. You have those
Yeah.
records?
Well, I don't got my island records yet, but I am managed. I gotta go down to Louisiana archive area to receive that because I did find out that majority of some of the West Indies records are found into the states too. So like those major states like Louisiana, probably like Michigan, probably like down like DC area, those states I gotta like
So,
pull up in those
so
areas to receive those type of
did you
documents.
do a DNA test?
Yeah, I did DNA test. I was just talking about did my DNA test on Ancestry and I received my results. When I went on Ancestry, I did the DNA inherent, so I had basically paid $10 to get my DNA journey to see exactly what my family was directly going
The
to. And then,
migration pattern.
yeah, the migration
And
pattern
so is the
exactly. And then I
migration
also
pattern.
hold on, and I also uploaded my genealogy records to it. And I had got my distance masters with my cousins that also was doing their genealogy as well. So it basically doubled up for me. I just gotta look into all those things to match up because I got my cousins living in the Caribbean too. I got like 4 cousins in the Caribbean right now. One cousin in Puerto Rico, one cousin in Virgin Island. I got a cousin in Bermuda, and I got a cousin in Jamaica. But I already have family in Jamaica. Like I already been know my family side in Jamaica because I got people coming from Spacestown, that area. So like but my connection with Puerto Rico, like even when I was young, like my brother, he cousin in Puerto Rico, but I already have family in Rico. Like even when I was young, like 100% if we was Puerto Rican or not, because we wasn't so like I said, we're not so close on my mom's side, but we do have Puerto Rican cousins. Like my second cousin, which was my mom's cousin, that nigga's Puerto Rican as fuck. So
He points at one time. You gonna
my fault, my fault.
Yeah.
That's
So
my fault.
you gotta slow
I
it
get
down a
back to you
little
guys.
bit. I get it.
Yeah.
Just slow it down a little bit. So in general, is it the DNA migration journeys that showing you these paths, like from going from New York to Virginia, well, going backwards or however you want from these
you
different
asking her?
locations?
Yeah.
It says like Afro Caribbean.
No.
Test? Like it
No,
says
what I'm
Afro
asking.
American.
So when you do a DNA test, right, especially with like Ancestry and you pay for enhanced and all of that, what it will do is utilize the records along with the DNA markers and stuff that they can track in the system to try to pinpoint where specific journeys of your ancestors was. You know what I mean? Like, so if they lived in Virginia, you know what I mean, and you have a relative that did a DNA test and both of y'all pointed back to that same ancestor in Virginia, it will put it on the journey, right? So
Isn't that what the Afro American from Texas part is, or the Afro Caribbean from Jamaica?
Yeah.
She found Afro. She has because I saw her test. It said Afro Caribbean and Afro American on her test.
So
So
I
go ahead.
get what you, so that's how you're coming across the journey, the path, and now you're just trying to actually validate them with the records.
Right.
Okay, that
Right.
works. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
Good
So
genealogical
and,
work.
that's the whole part of what I said when I introduced myself. My name is Dr. Mumu. I stand on business. I can only bring up receipts to show proof. everything that I say, even before I got the information, I already stand on business. V is a perfect example of her being around me and witnessing what I was jacking before I got my results. And once I got my results, it said exactly what I knew I was. So everything else beyond that point is I just gotta show people exactly what I'm talking about, and that's my goal: is to bring my community to success. It's to show proof so my people can see what the fuck I got going on, and if they feel comfortable doing it with me, I'll give them the tools and the steps for them to get exactly where the hell I'm at. Because this is how we can make our people become successful, really. Because we know that this system is not going to teach us the proper things. We know that this board of education system is not going to teach our kids, our nieces, nephews, grandkids, anything about the things that we need to know about based off the conversation that we have. This conversation that we have it needs to be applied to almost every conversation a Black American should be having in America. This is highly important. We talk about people who don't even know half of the real American history.
That's
scary.
So but I want to say this, right? When it comes to like certain things, because we was originally talking about Juneteenth, right? And I get having Caribbean and but I want to say this, right? We was originally talking about being ancestry, not really seeing them as different people, but under certain lenses, they are different, you know, and respect those boundaries. And one of those boundaries is representation of culture, right? So when we're talking about things like Juneteenth, which is a representation of a Black American culture, a celebration of Black Americans being free, really emancipated in Texas. However, it is pretty much, because it's federal, it really kind of blankets all those who were emancipated from slavery in America, all those Black Americans. So it is very important for Black Americans here to have a representation of their culture, to see it, and for it to be respected, opposed to other cultures, whether they might share blood or skin complexion, to feel as if they can appropriate our culture and utilize it and profit off of it and stuff like that without showing it proper respect, misleading people with informations and with misinformation. I mean, and that's a problem, you know, because Juneteenth is a very important holiday to a lot of people. But the importance of it is the knowledge and the education behind it, more so than just the celebration.
Right. So with that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I was saying people should get more in contact with people from Texas more, because if Juneteenth is really representing the people from Texas, then that's what should be labeled as, and this is what people should understand all through the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Not just the Caribbean, but just Southern America as well. So this is something that the media is doing, which is controlling the narrative and making it seem like it's not only just for Texas, it's only representing the Black Americans who were. I know it's not strictly.
He's never gonna know who he's truly crushing on. Period. Period. When he said what he said, I was like, that's not true.
Because they get a warm box.
Period.
Yeah, they'll get a warm box.
It changes. It's what
Wait a minute. Wait
Get a warm box.
Then put your hands in the air. Now you said what? See, look at him. Yeah, they sleeping now. Oh yeah, they
See, and that's encouraging. Like at the end of the day, like, yeah, I was like,
y'all want to hear
Tell
my
your
crushes?
let's hear 'em.
Come on, let's go.
I got 3. My first TikTok crush was Malik. My second TikTok crush was
Keep it real.
Saul.
Yeah, Obama's tattoos. He's so cool. He is so cool. We talk all the time. He's a cool guy.
You say it all the time.
I don't. Only one I know is Malik and Saul, apparently. I don't know somebody.
And look, they all 3 different people. They
I
ain't
don't
none
know,
of them
like,
the same.
no, definitely not 30, Malik, or not like.
When all of us have been fully free. That's why Juneteenth is celebrated by the whole Black American community. So yes, Galveston, Texas has its history for sure, and that's why it is very important to Texas. But as the community, why we celebrate it is because that's when we all was emancipated all as a community.
So now it don't necessarily make sense, and I'm gonna explain why I say it, right? Only took place in the one Pacific area.
But that's the crush we talking about. That's somebody you want.
Area. I personally think that that whole day, but they're not a part of that. So I don't think any Black American that's not from Texas should be putting their whole heart and culture in, because that freedom for them in Texas does not involve for everyone outside of Texas. Understand, we live in North America. This is a country living in huge as fuck, right? And this is before Texas became of the Union of United States of America. Understand, the United States of America was fighting their way to take over the South. Okay, we talk about the North trying to take their shit.
Table. Like, oh God, neighborhood.
When you make up a
Stop.
name,
That's a crush.
I think we gotta understand what a crush
People don't
means.
understand what a crush means.
It's a crush. You have crushes when you middle school, not high school. Crushes turn into like you want to be in a relationship with them. But like
No.
crushes is.
But if it was just a crush, then people would just say it. Why was it so hard for people to just say things? Or whatever?
Facts.
You do not agree because you never tell. My thing is, it's not just.
We all
We
say
all
it
say
though.
it.
Malika's the
Yeah,
only one
right.
to play with.
I've never heard anybody talk about their
He's in
crush.
raw form now. But look, what I'm saying, we're not comfortable saying a crush like it's a bad thing. It's okay to crush. People think it's a bad. People think that somebody gonna think, oh yeah, I got that person. No, it's a compliment. You like something about the person. They take it the wrong way.
So you lied just now. You didn't crush on me.
I do crush on you.
Okay, that made me feel a little bit better.
Huh?
That made me feel a little bit better.
Of course. You come on. I don't have a problem saying who I'm crushing.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
You know what's coming out of camera?
It just changes.
You know, I love to see men. I love to see men in uncompromising positions because when you catch them like that, you understand what each face mean when they talking.
But check this out.
Exactly.
Check this out. Y'all act like we got real relationships. We have crushes.
Yes, but wait.
That's ice.
But I want to say something. Remember when I
Ice is innocent though, y'all. Ice is innocent.
No, but I do know what crushes is. That's why I asked the question. Why is it? That's not how it's
Just
taken
because you personally don't have an investment in that concept doesn't mean other people don't. So you can easily say, like, I don't understand why it's difficult to say, okay, that is a Black American holiday. Black Americans should celebrate it. It's federal now. Clearly, the people of Texas wanted all Black Americans to celebrate it. It wasn't even just celebrated just in Texas. Again, like coming from a Black American family, we usually have our family reunions either on Juneteenth that weekend or 4th of July that weekend. It's very common in the South. So again, like it's more so of just respecting the culture. It shouldn't be that deep. Like you're trying to make it so okay. Well, if Caribbeans can't celebrate it, then y'all shouldn't be able to celebrate because y'all not from
Yeah, no,
Texas.
that's not how I'm
That's
making it. Yeah, no,
crazy. You get what
that's
I'm
not.
saying?
That's not. No, like deep down in my whole soul, that's not how I'm making it. And let me explain a little bit better so I can give y'all a little bit of reassurance, right? Again, we're talking about a time period that happened 200 years ago from this time today, okay? The way that these niggas was moving niggas around, I wasn't even there to know who the fuck pull up in that whole ass area. Mindful, again, we're talking about this big ass landmass that we living on. So it was already a lot of people coming from all different areas of America being a part of that culture, right? So when we're talking about the first pre-colonial time period of when it started in the Caribbean and it made their way up to Northern America, then those two motherfuckers from Caribbean and North America will have something way more in common than anybody outside those two people. And I only say that because the Caribbean, and again, the Caribbean and Black Americans are the only each other culture where you don't even think.
So say one thing about my kids, they ain't gonna go to bed home.
Hey, why y'all bullshit though? Them struggle meals got some of the best meals right now.
Are on this page.
Uh,
I hope none of y'all mamas are on this page.
Oh my God.
baby, cause baby, my mama used to make pork and beans and hot dog feel taste
Man,
like a
hush
deli.
your mouth.
Oh, come on,
Hey, look,
man.
that's why I'm saying, hey, them struggle meals. Hey, look, I ate some, Mika. I ate some the other day.
I love
cooked me some, I got some of them showboat. Them showboat.
Oh yeah,
pork and
you
beans.
got the throwback. Them the best one.
Man, them showboat, and I got
The
some wings.
showboat pork and beans.
Look, I ain't ate this shit in 20 years, but I cooked that shit the other day.
Look, when y'all
I could have went in there and cooked steak and potato, but I was like, fuck that. I want some motherfucking.
Let me ask
wing
you
and
another
beans.
good one for y'all.
Them Johnny boys, huh?
Yeah.
Johnny boys up here.
Struggle meal.
I got another good one for y'all. How many times y'all go to a family event and
for
you
real.
who cook what before you ate it?
I don't do family events no more.
Who cooked the spaghetti? Cause I want to know.
Like no,
Who cooked the spaghetti?
Look, when you go and you want to know who cooked, because you know they can't cook. Like you got an auntie or cousin that can't cook, you want to see what they cook before you eat it. You be like, who cooked this?
Yep.
Let's ask all type of questions before you start eating it.
Yep.
Oh, you know she can't cook and don't season it. Be like, no, I don't want none of that. They end up taking. They gotta take their dish back home with them.
Yeah. Let's put it this way.
Baby, if I go to somebody cookout and they spaghetti is white.
If you're that family member in a cookout that has been asked to bring the cups and the plates, don't bring no food because your bitch ass can.
You know you can't cook. Now, what you want me to bring? Just bring the silverware.
Hey,
oh
my God! I'm in the hobby. I said,
just bring the plates and the silverware. Your bitch ass can cook.
I can cook. I don't cook. So I ask people, what would you bring as far as non-edible? Because I don't cook. I can cook, but I won't cook. I don't cook. I don't take food out. I won't make something and give it to people, but I can cook. So I ask, what else can I? No.
Like
And so
Jacksonville don't have that many.
Hold on, did they create lowriders and Dickies and sneaker culture and laid baby hairs and ebonics? Did they create all that? Because you're asking what's the difference. I've never heard any of that in the Caribbean. So
Got people that have their own different dialects. However, you got people that still feel like they have a connection to North American, even if they
that's their own culture.
North American. Yeah, I know that's their own culture. However, there's people that are literally a part of the same culture as them. Because you know, blue jeans was also found in the Caribbean too. People was wearing cloth out there as well.
who are part of Black American culture, the only Caribbeans are Caribbeans who have Black American ancestry. That is the only Caribbeans. The only Black Americans who have Caribbean culture are Black Americans with Caribbean ancestry. If you don't have both, you can't be like, oh, that's also my culture. That's ridiculous.
All right, what's up, y'all? Y'all still talking about Juneteenth and Caribbeans?
You really should be specific on what Caribbean culture, because there's different islands. So just throwing out the Caribbean as one category, no, it's very different throughout the Caribbean. So
Haitians are currently, no hate to my Haitians, but they're low-key destroying Louisiana Creole culture. I was trying to look up Codivini or Louisiana Creole. Why is Haitian Creole popping up? I don't want to learn Haitian Creole. I'm not from Haiti. Why is that popping up on Google? Did I ask for Haitian Creole or did I ask for Codivini? Why are Haitians down there saying they created cities in Louisiana? Well, my people were here before Haitians ever came over there. So why are people saying Louisiana Creoles are Haitian? Is this the cultural erasure for me?
And there was white Haitians on top of that.
Well, all I can say is this. I start from pre-colonial and I make my way up. And I'm gonna study every timeline of who pull up, who did what tribe did this, what tribe pull up to this area, what tribe fucked up this tribe, whatever I gotta do, right? And I'm gonna make a whole PowerPoint so I can help the people out and they can see the sources. And I'm gonna give y'all some of the shit I was looking into as well, so y'all can help me out in the long run, okay? Because honestly, when it comes to this history shit, a lot of people have their own personal feelings involved with it, and I don't got no feelings when it comes to history because I remain open-minded and I don't mind to be educated when it comes to this shit, right? Because at the end of the day, when you wake up, you're gonna gain some new knowledge regardless. So I'm not gonna stand on 10 toes on this one information that I received. So again, when it comes to America, knowing America was the most hot zone of all bullshit that was happening, I gotta see who the fuck was coming in and out of this country. Because now a lot of people think a lot of people didn't come in this area. A lot of people did come in this area. A lot of people think that these people was a part of these people to create these people. Yeah, nah, it's too much guessing, too much pointing he, she, this, and I ain't with all that. I need one simple, straightforward line. That's what the fuck I'm gonna give everybody. If everybody's confused, if everybody's confused about the Caribbean,
why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Chill out. What?
New Yorkers don't know how to turn to New York now. Shout out to New York though.
Hey.
I get it. You know, I understand where she's
she
coming
sound confused.
from, but
Don't
I
say
feel
I
like
sound
she's
confused because
doing
you didn't
this
even ask
whole.
no question. Oh, I
It's
hate when
almost
people
like
make
a.
assumption about me. That hurts my nerve. Like, ask me a question. Don't assume nothing about me. You don't know me, nigga, to assume nothing.
Yeah, so like it's just you really excited about it. Like you getting mad.
Yo, because I love, like, I have a passion for this shit, yo. Like, this is my shit. Like, when I tell you, I've been in the history since middle school, and since middle school, I've been, like, trying to find multiple ways to, like, crack the code. Bro, this shit is no joke. People think this shit is a joke. This shit is no joke.
Okay,
Like,
so
this shit is no joke.
I think Caribbeans just use this as an excuse to use Black American culture because they're not confident in their own culture. Black Americans also went to the Caribbeans and influenced stuff, but you don't see Black Americans saying, yeah, we can use Caribbean culture because our people went over there and influenced some things, right?
I don't know what the fuck going on.
I'm not done. We don't care to do that because we are confident within the culture we have created here in the USA. We don't need to claim anything that we created or influenced over in the Caribbeans. We just don't care that much because we already have our own stuff over here. But I'm noticing when it comes to the opposite, Caribbeans just can't help themselves because they abandon their entire culture from the Caribbean to tether onto USA culture. It is really strange.
I think we use a lot of modern time in this conversation. Personally, I see
talking about modern, like, aren't you talking about modern Caribbeans? Because I don't see the modern,
like the modern Caribbeans. Yeah, I see that.
Because I don't see the modern Caribbeans as the exact same as the Caribbeans that were already over here. Because I have one ancestor from the Caribbean. He's from the Virgin Islands. He didn't ask the white man for citizenship. He doesn't have no immigration record. I mean, he was brought on a boat. He didn't ask to be over here. He didn't ask the white man for citizenship. So he's definitely not the same as a modern Caribbean asking the white man for citizenship. It'll never be the same to me.
So
Right. So in different ideology, today is a strange ass time. What a strange time to live in. Like literally, like this whole
Thank you
conversation,
for the follow up.
it just baffles. It just really like it surprised me so much because it's like, why do niggas personally care so much? Like me, I just think I just don't give a fuck too much, and I just stand on business at the end of the day.
okay, Mumu, you've never been told growing up that you don't know where you come from by Caribbeans, right? Have Caribbeans ever told you where you from and you answer the USA and they tell you where you really from? Has that ever happened to you growing up?
Nah, I don't think nobody
Okay,
in
so
my
that's
whole
why you don't
personal life
understand.
try to ask me.
So that's why you don't
So
understand.
somebody asked you that in your personal life?
They
too?
ask me that all the time.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, me nah. I don't ever get asked that, and I don't think people would try to ask me because in real life, how I look in real life. Yeah, I don't think people would try to ask me that question. It's a really direct. It's like, what do you want? Like when you talk to me, when you come up to me, and I don't know you, and I'm giving you my response, I'm like, what do you want? Get straight to the point. You can't get straight to the point. I'm walking away from you. So I don't let nobody try to get that type of conversation out of me. If I don't personally know you like that, to give you my whole say that. You want to know where I'm from? I'm from New York. That's exactly where I'm from. You want to go in the whole jig of my leanings and shit like that? We can do that. But if you want to know exactly where I'm from, New York.
What you said, Darvin?
Sorry. Someone asked me a question. Why are Black immigrants upset with FBA reparation movement? I mean, they want to be a part of it, I guess.
I didn't notice that there are multiple Caribbeans that are sitting on like government spaces saying they don't need reparations. What do you mean you don't need reparations? You're not even a part of that. That's weird.
Yeah, we can't forget that there are shout out to the Caribbeans that know who they are, but there are Caribbeans that be on that bullshit like Africans would. So just like how there be us Black Americans that be on that BS that an African would. So you can't forget
Everybody's
that.
crazy. Everybody's crazy. Everybody's crazy on every side, on every part of this world. There's trillions, billions of niggas that are smart, that are retarded, that are autistic, that are psychopaths, that are sociopaths. You name it. You motherfucking name it. Okay, y'all just gotta know who is meant for you.
But yeah, when it comes to I ain't really express my because I've seen the shit that's been going on Twitter with that. But if you saw the event that the Caribbeans made up for Juneteenth, you'd be like, all right, you would see what niggas is talking about. Because I saw that. I saw that shit. I don't even know how to pronounce that shit. Juve. I was like, yeah, I see why niggas is mad. I see why niggas is mad.
Out of pocket. Well, yo, I ain't gonna lie. These niggas be out
and
of
whoever
pocket.
made that flyer clearly shows. And it clearly showed. And this is where I mean putting context clues together. When you see something, don't ever judge a book by its cover. You gotta go full research on who is behind that book, right? Because when you find out who the author is, then it'll make sense of their whole ideology and why they wrote this book. And it's the same thing with Shade Room, right? Shade Room, we was trying to figure out who is the CEO of Shade Room. And then there was a whole Nigerian chick from Africa. Okay? She's a woman that lives in America, put her whole life into our business in America. Okay? She get paid for
Caribbeans ain't no different.
You can't be in. I gotta look into that shit that niggas are talking about. I haven't seen that. I haven't came across to that. But when I do, I'll let y'all know.
DJ Academic. You talking about the Shade Room? DJ Academic. There you go.
Yeah, he Caribbean.
Yeah, fuck DJ Academic.
I mean, we can go down the line.
What's Fresh and Fit? Fresh and Fit. I think one of them, the dark skinned one, he's Caribbean.
Yeah, I think he's Caribbean. I think he's from Bahamas or somewhere. Yeah, man, it's always them tethers.
Y'all know y'all know that show Baddies Africa or something? It's like the spinoff of Bad Girls Club. Y'all know that show?
Yeah.
So I seen someone saying, "Oh, this is why Africans don't like Black Americans." 80% of the cast is either Caribbean or African. There's only like 2 Black Americans on that show. Everyone else is Caribbean. And Caribbeans were in the comments making fun of Black Americans when that's their own people up on that show. That is how much Caribbeans and Africans hate us. Ridiculous.
That shit is crazy. Well, if y'all allow the media to control y'all reality of how
Yeah, it's not the media, it's Caribbeans themselves on here saying that. You know, when the Africans were calling us slaves, Caribbeans were in the comments saying, yeah, I agree with you.
I've seen biases from Caribbeans in person. Like I'm in Baltimore. I went to HBCU. Like I've
seen
like
biases from Caribbeans in my real life, in my family. So yeah,
let me
stand on it.
start asking these questions then, so I can see what y'all talking about. Because I guess I gotta apply fire with these people. Because
Jamaicans are real prideful. Like they're real prideful. Like they'll look down on folks. Like you ain't got like they'll look down on folks and shit like that. Like it's like I've just politely checked. Like yeah, of course we gonna politely check everybody. But yeah, what's up with like we like these
Michael, that's
experiences?
some real shit.
Like when I was a kid, we had a Jamaican lady that was a neighbor. She didn't want us near her house. Like she opened up after a while, but she did not want us near her house at all. Like she
And that's
crazy.
another thing, right? It's people and it's nothing. When I was in school for psychology, people environment have a lot of impact of their whole entire ideology and life and stuff like that, right? And when people move from their home environment into a new environment, it takes a big adjustment, right? The mind have to get comfortable of where it's at to be able to move accordingly and appropriately. And when people come across Jamaicans, because there's a lot of people love to talk shit about Jamaicans, right? A lot of people think Jamaicans are very disrespectful and all this and that there. I mean, yeah, that's true. However, when you get to know an actual Jamaican, they really chill as fuck and they funny as hell. They cool people to hang around. And a lot of people allow stereotypes to get involved with how certain people are. And a lot of people don't put themselves in other shoes to have that full experience and see the opposite. That's why me personally, I say I'm very unbiased because I don't judge a book by its cover. I'm very open to everyone, not everyone, but certain people, and I'm willing to get the chance to hear someone else.
Shit, I know.
Because, yeah, you feel me? Like you
I mean, I
will
know a
never
few
know.
Africans. I ain't gonna stop talking shit about Africans. I know a few Africans personally. We already see how Africans treat us. Like we gonna do this. We can apply that same logic to Africans. We already know how we talk to Africans on here. Like I know a few Africans personally. Like they cool, and there's some people on Africans on here on TikTok that's cool. But we ain't gonna not call them they bullshit and say how they treating folks. Like I've had plenty of Caribbeans say we don't know what the fuck we talking about. I'm like, nigga, like who is your grandma? Like you feel like
I have
it be your own people too.
I have a lot of Jamaican close friends, right? And I've had these conversations with them. I remember I had one of my closest homeboys. We was talking about culture, and he was like, and he said the dumb shit, like, oh, well, well, Black Americans, they don't really have a culture. Oh, I had to super check him. I was like, bro, what culture do you have that wouldn't exist without us here first? Number one. I had to break it down, like I'm not gonna go down a long list of Black American accomplishments, our cultural influence, and how we are the number one culture worldwide. Period. I mean, that's just plain, right? But I had to have this conversation with him and check him and question him, run him down, and he couldn't even argue it. And I love debating in real time, like face to face. Oh, I love that. So yeah, have some Jamaican and African friends. Just check them and let them know. You know what I mean? Like you should be telling your Jamaican friends, don't bring that damn flag around on Juneteenth.
Well, my people don't give a fuck about that shit for real, so I don't really think that's gonna ever happen.
Your people are from Texas,
and you damn right. I ain't from Texas either. I went to Texas when I flew back from Belize City into Dallas, Texas, and I was like, "Damn, y'all big as shit." Okay, I see y'all. I'm gonna pull to Texas.
So my biggest question is why do Caribbeans get so much grace that Black Americans do not get? Because I mean, y'all always say, "Oh, they act like that because of programming," but it doesn't matter because even our most programmed Black Americans do not go to the Caribbeans and then tell Caribbeans who they are. They don't go to the Caribbeans and use up all their culture and take over. So hold on. So hold on. So it doesn't matter how misinformed. We have misinformed people here all the time. They don't do that in the Caribbean. So there's no excuse at all.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask Keo this question. Keo, who's the creator of hip hop? You little OG, so you may know.
Definitely ain't Cool Herc. If you there, it definitely ain't Cool Herc.
We're alluding to
So who be then?
So there is no one creator of hip hop, all right? So if you want to talk about, well, let's talk about the pillars of hip hop, the things that created hip hop, which is let's talk about rapping. That existed before hip hop existed. Hip hop was born in the Bronx. I will say that, right? But the things that created hip hop existed way before hip hop existed, like rapping.
Like MCing, right? Like MCing?
Yeah, well, you can call it MCing, but technically it was
or
rapping
like
before it was
poetry, rapping.
all of that existed. But hold up, all of that existed all throughout like parts of the South, like America, all in America, where Black people was, and it coalesced in the Bronx, and that's how you got hip hop. However, Kool Herc wasn't the first DJ. You had DJ what was it, Mario? And I think he was from what was he from Brooklyn? I feel like he was originally from Brooklyn. I'm not sure. There was precursors way before a Kool Herc came around, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I can't get that one to Kool Herc. You know, a lot of people be trying to run to that one, and because they do that's a way for them to try to segue some Jamaican.
Kool Herc himself said he didn't do it. Kool Herc himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. Kool Herc himself did say
because it wasn't
that's
just
a way
him.
that
It was just him.
Caribbeans try to
It wasn't
segue
just him.
into the
No,
creation
I only mentioned hip hop. I only mentioned hip hop because when it comes to music is a universal language, right? So when it comes to just music as a whole, right? When it comes to writing poetry or MC or rapping or whatever, right? A lot of niggas gonna come around together to create something big, a new genre. When hip hop came out in that time of your period, OG, that is something that was a gift to the community by just a group of niggas coming together and doing that. So I say this because no matter if the niggas coming from a certain part of the Americas, it's the fact that it was niggas from the Americas making a new genre for niggas to fuck with in today's time.
I feel like
that's what I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to put into, because no matter if the nigga is Colombian, Venezuelan, or whatever, the fact that that motherfucker end up in Northern America, they have a also.
I feel like you're only saying this because y'all can't create your own stuff without people from mainland.
Who said they can't? Who said they can't? It's just so happened everything happened in Northern America. People was a part of the things that happened here. Yeah, know.
You don't want to separate it.
Look. I'm gonna say everyone that was coming from the Caribbean and had to go through the Americas was a part of everything.
So, but I would argue that too, right? So, for example, right? Again, right? I'm 1/4 Caribbean. On my father's side, that Caribbean side, I'm a third generation New Yorker. I'm the third person born in New York on my father's side. That one line that has Caribbean in it, right? So my great-grandfather came here in 1924, and my great-grandmother came here in 1910 on that line, right? My whole side of that family ain't nothing but a whole lot of Bajans and Trinis. My entire life, they ain't never gave a damn about rap. Never. On my mother's side, I'm a second generation New Yorker, but my mother's side is from the South. So entire side from North Carolina. So again, as a person who's from New York, who has family on both of those sides that are from New York, I can tell you for a fact that the interaction when it comes to hip hop on the Caribbean side was not, they did not like it, they did not care about it, nothing. The few people that might have been Jamaican or whatever that was in rap, and it really wasn't too many other Caribbeans in rap like that. You get what I'm saying? That was into hip hop and stuff. They were like the outliers growing up, like for real. And I was born in the 80s. So so my mom,
You was born in the
in
80s?
50s. My dad was born
You
in the
say you was
50s.
born in the 80s?
Yes.
Yeah, he old
So you
ass
my
nigga.
mother?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nah, he ain't. You ain't
No,
old. I thought you would. How you sound like you was in like your 50s, your 60s, but you really in your 40s. Yeah, you maneuver. You're yeah. That's a little different. So at the end of the day, this is some research I'm gonna look into myself because I'm not gonna get too deep in this. All I could do is bring up the source and just scan on that. That's it. That's it. Records behind it, all of that. I'm gonna go crazy with it. I'll
we
pull up
got
the
Georgia on the
library.
stage.
We about to get crazy with it. You feel me? But I'm gonna do all that when I finish my exam. Because I got an exam coming up today. That shit gotta be done.
What's up, nigga? What's up, Georgia?
Keep on coming off Fulani people in Nigeria, nigga.
And then I And then I also never paint Caribbeans as one people because my people were from the Virgin Islands. They spoke a Dutch Creole. They didn't speak any French or Spanish or whatever else y'all be speaking in the islands. They spoke
I got a fifth great grandma from Kingston, Jamaica. I don't know. Look at patois. My dad don't either. So you know, yeah,
I ain't find nobody from the Caribbean, but I did find one nigga that crept in from Africa though. He married an Indian. He took in the 1600s.
So they don't kidnap your ancestor and brought their ass over there.
No. He didn't get kidnapped. He was not a slave. He had 2 Indian wives. So yeah,
He had 2 Indian. So he was a Moor. He was a Spaniard.
No, he was from the kingdom of Ndogo. He's not a Moor.
Ndogo. So
Yeah. It's from where Angola is today. But yeah, both his wives are Indians.
So he got I'm sure he got some Portuguese in him somewhere.
Probably do.
Because
Probably do. I won't be surprised. You know, that boy already seen my
because
the
the Portuguese was definitely all through Africa, and the Spaniards, and the Dutch, and the French, especially the French, and the British too. Everybody was going through Africa. Everyone's getting passed around through Africa. Trust. So you might have a colonizer.
I found my Caribbean side came from Spain. They came from Portugal, I believe. Yeah, Portugal, Spain. He was born in 1625.
Damn.
And left
Kill
Spain.
you a more nigga.
You
are my nigga.
I told
hey,
you.
Hey, so check this. He's not more. No, he is actually Sephardic Jew.
That's a fucking Moor. That's a Moor.
Ain't no more. Don't put me in that more category. But nah, they had a synagogue. They got a synagogue in if you look up the Nidhi Israel synagogue in Barbados, my ancestors buried there right now.
But there were Jew Moors. There were Jew Moors, Christian Moors, and Muslim Moors.
You not him cousin, nigga.
They wasn't practicing no Islam, nothing. It was just strictly they had a whole synagogue. Still there in Barbados.
But I'm saying there was Christian and Jew Moors though.
Yeah, they got converted to Judaism and Christianity.
Hey, Keo, so is Naheem your cousin, nigga?
Don't start that. Don't start that. Matter of fact, you better not take this shit back to Twitter, neither. They're already calling me Jamaican over there. I'll be like, Lord.
We find y'all niggas is Moors, yo.
That's why I'm saying, bro, niggas just be trying to claim anything, bro. Niggas ain't really is. That's why I don't use that term black for. That's just a whole social construct to group everybody in one fucking category. Nah, bro, there's certain niggas that have been doing shit, bro. Mindful. Or you're talking about things that was happening 300, 400, 1,000 years ago prior. And I'm going to teach people wasn't out there was those niggas coming from different areas of the world. So a lot of niggas was mixing with other niggas. And a lot of niggas today don't even know that they related to colonizers. A lot of niggas don't even know that, but these are the same niggas that they part of black culture and shit like that. But hey, my hands are on that one. Feel me? The more you know.
I don't think you're Black American if you don't have a European or indigenous ancestor. That's just me.
Yeah, if your folk wasn't colonized, then I don't know. But if you really coming from a whole blood, then you
especially not.
Yeah, nah.
Especially niggas called me. I was like, you ain't American nothing. You ain't got no indigenous American. Like black, no. Like like you an African. You're European. You ain't
because
American.
even when you do your DNA test and you upload to another like actual website that's more legit, like 80 Info, I say that shit will give you your direct areas, and especially you can match your DNA results from another web that you use to take and compare it that way. You can really see that your folks is really coming from that area, not because when I upload my joint, that shit literally said Caribbean North American. I was like, shit, I'm a proud American. I just got some colonizers decided to come up in my family, but anything besides that says that I am American. I'm gonna put the K, the double K, the triple K.
I'm not gonna lie. If you ever seen what Moo would look like, you would not think she was from New York. Her voice does not match what she looked like.
Oh God.
I'm West Indian, Jamaican, Irish bloodlines for sure. Shout, what's up, God is Garden?
Bro, I had posted a video of me. I forgot the nigga name. I think, damn, I forgot his name. And he was like, hold on, let me just get it for y'all. Hold on. Just go on my page. It's really Dr. Moo Moo. All you're gonna just type in is Dr. Moo Moo.
Are you banned or something on the other page? Not banned, but locked out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn. I didn't got your ass.
My main is Young Dad DICK666. So XXX Tentacion old username.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Young Dad. Yeah. 666.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay. They banned you. How long they ban you?
Oh, that shit permanently banned. And
You
that just
can't
only
go.
happened. Well, right now I'm banned until June 2nd.
June 2nd. Oh, that's like another 24 hours. It's my parents' anniversary.
Happy anniversary. This is when they gave birth to you? Exactly.
What? That's when they got married. Not when they got birth. Because I definitely was born December 1st. Hello?
Exactly. But then that same year?
I wasn't even, no, I wasn't even born. I was born I was born a year later.
Oh, I don't know if y'all seen that thing, but it's the niggas that I don't look like what I sound like, or I don't look like what I'm like, some shit like that. Like
I'm nothing like what I look like.
Yeah.
I'm nothing what I look like. Is that
nothing like what I look like.
All right, hold on.
I'm really not the one.
Nah,
Yeah,
I thought you would have thought Mumu was a southerner. If you seen what she looked like. I'm like, this ain't no New Yorker. Hello?
I know.
What's up, Sinique?
I don't look like what I'm supposed to look like. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to look like at this point.
She said, I thought you was about to have a sweet southern voice. I'm like, I'm from Texas. I'm from Alabama.
I ain't from there.
The country accent. See?
I'm from Memphis, man.
Memphis, man. I'm from Memphis, man.
Anyways, y'all go like.
So I look like what I sound like.
Yeah, you look like you actually look like what you sound like. Yeah.
You actually do look like it. Yeah.
You do.
You do. Me? Nah.
But you're not indigenous.
Y'all funny.
People think I'm a dyke. Like when people first hear me, they think I'm a dyke or I'm gay. But when you click on that profile picture, I'm gonna hold up.
Come up here, bro. You up here? You down in the comments babbling small, so ain't nobody did this. Come up on stage, bro.
All right.
Come on stage, bro, or sis, whatever you is, or it, they. I don't know what you is, bro. Just come up here, bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Who? Yeah, if you echo, all right, cool. Oh, they come up with you. What's up? If you echo,
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, everyone? It's morning over here. I don't know what time it is over there. So.
Yeah, bro. Hey, bro, what you got going on, man?
Why did you moan in my ear?
Glad somebody said it before I did, because I was like, bro, I was real uncomfortable, bro. Like,
what the fuck was that? You from the UK?
I'm Nigerian.
You're Nigerian? You from the UK?
Oh, God.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I do. Oh, yeah. How long you been in the UK? How long your family been in the UK?
We go back and forth, man. So I live in the UK and I live in Nigeria. So I've been
you
living
go
back
back
and forth since I was like 7.
Back and forth. How long you would be in Nigeria? They go back to the UK.
I go every year, man. I go back home every year.
You go back home every year? So you say you're not indigenous. What tribe are you?
My father's Edo, the Benin people. I don't know if you've heard of the Benin Bronzes, and my mother's Yoruba. So
your mom's Yoruba, your dad's from Benin. All right. What kingdom do they come from?
The Benin Kingdom, ancient Benin Kingdom. We had an empire. We had an embassy in Lisbon in the 1500s. And then on the Yoruba side, we had the Oyo Kingdom. So we went to war with the Dahomey people, and a lot of the prisoners of war ended up in the Americas, Haiti, Jamaica, Brazil. So a lot of people who ended up in Alabama actually are victims of that war. So yeah.
How you feel about Igbo and Hausa people?
The Hausa people, I regard them as like my enemies because they were the ones coming down and taking us as slaves before the Europeans came, because the Arab slave trade was real before the Atlantic slave trade happened. So they were the ones coming down and taking my mother's people, the Yoruba people, as slaves. We fought against the spread of Islam before the Europeans came. So, we were fighting them for a long time before the Europeans showed up. So I regard them as enemies, even though, when the British left, they put them in charge of the army. So now we are Nigerian, even though there's no such thing as Nigeria. But yeah, so
you're right.
So so we're forced to be in the same country now, but I regard the Hausa as my enemies, you know what I mean? But the Igbo people, it's all love, man. They're my brothers, man.
The Igbo, your bro, you sure the Igbo, your brothers?
I mean, you sound like you know what's up for saying that, you know what I mean? So those two.
I talked to somebody that was half Igbo. Yeah, I talked to somebody that's half Igbo.
Exactly,
but
like they're my brothers, you know what I mean? They're my brothers. Like my best, my first like girlfriend in secondary school was Igbo. My cousin is half Igbo, you know what I mean? So I have Igbos who are like my closest friends. So
you ain't got no complaints of them buying up all the land in Nigeria?
Pardon?
You don't think they full of themselves? They got high egos and they buying up all the land in Nigeria?
In Lagos, basically, there's a lot of that talk, but I don't. I see them as my brothers. I have close friends who say what you just said. Yes, so people do say that, but I don't. I don't see that.
Okay, for sure. You said we. Go ahead.
How you feel about the Fulani?
He clarified his bias on it, so you just got. I respect his bias on
it. Yeah. How you feel about the Fulani?
I don't think the Fulani. The Fulani are they are not indigenous to America, to Nigeria. They come from Gambia. Their ancestors come from Gambia, and they just. Oh, sorry for cursing. They just roam all over West Africa. So they are not Nigerians. They're not Cameroonians. Like I don't really mess with them at all. They're my enemies more than the Hausa people, to be honest, man. I mean, that's just my honest take on it.
So you got hatred towards the Fulani?
I won't say hatred, but yeah, if push comes to shove, yeah, pretty much, yeah. They're not my people at all, bruv. At all.
Nigeria, they've been mixing in with some of the tribes there, bro.
I mean, yeah, they've been mixing it up north. I mean, these are Arabs, man. These are black Arabs, man. So, I mean, we are like Christians down south, so we don't even really mess with them at all, bruv. They are like, they came all the way from Gambia, man. Like, that's where they're really from. They're the Fuller people, you know what I mean? So,
I thought they migrated from Yemen or something. They come from Yemen or one of them countries in the Middle East.
No. They
The
come
Fulani?
from the other side. They come from Gambia, Senegal. Senegambia. You know what I mean? That's where their ancestors are from. But if you go all over West Africa, you'll see them. You know what I mean? Because they just roam everywhere with their.
How you feel about the Wolof? How you feel about the Wolof? Yeah, the Wolof.
Man, they created jollof rice, man. So yeah, I love them, man. That's it, man. They're the ones who created jollof rice in it. So I love them, man. Simple as, you know. Simple as.
All right.
I mean, yeah, man. But yeah, to the question, like, because this is a question basically, why do people want Black Americans to identify as Africans? Thing is, I know the history of my mother's people, the Yoruba people. Like I mentioned earlier, like I hinted at earlier, there were wars, there were civil wars before the Europeans came, and there were wars between kingdoms. I don't like the word tribe because the word tribe is a racist colonial word. Yeah, before the Europeans came, we weren't tribes. When you say the word tribe subconsciously, it generates a particular thought in your mind subconsciously. We weren't tribes, we were nations, confederacies, empires, kingdoms. I mean,
What the fuck Africans use confederation? What?
Yeah,
I ain't never heard of African use confederation. What confederation?
Let me break it down. So like the Yoruba kingdom right now is all, we were called the Yoruba by outsiders, but like within the kingdom we spoke different languages, right? So if you go to the southern tip of modern day Yoruba kingdom, which is right by the Atlantic Ocean, the Yoruba they speak there is very different to what they speak like in the northern part where like the Muslims are, you know what I mean? So we had different like different nations within that. So for example, we had the Oyo kingdom, right? So, but within the Oyo kingdom, we had Egba land, we had Ijebu, we had Ijesha, we had all sorts of, you know what I mean? So that's what I mean by a confederacy. Like we were different sovereign nations connected together before the Europeans came through. So that's what I mean, basically. So, yeah, so I know the issue of like well, we're grown men. I'm not making any money doing this, so there's no need for me to lie. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So pretty much, there were Yoruba wars. That were fought for hundreds of years. Even I remember being a kid in Nigeria, and they were still fighting anyway. They were still fighting. And a lot of the prisoners of these wars ended up in the Americas. The famous what's that geezer's name who does the Club Shay Shay thing? What's his name? Shannon Sharp. He's 90%. He's 90% Nigerian. He's done his DNA. He's Yoruba.
You didn't just do blood quantum based on fake DNA tests. I know you didn't just do that.
What blood quantum fake on what?
How you don't know what blood quantum is, but you just did it. You just said he's 90-something%.
Yeah, because he said it. I didn't do it for him. He said it. Like I'm going by what he said.
That's blood, and of course you believe it based on a fake DNA test.
Well, he said, why would a grown up, he's in his 60s, why would a 60-year-old educated old man wake up and lie about that?
He is not 60.
How does he? Sorry, man.
He's like,
he's
he's
old,
in
man.
his
I don't know how
50s.
he's old. He's an old man. You know? I mean, why do you just wake up in the morning and lie about that?
He's in his 50s.
Okay, in his 50s.
People aren't intelligent because people aren't intelligent. If
he's intelligent enough to start his own
he's not
business,
intelligent.
so a successful business. So he does have some form of intelligence. Man.
Hello, Donald Trump has a successful business. That doesn't mean nothing. You hire people to do the business for you. That don't mean nothing.
Okay, well, I'll take his word.
Clearly, he's not intelligent. If scientists are saying you cannot find in your ethnicity based on a DNA test, and he's saying he's 98% Nigerian, so that means he's not intelligent. If scientists are saying something other than what he's saying, that means he's not that intelligent.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, all right, cool. So as I was saying, he said what he said. I know from my history. As a matter of fact, there's a book that I want everyone who's listening to this to read. It's called Barracoon. It's a story of the lost slave ship that left West Africa and landed in Alabama. Now, these people, yes. Now, the main character in that book is Yoruba, right? He's from where my mother's people are from.
What's his name?
He died Cujo Lewis. That was his slave name, but his Yoruba name was Wale Kosola. You know, when he died, he had a slave name. It was Cujo Lewis. He and the people who came on the Clotilda, they built Africa Town in Alabama, which exists till today, right? So everyone should go read that book. You know, that's a very important book. You know what I mean? So yeah. So why do people want Black Americans to identify as Africans? For me personally, you guys have the right to. Anybody has the right to identify as anything. But I just think it's hilarious when I see someone who's clearly African in the way they look, because a lot of you guys don't realize how African you still look. Yes, you might be a little
You
bit
do not
lighter,
look like us. You
but
do
a
not
lot
look
of you still look very African. You know
You
what I
do
mean?
not look
African?
A
What
lot
does
of
an
you
African
still
look like?
African. What?
What does an African look like?
Like you.
What does that mean? Like, describe it.
Like you look like me, bro. Like you look like me.
No, give me the description. Like, what is an African?
No,
Like,
an
what's
African could be anything from like light, very light to like very dark. It
no?
could be
Like, give me
anywhere.
a specific description of what an African looks
And turn on your camera when you're done, since you said you look like him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Turn your camera when you're done.
like. He can't even turn on the camera. He got like 96 followers.
yeah,
He can't turn the camera on.
He using that Lagos Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Lagos. But yeah, like, what is it like? Give me what do the African eyes look like?
what do the African eyes look like?
Yeah.
They're melanated for the most part, so you won't see an African with like blue eyes or green eyes. You see them with brown, black eyes. You know what I mean? A nose like yours, lips like yours. The hair is tougher than yours.
No, yeah,
I mean, hair's tougher than yours.
Hold on, guys. Are those the features exclusive to Africa?
Are they exclusive to Africa?
Yeah,
No,
are they
I
exclusive?
wouldn't
So
say that because
how the fuck I look like African? Did they not?
I'm telling you. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. No, we're having a word here. We're having a word.
We're not you. Stop wanting us to be you.
So
Stop it. Stop it.
So listen, if you like, if you, I can't see anyone else on the panel, but I can see you, right? So if you were taken to, let's say, Victoria Island in Nigeria right now, and you would drop there, yeah. So if you were taken to Victoria Island in Lagos right now, you would drop there. No one will look at you twice until you started speaking.
Nobody would look at me twice until I started speaking.
Yeah.
Man, they would think I'm American. They would think I'm American. They were like, who the fuck is this nigga?
I don't know what you're trying to figure out.
Why is this a contact here?
Let's
That's exactly what they gonna say. That's exactly what they gonna say. Why is this a contact here?
Look at your hair.
Don't even say
I bet you police officer knows the difference.
Our people have traveled. Our people have traveled to Africa before, and they said that people thought they were different before they even opened their mouth. So I don't know why you're lying. But we have our people online telling us their experiences traveling to Africa. I think we're gonna believe
Africa's
our people
not
over.
a country.
Hello.
Africa's not a country.
Hello.
Get your facts straight.
Hello.
Get your facts
Hello.
straight. Africa.
Yeah, it's not a country or a continent. It's I'm not say that.
Stop talking if you don't know what you're.
It's not a country or a continent. It's a shithole. That's why you moved to the UK. Anyways, our people have said
I didn't move to the UK.
that they could tell the difference. So I don't know why you're saying that. You're not gonna stop lying. You're gonna stop lying. I'm gonna keep calling it out. If Africa was so great, if Africa was so great, you wouldn't have a UK accent. How about that?
Hey, let me ask the chat. Do I look African?
Skin tone isn't blue, and your nose up your face.
You look like a Somali pirate. You look like a Somali pirate, brother.
Your hairline isn't located on your neck.
I want to see what he looks like. He probably have heavy African features. The forehead, the size of the head, the muscular face. You guys are just different than us. You're not us.
Money just said you look Igbo, bro. That's wild as hell, bro.
You sound look Igbo.
Money, Mark. What the hell?
You see, someone else said it, not just me. No,
Igbo people. Let me go.
There was
Igbo
an
people.
African that said that they just trying to be smart, but
Hey, I'm not even gonna lie.
Okay,
If
since
all
you are
Africans,
indigenous, speak
hold
to
on,
me in an indigenous language right now.
Iskis Vitaka Mental Compo Co-op. Yeah.
how do you pronounce
Echo.
your name? Is it
Echo.
If you
Yes,
Echo?
yes, sir. Derek, is that
You
Derek?
just said-
DER? Yes, sir.
You just said that all Africans look the same. You look like an Ethiopian.
Did I say all Africans look the same?
No. You said all Africans look the same, bro.
I
You
said
look
he
like
looks
Ethiopian.
African.
No.
Pay attention, sir.
But
Pay attention, sir. Don't misquote me.
all
Don't
Africans look the
misquote me,
same.
sir. Don't
You
misquote
said all
me.
African. Do you look Ethiopian, bro?
Do not misquote me, sir. Don't misquote me, man.
I look like
do you look Ethiopian?
Hold on. Do I look like this? Do I look like this nigga?
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
do I look like this guy? Hold on. Do I look like somebody sound like Ebo?
No.
You do look like Igbo.
Do I look like this nigga right here? Nigga? Do I look like him right here?
Oh, so all Igbos look like that?
Do I look like this guy right here?
Like wait, so I can't.
I'm about to put 10 pictures up. Do I look like him right? Do I look like these people right here?
You don't look like those two, bro. You kind of look like one of them. Wait,
Oh my God! Will you please stop the capping?
Do I look like him right here?
Okay, like since you're indigenous, speak to me in an indigenous language right now.
Teach Pataka Mitabu
Speaking it right now.
What language is that?
You're speaking it right
It's
now.
a combination of 2 different languages, actually.
Okay, which are? What languages are those?
Everybody speaks different.
Apache and Algonquin.
Okay, so are you either of those?
I'm Algonquin.
Pardon?
Algonquin.
Okay, so that is your indigenous language.
Yeah, Algonquin. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Who else on this panel
What's
can
your
speak to me in an indigenous language?
Yeah. What's your
Well, let me
indigenous
ask
language?
you, would you say Jamaicans need to talk to you or Spanish?
Do I, what?
Puerto
a lady
Ricans,
spoke. I couldn't- a
Taino
lady
Puerto
spoke, sorry.
Ricans. What's their indigenous language?
Who? Whose indigenous language?
Puerto
But what does-
Ricans, Dominicans.
But
Let's
what does
clock it.
language have to do with us being native?
That's what we do. Y'all do that to Puerto
Oh, you
Ricans?
see,
Come on.
you see,
That's so stupid.
Come on,
Hold on,
If I knew how to ask
Jamaicans
that
talk
question-
English.
Yeah.
Jamaicans talk
You're
English.
indigenous. Oh my god.
And Haitians
Oh my god.
speak
Oh.
French. So what are y'all talking about?
You don't even know the difference between colonial languages and indigenous
You
languages.
so do we speak the Queen English, sir?
That's a colonial language.
Or do
Yeah.
we? So
Answer the
it's
question.
French and Spanish.
So
Yes.
in Africa,
Those
they
are
don't even
colonial
speak.
languages, yes.
Most
How about
Africans don't even-
Portuguese?
Most Africans
Down
don't
in
even speak their
Brazil?
language. Hold on, most Africans don't even speak
And
their
why
own
does
language. They
African
speak.
have
Yeah,
1,000
Hold
different
on.
languages?
If I'm having a conversation with someone,
Hold
please
on. They speak Portuguese, French, Dutch, English. They speak everything but African languages in Africa. And he got the
And
nerve
they
to get up here
speak
asking.
They
And
speak
Chad
everything
is
but African
begging the
languages in
United
Africa. I'll be
States
real
for
quick.
money right now to
Hey,
teach
Lacey,
their
Yabari, what the hell
people
are you talking
their
about?
Hold on, sir. Chad
what,
is
please?
begging for
Definitely, yeah.
money today from the United States to teach their
So
people
we
their
don't speak African
indigenous
languages. We're
language
just talking
and not
crap. Who's
French.
that Venus?
Sir,
Go to
stop
school,
it.
man.
Burkina
Honestly.
Faso, they speak French.
Bushmeat eating ass.
Hey yo, what the hell? You on Showtime now?
Yeah, that's what I had to say. Put some bushmeat in it and shut up.
What this YouTube bro to know what? Like, man, I know a scammer ain't just say nothing.
Hold on, I'm trying to wrap up the turn.
Yeah, so I have 2 minutes. Okay, so I'm just gonna say my piece and get out of here because the level of illiteracy in this is kind of crazy. All right, look, you lot are not indigenous because you don't speak any indigenous languages. Everything you call culture.
I just spoke one.
I have my
spoke one.
time. Don't interrupt me. I have my time. I have my 2
Nigga,
minutes.
you on my panel. How about that? Fuck out of here. You on my panel. Fuck is we talking about? Yeah, get your
You gave him the
musty
mic.
ass
He
on.
just wanted to go in and about, you're not indigenous or not. I'd be so tired of that.
No, I ended it because you're not gonna just say your piece and dip off. You just gonna shut the hell up and dip off. You ain't saying nothing. How about that? That's why I ended your turn.
You don't even speak.
That shit was
This
funny.
isn't all. I'm gonna say my piece and leave. No, you're just gonna leave. How about that?
What you said, Venus, was hilarious, though. You said put some bush meat on it. That was hilarious.
Bush meat. Get that monkey in the tree. Bush meat.
Monkey.
Yeah, that's monster. What's up, anyway? What's up, Alexis?
What's up? She already said something.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
she already said.
Hey, what's up?
I just want to just to let y'all know, Chad is begging the U.S. for aid right now to teach their indigenous language because none of their kids know it. They speak French.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no. So I just want to give y'all that information. Burkina Faso, they speak French. So don't let these people come and play in y'all face. and they're still using the French franc. So all these Africans come up here with all of this, you don't speak, but they don't do that for somebody lies. Also with Charare, with them and all that jock riding, ask them about the Fulani people that they're over there unaliving. Children and women. Okay. So I'm just arming y'all with information. Go look it up. So these Africans run around here, want to talk about everything but going home. So I'll drop. Thank y'all.
Oh yeah, she ain't
ain't like
lying. They got pro.
You gonna drop the mic and leave? Stay.
Then he said the Fulani were more of his enemy than the Hausa. Remember?
Hell yeah. Like you got too
might-
many ops back home.
Boy, that's what I'm saying, man. Like they don't even see he don't even see these other tribes as his own people, but yet want to tell Black Americans.
Smiling when you came.
It's very confusing.
He gonna try to say that we look African. Come on now, the African saying what we look like. It just doesn't exist. Like,
who is that?
Like they want to be us so bad that it's just sad. Claiming that we look like them. We don't even have a finger like them. That know a toe. That know our entire face. The phenotypes.
In reality, what he's trying to do is compare the fact because they do everything to mimic us. So he's trying to compare how they're mimicking us to why we look like them. Like, no, y'all over there trying to cut y'all hair like us, wear our clothes, y'all trying to use every aspect of Black American drip. That doesn't make us look like you. That just makes you copy us. That's it. That's it.
But the thing is, clothes doesn't change how they are. Okay, they dance different, they move different, they look different. Okay, we can never be a replica. You can never copy and paste us because we are the originals. You know, we are the athletes, the innovators. I mean, we just order that in a big package. And it's like they can't be us. So they want to hate on us because, we're just, we just those people.
We got Copper Elegance up there. What's up, Copper? You got the meditation music going right now?
I know, right?
Yeah. You got the 432 hertz on right now?
Copper, hello.
Oh, she probably ain't mean to come on the stage. He's like, oh shit, they called me meditating. Oh shit.
You said bring me back up. I'll talk for 1 minute, then dip. No, I think you missed the point.
No need,
See, I think they miss Black American, like regular Black American, just regular culture. Like she already said, she ain't about to let you talk. Nobody want to hear you talk and then run off.
I'll let you up if you can come up and turn on your camera and show some proof that we're from Africa. Then I'll let you up.
Yeah. Looks like he can't do that.
Well, I mean, he can't turn on his camera. He could put the links in the comments or send it to my DMs or something. He could do something.
I want him to show a record from the 1700s.
You know what? You mentioned a book. You mentioned a book when you came up here. Can you provide a history book written by Nigerians that is produced and used in Nigerian schools that says Nigerians were brought to the USA? Can you do that? I'll let you know if you can do that.
The African Town's story is fabricated. What's up, KJ?
Yeah, he brought up Barracoon. I think was that written by Zora Neale Hurston, I believe. And
maybe.
And I believe even in that she might have been like sued or something because she took actually parts of that story from a YT woman who did interviews with Cujo prior. And I think there's a whole background behind that. Hold on, let me jump on my chat. Hold on, I'll find it.
Didn't he say something to the effect that some Africans that moved to Alabama? I think he said in the 1500s. Okay, I've never heard of that.
A white woman's book, Emma Langton Roche. So now African Town don't exist. Cujo wasn't African.
There's an Africa town in China. Are Chinese people African?
Uh-oh. Well, they say they go back to Africa. Some scientists say they do.
They only saying that because the original Chinese are dark skinned and they keep thinking dark skin equals Chinese. I mean, equals African. Goofy.
He's saying the last slave ship went to Alabama.
So can he come up and explain if Chinese people are African? Since
He said the slave ship went to Alabama. Dude, where did you get your education from?
there was docking ports in Alabama. I never read anything about that.
Like, do you really believe that slaves was like chained, right? Was on rough waters, okay? Defecating, urinating, the women is on her monthly, the bed
Wait, how's a stupid
sores.
question? You said we have an Africa town.
Come
You said we have an
on.
Africa town in the USA. I'm asking you, are Chinese people African since there's an Africa town in Chinese? Or are y'all Chinese? Because Chinese people have their own towns in Africa. So Chinese people, there's also a Chinatown where in the state I was born in California. So am I Chinese? I mean, I am Chinese, but
Okay, somebody said, hold on. Nigerians had holding cells and ports. If that, come up.
Kojo
Okay,
Lewis.
now I'm going to talk and I'm not going to be interrupted or have my mic muted.
Hey, hold
If
on,
you do that,
Echo.
I'll just
Hey, hold on.
I just want to say one thing.
Hold on. This ain't the I'm Nigerian, I say so show. You on Darvido Sour show, nigga. We gonna mute you if you want to.
Oh, that sounds like. See, she acting just like his old white T cousin. That's how you know they the same. They got to be the center.
Nigerian. Like, no, this is not your show.
I don't want you to talk. I wanted you to give me the link. So the next thing that your mouth should have been you saying the link so I could copy it down. There's no I'm gonna talk and you're gonna be quiet. You're gonna say the link or you're gonna leave. The
Yeah,
link that I asked you for.
fuck is wrong with that nigga? He said I'm Nigerian. You cannot mute me, nigga.
Isn't
You cannot.
the Cotilda? Hey, if I'm incorrect, let me know. But isn't the whole boat of the Cotilda only based off of a rusted nail or something that they found to substantiate that the boat existed? I think it's something like that. Like the only thing they really have from it is like a boat or a nail or something. Yo, I think we gotta look that up. It's been a minute since I did this research, but
Bring her back up because she's awake. I want her to explain.
Bring who
Let
up?
me see. Oh, what's up, kid? What's up, KJ?
Bring who up, goddess?
This Copper Elegance. Because remember she was in the panel.
I mean, she dropped down. I don't think she wanted to come over.
Yeah, so I asked you, will you come up? Give me a history book written by Nigerians that is given to Nigerian children in school that says Nigerians were brought to the USA in chains. So that should have been the next thing out your mouth when you come up here. The next thing you say should not be, I'm gonna talk and you're not gonna mute me. Put the link or leave. Give what I asked for or leave.
Is he even in here anymore? Let these niggas mute me.
All Africans. That goes for all Africans who come up here.
Yeah, I was about to say this is not the this is not the I'm Nigerian and I say so. This is not the I'm white and I say so. Live type of live, you will get dropped out. You don't have to listen
Think
to
you're
y'all.
better than somebody. You're narcissistic behaviors.
You still ain't come like JC, you're so obsessed with us. Like JC, nobody came to your live talking about me. Now you're in here. Like you had a live talking about me, you're a grown ass man obsessed with another grown ass man. Like you and Josiah, y'all be mentioning me. Nobody gives a fuck about y'all mentioning me. Except you musty ass, except you and your musty ass followers give a fuck about y'all mentioning me. You ain't got that many followers. I'm way bigger than you'll ever be. Like, yeah, you like fuck is we talking about? You got more, you follow more people that follow your dumb ass. Like, what are we talking about? You a goddamn follower. Hold on 1 second. You a goddamn follower. You ain't no goddamn leader. Don't nobody want to follow JC because he don't lead you to nothing. But go ahead. What's up, KJ?
Face ass boy.
Much face ass
What's
boy.
up? What's going on, man?
Bug in the face.
That nigga said, a bunch of people with slave names talking about identity. The African now just up here. The one that I'm talking about Africa time.
Y'all keep saying we got white T genes and the white T man's name. So wouldn't that mean we're the colonizer and we're the ones who dragged your people for filth? So you're saying we're above you, right?
Surnames. JT, what's your surname? Your surname go to a conquistador. You got a conquistador surname, white boy. Plantation surname. You a white boy. How about that? Yeah. Oh, you look at goddamn. Let's put JC on the goddamn big screen, right? Not Spanish. You saw not Spanish. Use a white boy. Like look twice. JC look twice. Let's put him on the goddamn big. Yeah, this is a whole goddamn conquistador. Yeah, it's a goddamn conquistador. Look at his filthy ass followers. Oh yeah. Oh, I bet you don't even show your goddamn face, musty ass. You scared to show your face on the internet. You as a pussy. Who's your daddy?
He a descendant of Nazis. He one of those Nazis that fled Germany to Brazil.
Yeah, who is your daddy?
Argentina.
Like who raised you, Jason? You scared to show your face? You scared to show your face on the internet? Who's your daddy? Huh? And who's the man in the house, JC? You and your mama and your daddy. Yeah, like why the fuck do grown ass men want to come to my life, right? Like I'm gonna give a fuck about they goddamn lives. You want attention that mad? Where's your girlfriend at, JC? You ain't got a girlfriend to tell you to shut the fuck up for once? Watch him tweak. Ain't nobody tweaking. You in every live. You my biggest fan. Who is your daddy? Bro can't sit still. Even if I can't sit still, right? I still got more followers than you. You live for the internet. I can't sit still, but you don't know how to shut the fuck up. Who got more of a tweak than who's more of a tweaker? That's fine. Just what on TikTok, G9T on Twitter? Yeah, y'all live for the internet. Y'all think y'all can sue us? Y'all think y'all can outshine us on the internet and things like that?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, you a whole goddamn conquistador.
I don't know. I was on Twitter and the Igbos and Hassas were arguing and they were posting each other's food. So I just
That does not look appetizing. That look like rhinoceros doodle. That's what it look like.
So I really need to get back on African.
It looks like a dog poop with diarrhea. What the heck?
That's camel spit right now.
I'm giving him too much attention.
Isn't that in Goofy or something?
That's okra. Mushed okra.
Them look like ostrich eggs. Them ostrich eggs right now.
Yeah, I'm about to throw up.
Yeah, no, I'm not eating that.
What is that? Is that fish?
I don't know what that's supposed to
I think that's a bird.
So JT, how we carry African phenotypes
like
today?
throw
We
up.
even got the oldest DNA, bro.
Look at that. Looks like throw up. Somebody was a
What is that? Oh, that's
Yeah.
fufu bread. Ugh.
What the heck?
Ain't nobody on the panel got 4C hair.
My hair is 4A and 4B.
I ain't got even 4A or 4B hair. Like, come on, dude.
Mine's
Y'all
4C, but that don't mean
Yeah,
shit.
who we think he is? Jesus?
Hey, yo, they think he's Jesus for real.
Lord
Wow.
have mercy, Jesus. Look,
They
all
do.
got-
Hey,
Look
you
at
know
what
they got
said.
that big old statue
In
of
Nigeria.
white
Nigeria.
Jesus in
In
Nigeria.
Nigeria. They got the biggest
Mr.
statue of Jesus in Nigeria.
Yeah,
That's a
they
fact.
do.
Yeah, the white man. Yeah, the white man.
Oh,
The white
DYT.
You know he believed it because he said he's from the South. They Christians down there. Up in the North, they more Arab. Remember when he said that? So he probably be over there at that at the Jesus feet, kissing that shit. You know, when he go back home.
Like Keanu, that might be because Keanu is part Asian, and you know them Asians are down there in Africa, so that might be him for real.
And Keanu Reeves, is that Keanu Reeves? About to shoot another movie in Africa. Good night, my African brothers.
Pretty sure
And
he's like 1/3 Asian or something.
I'll never get why people follow people that they don't like or think
Good night, AZZ Scratcher. Smart ass. Ask.
Well,
what's up?
here's my question to them. What are they doing now? Now those anchor babies ain't working no more because Trump is snatching them up with them babies. So my thing is, what's the point of agitating Black Americans? I mean, is this supposed to be a good plan for them? Because they want to go everywhere but back home. That's where they get offended. When you say, well, why don't y'all just go back home? We eat GMO food. We got bad water. We got welfare, but we ain't got starving children. So my question is, why y'all don't go back home? That's when they get offended.
But they're going to be going back home sooner or later. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit you where God may split you. Get the HELL out of here.
Are you a slave and talk about people? Who's a slave? I don't know nobody that's enslaved. Massa waiting on y'all in the
Where's your location? ICE is just coming to the work sites and everything. You got them papers right?
They getting them at airports, churches, restaurant jobs.
You gonna get your moms and all of that. Y'all might not be on the internet, yo. Y'all know y'all live like 9 niggas in the house.
He corny ass joke.
I am Massa. So
niggas don't even know Massa indigenous. No, I ain't gonna give them that sauce either.
I wouldn't even repeat that because they said we're living on dirt with no water and no electric.
And trying to hustle up money to buy some bleaching
drinking cows pee for water.
Okay.
Stop the madness.
Okay, so the whole surname thing, because they say we have our the white man surname, that doesn't make sense because I looked it up. It said back then, if you were born out of wedlock, your father would not pass on the surname. That's how important it was. So I'm supposed to believe they were giving strangers that they owned their surname, like the slaves, but they're not even their own children born out of wedlock. Am I really supposed to believe that?
They don't even know their birth dates.
Here's the question. Why are they bleaching on the continent? Why are they so obsessed? This is what's showing you it's the jealousy. How come 77% of the women in Nigeria bleach their skin?
Where they want to be.
So I think that Massa thing, they wish that they was mixed with white. Because the mass majority of them, that's what they do. And in the Caribbean, it's an epidemic. So the question is, who really got the white team mindset? Are you jealous because the white man wasn't your daddy?
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it is.
They be immigrating to countries where the white team man's at. So I think they
love him. They lick his boots. That's why they want to say the white tea made you who you are. But the white tea colonized all of y'all places and it still look like crap. So if the white tea was the key to getting it popping, why y'all ain't got it popping? Why in Lagos is there a floating slum? Can somebody tell me why you got a float? Why y'all got them babies in that condition, but you sitting over here fighting with us?
They got shit. It's actually 70. Shit, I just put in the Google. 77% of women in Nigeria use skin lightening products. That's 77%.
Like that's the jealousy. That's the jealousy. I keep telling you, yo, we defending stuff. Go look at what they got going on. I seen something so heart-wrenching. A little girl this was yesterday, down in South Africa. The mother sold that little girl eyes and skin. And y'all over here saying what to us? You ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking about we ain't got no culture. Yeah, damn real, we ain't got that kind of culture, baby.
77% of Nigerian women use skin lightening products.
And they're going to regret it because once that sun is once they stop doing all this cloud seeding, in which so far the governor in Florida announced that he's going to put a stop, eventually it's going to stop. They're going to regret every second of bleaching their skin. Good luck. And karma is going to come
and
get
the
you.
Arabian people are bleaching too. All of them throughout Africa.
They weird.
What were you saying, Darvin?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's how. Yeah, it's like
Look at that. And so when the Nigerians come to y'all gotta give them that fact. Us and look like us. That's why he was keep telling you, you look like us. He know you don't. They are jock riding, pretending to be us. The movie Us is about their ass.
They want to trade places.
That's what the movie Us is about them.
They want
We're
to
the real
trade
Americans. That's why they
places.
doing that.
And the thing is, we need to come together and contest African American. It have to be eliminated. We are how you say it? Americans. I would say yeah, you know what I was trying to say. I got tongue-tied it. But that history is there. It really is.
You know, these politicians aren't paying attention. You notice all these marches that they doing, it go nowhere without us. They had a darn near 1 million man march and nobody here. That's why I said, where they thinking they getting with this? Trump is snatching them anchor babies ain't working for y'all no more. And now you're pissing us off the most. We're like the only people that would step up.
Got the power. Another thing too, like the DACA, like the ones, like put it this way, he's going to take away the birth rights. That falls in correlation of like, say like if say like if two not nationalized Americans have kids, and then what he want to do is take away the birth rights. So you can't be a citizen. So those kids cannot be citizens no more. And he took it away, welfare, food stamps. They're all going to be getting out of here. Most of them now are Uber drivers and Lyft drivers, if you noticed. That's what they doing. And they have fake license. Like, it goes on and on. It goes on and on.
So,
fake license.
I'm glad to see it. Because we got to reset the table.
I was about to say, I'm about to shut this down, y'all. It's almost 4 a.m.
Get some
sleep. It's almost 4 a.m. All right. Y'all take it easy, y'all. Peace.
Good night. Good night.
Okay, next time. Thanks for having me.